It's 9:11, guys.
You're supposed to start at 9:15, no?
Yeah, it's 9:11. So get housekeeping.
Okay.
It's quite a pin drop silence here.
Yeah. So I think we all are waiting for 9:50, trying to see, are we live?
Yeah.
Hello everyone. We welcome you all in our Piktale Influencer Summit and Awards. Thank you for joining us today for this day-long summit. It is my pleasure to introduce you to our MC for the Piktale Influencer Summit, Ms. Jyoti Verma, industry expert from travel and hospitality industry. It is our pleasure to have her today with us. We welcome Ms. Jyoti Verma to the session. Over to you, Ms. Jyoti.
Thank you, Kanti. That's really nice of you. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening. Different zones, different people. I am so happy to be with all of you today to welcome you for the Piktale Influencers Summit. So Piktale is all about, what's Piktale? So we have, Piktale is a unique social media platform primarily. It's designed to protect your privacy. Today, all of you are on a lot of social media. So what's so different about Piktale? So we here to be knowing about what's Piktale and security. So before we go ahead with that, I would appreciate if we all can have a 1 minute silence for our COVID warriors and some of the loved ones that we have lost around this time. So can we just go on 1 minute silence and pray for their souls and the goodwill that they have done for us? Thank you, everybody. So let's carry on with the thing. So today, what are we having here is, today we are welcoming each one of them to the session where we have put across a very interesting sessions about what's happening in the digital social media. Along with that, we are also awarding some of the influencers who have made these differences for us to make it easier. So what is all about Piktale? Piktale is a unique social media platform primarily designed to protect the privacy and security of the users. At the same time, it gives you and each one of us the freedom to share our space, each one's space and their lives. It also has a unique reward-based systems. So it's just not only a normal thing. As you use, you also get rewarded for it, where this user gets an opportunity to earn while socializing. So isn't that nice? So whatever you want to say to the world today, yes, and you also make some rewards because of that. So Piktale has organized a grand award ceremony today for the first time to mark its beginning of its public launch. So we are just live going today, and this Piktale Influencers Award is unique recognition giving to almost 100 eminent personalities over the day for the contribution in the various fields. So with this, with no much ado, I would like to take you to a brief video about Piktale. Could we have the video on, please?
Introducing, for the first time ever, Piktale, India's first full-fledged privacy-focused social media platform. Now enjoy privacy and freedom with the most secure platform. Piktale values privacy and gives out a totally new experience of sharing emotions just with the desired one. Facing privacy issues on all the existing platforms. Don't worry, Piktale presents you Piktale Profile, an intelligent profile in various ways that is specially designed to leverage privacy. Now onwards, no need to create multiple profiles. Using incredibly smart Piktale Profile, you can manage every space of your life, that is close friends, family, work, etc. Getting connected on Piktale is super easy. Piktale lets you enjoy every space of your life. It's just one single click, and it's done. Piktale's first ever platform which values your connected friends lies in which circle of your life. Piktale's highly intelligent as nobody can ever come to know in which space they lie in your life. No need to discard your feelings anymore. Create posts on Piktale. Just simply select the desired spaces with whom you want to share your posts, as not all the memories are meant for everyone. Piktale gives you the privilege to enjoy privacy for every space of your life. Share your amazing holiday trip just with your closed ones, or your family time memories with all your family members. Now your work colleagues are updated just with your achievements, not your personal life. You can also publish your articles or share blogs with our amazing Create Mode editor. Intelligent algorithms always keeps you updated with your friends. Enjoy real-time super-fast and encrypted Piktale Messenger. Piktale Messenger brings you high user experience as well as simplified clean design. Launching for the first time brand new emoji set with tons of newly untold expressions. Piktale Messenger supports media sharing, GIF, voice notes with built-in with a smooth editor. Nudge your friends just on a single click. Bring them on for never-ending chats. Introducing Chat Boosters that never lets you run out of topics and eases you to continue chatting with your favorite ones. For the first time ever providing high-end analytics to organic users, analytics will help to drive the organic profiles into so many different directions, always keeping you updated with the amazing things happening in your friends' circles. Utilize these analytics to be the most interesting one among your groups. Now become an influencer among your friends. High-end engaging analytics to take your experience to a newer level with Piktale. Improvisation analytics to improve your profile visibility with various AI-powered recommendations. Now organic users are the new influencers. Piktale Analytics helps you to become the trendsetter. Keep a track of everyday activities of yours and your friends' circles. Introducing Piktale Rewards. Piktale Rewards lets you earn reward points for using and engaging more and more with Piktale. Get instant reward credits. Easily redeemable. No other platform gives you reward points on using social media platforms. Piktale is the first of this kind, changing the way of using social media. Socialize, connect and earn at the same time with Piktale Rewards. Piktale Regional brings you the platform which empathizes with the various diversity in cultures, traditions and living style. Enjoy region-specific traditions, cultures and events with high privacy. Now become the essence of your culture with Piktale. Piktale helps and supports you to stay connected with your community and never miss out any of the fun and lively happenings. Piktale is available in all regional languages. Piktale brings you motion filters, high-end design filters to unleash endless creativity with your stills and videos. Turn any of your stills into amazing creative videos and share it with your friends. There are tons of motion filters available in the Piktale filter marketplace that too for free. Enjoy the mesmerizing experience of Piktale and thank you.
Wow. Wasn't that interesting? At least personally, I thought this is amazing. It becomes much easier for someone like me who always messes up putting up things. I think this is really controlled way of working without people knowing what exactly are we doing at the background. With this, who is the family behind this? Who are the people who were the inspirations with that? So in brief, I would like to say that it's Mr. Ashutosh Rai Chowdhary as a founder and Mr. Mahavir Sharma as a co-founder, who was supported and mentored and advised by Mr. Utpal Chakrabarti and Mr. Ajit Chowdhary. They have all got their brains together with the team of Piktale to come across with this amazing product, which all of us are it's going to become such an important point of our lives. With this, I would like to invite Mr. Utpal Chakravarti to say a few words about his journey behind the Piktale's success that we're seeing today. Welcome, Mr. Utpal Chakravarti. Could you please add a few sentences to our viewers out there?
Thank you, Jyoti. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for a lovely introduction of Piktale. First of all, I would like to congratulate Ashutosh and the entire Piktale family. So we call it Piktale family for this grand launch and the event ceremony. And I'm really delighted to be part of this unique startup, okay, and this unique product. So Piktale as a startup, it is unique in many sense. Same for the Piktale app or the social media platform. So I would like to add a few words or a few sentences on this. So the journey started around 3.5, 4 years back, okay, when Ashutosh came up with this concept, and he requested me to be a mentor or an advisor for this project. So initially I was a little bit worried about, because when you talk about social media platform, the first thing that comes into your mind is essentially the scalability of the product, because we are not talking about millions, we are essentially talking about billions. And already we have got such proven platforms in the market. But slowly and gradually, he somehow been able to convince me in this project, and his ideas and thoughts actually convinced me to get into this project. So initially, what I requested him is to do a study of all the existing social media platforms. So not only the popular social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram and all, but I requested him to study even the regional social media platforms which are there, which are available in countries like Russia, China, and many other countries, and try to find out their limitations. So privacy was one of the issue that was the first thing that came into our mind while designing the Piktale platform. That with Piktale, we'll try to address the privacy issues and the data protection issues that are currently going on in all social media platforms at that point of time also. So in this process, actually, we came up with 150 pages of thesis on various social media platforms, their limitations, their strengths, of course, and the feature list of those. So it is a comprehensive document. It's a huge document, and we'll be making it public very soon. And then we started designing the platform. So while designing the platform, again, we went to some of the very, very eminent architects to understand like how we can make this platform a robust and a scalable kind of a platform. So during this journey, there are a lot of people, experts in their own area. They were helping us in different ways. So I would also like to thank all those people who have contributed in some way or the other in this Piktale journey or in this Piktale platform. Because of all of their help, today we have got a very beautiful platform. So I talk to my friends, I talk to my colleagues, and now what I saw is everybody is talking that the design of the Piktale is so beautiful, so elegant, and so simple from the front end. So idea was we'll give all the burden to the back end of the application. We'll try to make the front end as simple as possible. Like if you see now some of the existing platforms, social media platforms, I would not take their names, but if for a new user, it is really difficult for them to identify like the different features that are available there. So they are essentially bombarded with lot many features. So that we wanted to reduce here in Piktale. We wanted to give all the responsibilities to our backend intelligence system and wanted to make the front end as simple, as user-friendly as possible. So that was the first thing. Now, why we call it a first full-fledged privacy-focused Indian social media platform? So there is a reason behind that. So the vision for this platform was to bring a it's kind of a revolution in the Indian social media industry or Indian social media ecosystem, you can say. And the core focus of the platform is the privacy. At the same time, it has got many other features, unique features, which are not available in any of the social media platforms. So I would like to touch upon some of those features. Number one is authenticity score. Okay, apart from the privacy, I will come to the privacy. So, but before that, authenticity score. So today, if you look at any social media, it is flooded with fake users and fake accounts. Okay, and essentially, they can do any kind of, they can run any kind of propaganda, they can do any kind of criminal activities, they can do any kind of antisocial activities using these fake accounts. So now coming to Piktale, it is impossible to be there fake in the platform for a long time. So of course you can create a fake account in Piktale, but it will be difficult for you to sustain in Piktale platform as a fake account, because we have got a unique feature which is called authenticity score. So looking at different aspects of your behavior, how you behave within the platform is going to give you an authenticity score. And whenever you are sending, and you will not be aware of that, okay? But whenever you are sending a friend request to the other person will be able to see your authenticity score. And if he finds the authenticity score satisfactory, then only he will be able to accept, he will be accepting his connection, okay? So this is a feature which is going forward will make Piktale social media platform free from any kind of fake profiles. So you have to be genuine if you want to be there in the Piktale. So that is number one. Number two, coming to the privacy, which is like our signature. So privacy is the core of Piktale platform. The platform is designed in such a way that all your privacy needs are being taken care of. So you need not have to maintain multiple profiles, okay, just to address the different audience groups or different space of your life. Within one intelligent profile, you can essentially control where my post is going to and who will be able to see my post, okay, which is very, very unique, and no other platform gives this kind of facility. Because the whole system is completely powered by artificial intelligence and machine learning models. So many of the things, unique things which you see are being controlled by our machine learning models, which are available in this particular platform. Now, at the same time, we also have a huge focus on the regional aspect of it, because we claim it as a regional platform, Indian platform. So we should respect all the regional cultures, languages, and all other things that are our signature in India, you can say. So that is why we have given an emphasis on essentially the regional aspect into the platform. So you can write an article in Odia, or you can write an article in Kannada or Telugu or any other Indian language, okay? And our built-in editor will help you, okay, writing such kind of articles, such kind of things there. And there are also many others, but I'm not going to go into that. So that is another feature. We want to embrace our culture, our languages, and all other things. Coming to the rewards system, so this is the first of its kind social media platform, which is actually, which will give the users some kind of reward while using this platform. So I'll not go into the details. Probably we'll be publishing a paper on how the reward system works in Piktale platform. So in Piktale platform, there is a very, very intelligent rules engine powered by, again, artificial intelligence, which decides, depending on your behavior in the platform, it will start giving you reward points, okay? And these reward points, essentially, you can redeem, okay, while purchasing anything on the brands, so probably Flipkart or Amazon, who are running their ads into the Piktale platform. Now, coming to another very, I would say, unique feature is the Piktale Messenger. Okay, so Piktale Messenger is a very, very secure kind of mechanism. So we have taken care of all kind of security while communicating with the others using Piktale platform. So your all data in rest and in transit are completely safe, completely encrypted. Second thing is, in the Piktale Messenger, we have got unique features like chat booster. So many a times it happens that we run out of topic while talking to a friend or any person, okay? So Piktale Messenger will start recommending you different kind of topics so that you can smoothly continue your chat. Also, it will help you in essentially overcoming your language barrier. Okay, so somebody probably, I'm not good at very good at Marathi. Okay, I can understand Marathi. I can speak a little bit, but while writing, I'm not very good at Marathi. But what Piktale Messenger is going to give is, it will start giving me, when I start the conversation, it will start recommending me different kind of sentences. And with that sentences, essentially, just by clicking, I can continue my chat. Okay, so I can essentially overcome my language barrier using Piktale Messenger. So this is another unique facility. And also the group chat is available, face chat is available, which is not there. So you can actually have a video chat. Okay, while chatting, people will be able to see your face. Okay, that is also a very, very unique feature in our platform. And all other features which are available in the popular social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram, and a microblogging platform like Twitter, all are available in our Piktale social media platform. And because the credit goes to the study that we have done in the beginning, and the research paper, the thesis that came out, the 350 pages, all credit goes to that effort that the entire team, the research team of Piktale put at that point of time. Okay? So that's why it is a beautiful paper. So I would not talk much about the features. So there are many other features. But what I can say, Piktale is a very, very unique platform. It is not like 6 months ago, somebody has thought something and they have built a product. No, there is a legacy. Okay, there is a very deep thought, R&D, research and development gone into the process. Okay, and that's why what you see today, Piktale, I have not seen even a single person who is not appreciating the Piktale app, which is available in our Play Store. So again, I would like to congratulate and thank the entire team of Piktale. I wish them, as an advisor or a mentor, a great success, and I'm damn sure it will bring a landmark in the history of Indian social media. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think that was a good insight. Though I have been associated with you guys in the couple of weeks, but the way you explained today has got all my attention. And I'm sure our viewers also must be wondering, when can I download it and there? So this is a time to go ahead and download it. And very shortly, I will tell you where are the handles that you could reach out for this session and thing. Before we do that, I would like to invite Mr. Mahavir Sharma, who is also a co-founder on this, to know his views and what is it and why did he decide this was what was required in the thing and supported Ashutosh on his ideas. We would be more than. Mr. Mahavir Sharma, welcoming you to the event today.
Thank you so much, Jyoti. Great insights by Utpal And I think it's pretty enlightening to see that I'm also part of this great enterprise. I remember meeting, 3 years ago, Ashutosh and his team about 3 years ago, and it was really good to see that they have come a long way and made a robust platform. And I'm quite happy with what has come about. Now, see the role, while Utpal was talking about all the nuances or all the features of this platform, I personally feel that this is not just an Indian platform. It is going to be a global platform. The reach of social media has no boundaries. Families live across continents. Friends are spread across the globe. And I think this will absolutely be virtually be possible for everyone to join in across the globe. And that is where our outreach model is. And I think the audience that is watching us today or have registered for this event while it's being live streamed is across the globe. So I think this platform has a multitude of reasons why it should not just be downloaded or used by the Indians at large, but other people also. The other unique feature that Utpal was talking about, which was the regional languages. Now, this regional languages is not just regional languages in India. It could be Portuguese, it could be Greek, it could be Chinese, it could be Russian. So basically what everything that we are doing, while the pilot, while the startup has done the proof of concept here locally in India, and we're working across it, but our goals, our outreach, our aim is to make it a totally a global network. And I personally feel that the social media, communications, business through social media, marketing of corporates, marketing of products and services, bonus points that Utpal was talking about, or reward points, are all part of, so businesses will happen on social media. And that is where this tool, while you can have your private section different, you can have a commercial side where all these deals are being offered, and you can choose what deals you want to be offered or what you don't want to be offered. And the AI and ML at the back end will work with you to see you love to buy, let's say, electronic equipments. And that is where the success of this model in terms of revenue, in terms of growth, and in terms of partnership with the business side of it will happen. And that's where I think this will be a great thing coming out of India, going globally, working and collaborating with each and every citizen of the world, each and every company of the world. I think this will be a great platform, and I'm so proud and glad to be associated with it. I really, once again, would like to congratulate the entire team to have built this. I wish everyone a great success. I strongly feel that all of you listening to this should download this, play with this, give us suggestions. And it's a very, very interactive communications channels that we have. Reach out to us through whatever mediums that you have, and we'd be happy to work with you and make this into a really very well integrated cross-border social platform, personal, business, and professional in whatever way you want, shape or way that you want it to be. So thank you, everyone. And I look forward to the entire day's sessions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mahaveer Sharma. That was a good insight into the program. Now, without much ado, we would like to take you on to the other mentor and advisor, Mr. Abhijit Chowdhary, who has also been with the journey with Piktale and contributing through that. Mr. Abhijit Chowdhary, could we have your views? First of all, welcome to the event once again. And can we have your view here, please?
Thank you, Jyoti, and thank you for the short introduction. It was really good and much appreciate that. I feel the other members, Mahaveer and Utpal, I think they have so nicely put across their thoughts about the Piktale and the social media. So I have very less to speak about, but I think I won't lose this opportunity to share my thoughts and my feelings about the Piktale primarily, and social media as well. And the various topic of discussions that we have lined up for the rest of the day. So I got associated with Piktale a few years back, and what made my journey or bond with Piktale much stronger was the passion that the founders and each one of the Piktale family brings in. and the fresh idea that each one in the Piktale brings in, and which overall creates a positive energy all across. I think this summit is unique that Piktale family has planned today, in the sense of having come up with the idea of awarding eminent global personalities for the contribution in various fields and bring all of them in one platform. I think this is a very unique idea that I can think of. And it's an amazing opportunity for all of us here and to many others to hear them in one single platform. With the positive impact these influencers and personalities create on so many people, they very well deserve award, and in fact, not one award, but many awards. And I think this particular summit to recognize them is very apt. So would like to add here, there has been immense effort that has gone behind planning and preparation of this full day summit, and which has multiple panel discussions that's running over the entire day with eminent global speakers sharing their thoughts on various important topics. I'm sure these discussions would be very enlightening for many of us here, and there would be many takeaways for all of us listening to these sessions. Coming to my experience with social media, just to give a quick background, I remember I got my first FB account created somewhere around 2008, 2009, and it was not. It was more of a to be part of the trend, right, and not to be left out. That was the feeling. And when I joined Facebook somewhere around 2008, 2009. And before that, it was Orkut, Google+, and definitely we had Yahoo and MSN Messenger. And there were other few social media platforms that were available. But if you look now, we have multiple options available. Things have changed, the needs have changed, and the whole world has become so fast-paced. In today's world, social media platforms are much stronger and can influence us in many ways. So these platforms have now become more of a necessity for us. It has become a powerful tool we have today, which is used not only for disseminating information, but also to create opportunities around businesses, creating connections, networking, building knowledge, sharing real-time experiences, and many more. You just talk about it, there's so many things we can do on social media. I think it touches lives of many people and in many more ways than it used to do earlier. However, I would like to add here, we also need to see how we can get the best out of these powerful platforms, how to use them sensibly and appropriately to our advantage. It's highly important that we create awareness and privacy and security awareness around cyber crimes, and also work towards strengthening our education programs to create awareness and knowledge at the ground level. I think every social media platform has that responsibility to ensure privacy, security of its users. I feel the social media platforms should be available in the hands of users more as enablers and a tool to build on our connections and express freely our thoughts. I think with its unique and enhanced features, the Piktale app definitely fills the gap we have in the existing platforms. And with that thought, I would stop here and wish you all a great day, a day full of learnings and enhancing your knowledge. And now I'll hand over back to Jyoti. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhijit. That was a real insight. And thank you for sharing exactly your experience, which is what has been a lot of our experiences on social media. With this, we have kind of had the family. So the whole recap of the introduction that I've understood about the whole thing is it's an agile product. We can have a regional touch on this. Regional languages are available. You can run your successful businesses on this. There are reward programs as you're earning for that. This is basically a locally created product, but has the ability and the scalability and the intelligence and the depth to go to a global presence, reach out to as many people, scalable to the largest extents that we have not even imagined. And this program today is all about influencers, or the eminent people who have added to the journey of this digital media. So with that, we also have to thank the passion and the confidence that the young team of Piktale family had in creating such an agile and a good product. Wishing them best of luck and congratulating them on this, I would like to take to the next session. So before I go there, I just want to announce that we have a live broadcast from many handles thing. You can watch us on Facebook, you can watch us on Twitter, YouTube, websites. Also, we have had the our well-wisher, Mr. Shailendra Kumar, who has also shared his handles, the Twitter handle of his, the YouTube handle, the Facebook, LinkedIn, and also the Creating Talks YouTube. Not only that, he has also made us available for this session, his book. Thank you so much, Mr. Shailendra, for your magnanimous offer. Whoever is registered here, you can download his book, Making Money Out of the Data, The Art and Science of Analytics by Mr. Shailendra Kumar. So with that, I would like to take us to the next journey. And before I do that, people who are watching there, if you're liking what you're seeing, please like and share further. We want more and more people to know what is a new thing that's coming on the media. So would request each one of you to like and share it further in your group so that we can expand and we can share this happy news to many more people. With that, I would like to thank one of another common person that from the show, from the digital journey, Mr. Amit Dev, who just does not need much of a adieu to himself. He himself is a thing. He was a very, very senior tech industry expert who has been a guide, mentor to a lot of us. And out there, I'm sure each one of them have had deeply. He has also been advisor to a lot of government projects and things. With that, and today, sadly, because of certain personal reasons, he was not able to join us. Offering our condolences to Mr. Amit Dev, we would like to play a small video that he was very nice of him to record for us for this journey. Would appreciate if one of you could play this for me, please.
Good morning, friends. As we get connected now over this new medium called Piktale, which is a live broadcast, my mind races back many years on November 1982, when India first saw the color live telecast on the November as the Asian Games was inaugurated. And that was my first job as a professional in broadcast, in media, later on in digital, later on in deep tech and all new developments of technology. But to start with, 82 Asian Games was the turning point where the biggest market of color TV today received its first gift of color TV from the government of India, which initiated the first broadcast in our country. That is some 38 years back, and it was a major starting point of many new things to come. And it is also a place where everybody slowly realized there is something which is important called privacy. And the privacy is a key aspect for every user and every broadcaster, that we have arrived at this concern and this seriousness in the form of Piktale, where the privacy is kept utmost, and Piktale will uphold everybody's privacy, where everybody is given their own tunnel to connect to their own group of people. In between these years, we got so many new things. In fact, a spate of new things. Our country has been most, I would say, adaptive to get new technologies. We always came late, but we always came with latest. In India, I think this is a strong feeling that if the rest of the world has gone ahead and we have learned from them, we have adapted from them, we have made collaboration with them, joint venture with them, and brought in the technology, we must not look at how they all started years back or decade back. We must come to what they have reached at that moment of time. That's why in 1991, I was very happy to be the first Indian professional to insert the first tape in the first satellite TV channel called Asia Television Network. It was not from India, it was run from a teleport in Moscow of RSCC, Russian Satellite Corporation. But that was the only option and available to a private broadcaster. When I say the word private within that two parenthesis quotes, is that India never had a private broadcaster till 1991. Everything was controlled by public broadcaster and the government. So that was a major landmark in Indian history when a private company called Asia Television Network started the first private channel, and later on, year later, we started the first Indian language channel called Sun TV in Tamil, which was more powerful and more acceptable to audience in South India, as we found out in the subsequent years. In 94, I was fortunate to join Walt Disney and brought in ESPN, the first pay TV channel and pay TV sports channel of India. And it was again a turning point that India and Pakistan refused to play test matches in India, and we had to fly the teams to Canada and create a cricket tournament called Sahara Cup. And in that broadcast over ESPN, ESPN gained a tremendous popularity which was not available to the public at large in India and in Pakistan and in the rest of the world. Cricket is a game played in as many as 24 nations, but this rivalry or sense of competition between India and Pakistan was remarkable. And in ESPN, in Walt Disney headquarters, I could convince them to spend that money, which was a heavy money at that period of time in 94, to get the Sahara Cup done, to be telecast exclusively on ESPN. Then we saw a new turning point again in 98-99 when I joined a company called Sahara India Group, and we brought in the first fully automated workflow from the camera in the ground to the transponder on the sky to every home connected through our cable or our connectivity system, to be receiving a live signal with a fully controlled workflow, fully digital and fully captioned with all weather graphics, with everything that was there, with a virtual set on the background, so that you can make the newsreader go from anywhere in the world into the virtual world and make the audience feel the power of connectivity and the power of virtual set technology. In that ad, little later, many people came in, more channels came in, and all the successful Indian news channels of today had their people trained at our place. And I would be very happy to say over 300 news channels today are run by people who started their career at Noida News Center of Sahara TV, Sahara News. And we had 6 language channels going up through VSAT, through DSNG vans, through all the latest technology that we had. In fact, we drove a DSNG van all the way from London to Lucknow to prove that you don't need a teleport to uplink. You can uplink from a DSNG van, which was not a fact known. Today, India may have over a few thousand DSNG vans, and today maybe millions of actual reporters and stringers are using a shoulder pad or a new technology of mobile-based news consolidation and news distribution, where all the footages come into the news center and get seen by the people. But that is again another turning point where the nation enjoyed a high quality activity called broadband. And again, here I would take the freedom to say I had the chance of leading the first Indian broadband experiment on the 14th January of 2005. And it was just 7 days after the first broadband IPTV network was demonstrated in USA. No other country came in between. USA first on 7th January at the CES show in Vegas, and we with our Sankrant's Day in Bombay on MTNL broadband called Triband, running an IPTV project called Time Broadband to run the super success of India as a nation of content lovers, as the nation of largest content creators, to offer our content to the consumers with a screen-based selection of menu. That was called that time as video on demand. You can choose any content, you can go to any genre, you can go to any language and get that seen as and when you find time. It was not following the fixed point chart of a news channel, or it was not following the fixed point chart of a DTH. It was a flexible programming choice, another new term of FPC. And that became a rage in many countries, and that gave birth to something what everybody today talks about in media called OTT, over the top. Because the over the top goes beyond the internal distribution channels and technology. It is a content coming directly from the content creator or content aggregator like Netflix and others, going to the customer straight. Customer is paying directly to the user, and all the workflow where the content flows in are actually participating in a active and a passive mode, both IPTV and OTT mode, and it runs. And we are fortunate to see during this recent bioterror of virus a heavy adoption of all kinds of viewing at home, working from home for our profession, learning from home for our students, and entertainment at home from OTT and other services, where the high satisfaction index and high availability and variety of content in originality and in multiple languages were actually the key to fulfillment in terms of business, in terms of revenue, in terms of advertisement, and in terms of what I as a content person see is the transition from a new, from an old era to a new era of content-based connectivity, and connectivity where a deep tech technology of all kinds of technologies being utilized on the back plane, front plane, and in terms of the user to be empowered to see. And that is where I feel a very major thing has come today, that the big bang of our Piktale will now protect the privacy of the customers and allow them to consume content in a good way, allow them to create their own user-generated content and share it among our group, and at the same time allow them to choose and select content, maybe pay content, premium content, and an event which is happening actual live, like the World Cricket final today between India and New Zealand. In many countries like New Zealand, it is a pay-per-view program. That means you have to pay to see that program. So all this new mechanism actually allowed the consumer industry to interact more into TV, and the TV industries to gain more from the technology of consumerism and interactive delivery to earn from that. Whereas at the same time, the e-commerce came in, and e-commerce added many new dimensions, and working and sitting in home, we could get every major need of the things that we needed in the family, and we could actually go beyond the limitations and the problems of the lockdown that were imposed on most parts of the world. And in this time, we realized that a new global order is emerging. And in the emerging global order, we need to reassign, realign, rediscover our living in every meaning of it. And with those meanings, we can go into specific social media vehicles like Piktale and utilize the knowledge or utilize the time that we have and utilize the content that are available in front of us to be used for our whole thing. And at the same time, at the end of my monologue, I would only say it was a great gift of divinity that I stand before you on this day. And on this day, I have only one thing to say. We haven't seen anything as yet. The whole world is going to open up like a new Pandora's box to us. And the Pandora is nobody other than the digital futurism, which will throw a lot of things to us and make us all happy. Thank you all for patient listening to me. And I am sure all of us will meet on better times and with more creative, more appealing, more energetic, and more revenue-oriented activities in future, all of which will make each of us happy and each of us support the other in far corners of the world by the power of remote technology and digital switching, as we can all say, and the social media, which is the fiber which has sewn everybody into the right orbit, right way to interact and not to miss each other when we need each other more. In love, in affection, in caring, in medication, in vaccination, all of such things we can all do together, and Piktale will bring a new platform globally, or at least to us here, to be able to play a larger role in future and make our future more happy, more progressive, and more defined for better future. And today I only pray to all of you to contribute and support to this in your own terms, so that you gain out of that and the viewer and audience gains from that. So it cannot be a one win and other loss. It is a win-win-win all through. And that's what is my pledge, and that's what is my appeal to all of you. As my time is getting over, I only feel that we need a more active and interactive way to learn and earn together. All the best.
That was very insightful. Thank you so much, Mr. Amit Dev. We really enjoyed, and personally, the way you explained and made it so simple to understand the journey of the digital. We all have gone through from a black and white TV to today, where we have multiple things that we can look at. So with that coming in that, and the way you told us about the Pandora box, yes, I think we have a lot of opportunities coming up and going further. With this, and thanking once again for all the insight, the support that you've extended, and you've been a great mentor to all of us out here, and you've guided us in a simple way how to take to the new challenges that we face on every day. Thanking that, we would like to now move on to a small, short break of a few minutes where you guys can just go pick up a cup of coffee, take a break, walk around. For the smokers out there, get a drag and come back. And though I don't encourage smoking, but that's one of the things that you could do. And we will quickly come back with a lot of intellectual and I would say informative sessions coming forward. So with that, we will be moving now to our panel discussions. And before we kind of go away, I would like to not go away, take a break and come back quickly within a couple of minutes. We would want you to like the program and share it further, and so that more and more people can benefit from the sessions that are coming, understanding about what is it that is happening in the industry, what is the cutting edge of the technologies and other things. With that, can we have move on to the next program in a couple of minutes. Thank you. While we're waiting for the people to take a break, I personally would like to enjoy seeing the video again of the Piktale program. So could we have that video running again, please? Yuganti, could we have the video running while we're doing? And guys, once again, yes, out there we have the video. Let's watch the video.
Introducing, for the first time ever, Piktale, India's first full-fledged privacy-focused social media platform. Now enjoy privacy and freedom with the most secure platform. Piktale values privacy and gives out a totally new experience of sharing emotions just with the desired one. Facing privacy issues on all the existing platforms. Don't worry, Piktale presents you Piktale Profile, an intelligent profile in various ways that is specially designed to leverage privacy. Now onwards, no need to create multiple profiles. Using incredibly smart Piktale Profile, you can manage every space of your life that is close friends, family, work, etc. Getting connected on Piktale is super easy. Piktale lets you enjoy every space of your life. It's just one single click, and it's done. Piktale's first ever platform which values your connected friends lies in which circle of your life. Piktale's highly intelligent as nobody can ever come to know in which space they lie in your life. No need to discard your feelings anymore. Create posts on Piktale. Just simply select the desired spaces with whom you want to share your posts, as not all the memories are meant for everyone. Piktale gives you the privilege to enjoy privacy for every space of your life. Share your amazing holiday trip just with your closed ones, or your family time memories with all your family members. Now your work colleagues are updated just with your achievements, not your personal life. You can also publish your articles or share blogs with our amazing Create Mode editor. Intelligent algorithms always keeps you updated with your friends. Enjoy real-time, super-fast and encrypted Piktale Messenger. Piktale Messenger brings you high user experience as well as simplified, clean design. Launching for the first time, brand new emoji set with tons of newly untold expressions. Piktale Messenger supports media sharing, GIF, voice notes with built-in with a smooth editor. Nudge your friends just on a single click. Bring them on for never-ending chats. Introducing chat boosters that never lets you run out of topics and eases you to continue chatting with your favorite ones. For the first time ever providing high-end analytics to organic users. Analytics will help to drive the organic profiles into so many different directions, always keeping you updated with the amazing things happening in your friend circles. Utilize these analytics to be the most interesting one among your groups. Now become an influencer among your friends. High-end engaging analytics to take your experience to a newer level with Piktale. Improvisation analytics to improve your profile visibility with various AI-powered recommendations. Now organic users are the new influencers. Piktale Analytics helps you to become the trendsetter. Keep a track of everyday activities of yours and your friend circles. Introducing Piktale Rewards. Piktale Rewards lets you earn reward points for using and engaging more and more with Piktale. Get instant reward credits. Easily redeemable. No other platform gives you reward points on using social media platforms. Piktale is the first of this kind, changing the way of using social media. Socialize, connect and earn at the same time with Piktale Rewards. Piktale Regional brings you the platform which empathizes with the various diversity in cultures, traditions and living style. Enjoy region-specific traditions, cultures and events with high privacy. Now become the essence of your culture with Piktale. Piktale helps and supports you to stay connected with your community and never miss out any of the fun and lively happenings. Piktale is available in all regional languages. Piktale brings you motion filters, high-end design filters to unleash endless creativity with your stills and videos. Turn any of your stills into amazing creative videos and share it with your friends. There are tons of motion filters available in the Piktale filter marketplace that too for free. Enjoy the mesmerizing experience of Piktale and thank you.
Wow, that was again impressive. I am just loving it. Each time I see that, I just love that much more. So now we are moving ahead with the panel discussions for today. The sessions that are going to give us the insight into today's technology. What is this about? We've heard words like social media, digital. These are the words that have been been put into our day-to-day routine in the last couple of years, which earlier were all done. Like, for example, the event that today we are having, we are as much involved with each of you from your houses. Earlier, for these events, we used to move to a place. It would be done under one roof. We would have panel discussions. But today, with the technology moving in. So the first topic for today we have is navigating industry 4.0 revolution with the cutting edge technologies. So what is all this about the revolution that we're talking? Since 1800, we've experienced a lot of industrial revolutions, mainly 3 of them. And these are powered by a disruptive new technologies. And these are the mechanism of a steam engine, the innovation of the assembly line, and the speed of the computer. These were few of the things. They were called as a revolution or industrial revolution because of the innovation that drove them. It did not just improve productivity and efficiency a little bit, but it completely revolutionized. It completely revolutionized the way the goods were produced and how the work was done. So keeping in this mind, we are right now on the 4th industrial revolution, which we call it as 4. And today we have, which takes us to the automation, computers in the future, industry, knowledge, powered by industrial Internet of Things, which is the IoT, and the cyber physical systems. And our product is all about that. So without much internet, I would like to invite the moderator for this session to come over and give us the insight to the sessions that we are looking at. Dr. Amit Banerjee. He is the instrumentation and system architect from the microelectronic and technologies devices, and he's also a deep tech advisor. So we have all the panelists out here. So Dr. Amit Banerjee would be moderating the sessions for us. Thank you so much, Dr. Amit Banerjee, for your support. And we have Mr. Shailendra Kumar, who is the Vice President and Chief Ethnologist with SAP. And thank you, Mr. Shailendra Kumar, and also for your magnanimous offer of downloading the books. For sure, I'm going to download one and keep that for myself and learn from it. And we have Mr. Prasanna Lohar, who is the Chief Innovation Officer at DCB Bank. And then we have Mr. Michel Burns, Director at PwC. He's the AI thought leader as well as the FinTech veteran. And last but not the least, we have Mr. Axel Angeli, who is a cyber detection digital future ethnologist, director of Logswood 50 Experts Germany. With you guys, welcome a hearty, and over to you, Dr. Amit Banerjee, to take it on from there.
Yeah, thank you so much, Jyoti.
My pleasure.
Yeah, good to see you guys. So I'll just get right into the topic, I think, today. And I mean, thank you to Piktale and the entire team for organizing this amazing conference here. And we find it really intriguing. I mean, like if you see the entire list of speakers, the tracks that are going to happen for the entire day, I mean, this is like, I mean, something we don't see often. I mean, so you have people from all different areas in technology. So it's not just about Industry 4, you're covering a lot of other areas also. So I think I will start with today's panel, which is on the Industry 4 revolution with cutting edge technologies. And I have with me experts from different areas who can highlight exactly what we mean by Industry 4 and how this revolution is happening with the cutting edge technologies, because they are on the top of their own technologies. We're not from the same areas, so we can probably give you at least 360 idea about what this entire thing is about. So frankly, from me, I am from a microelectronic technology and a device background, which is more towards, which is probably the backbone of all the computing revolution that we are about to see in the Industry 4, which is in a process of beginning. And what microelectronics technologies would mean is this deals with the devices that go into the computers, that go into the sensors, your hand phones, everything, and a lot of design, a lot of so this deals with design, deals with processing. I mean, exactly how you make those devices physically, because these are getting difficult as we move on. So from the beginning of the semiconductor technology, if we think, now we are talking about not micrometer size of features in the device, we're talking about nanometers. Recently, we have started talking about sub-nanometer of devices. So a lot goes into this one. And probably the reason, I mean, I can speak about artificial intelligence and fourth industrial revolution here with you all experts is because we co-authored a book with Mr. Utpal Chakraborty, who is also one of the panelists in a later stage and a co-founder of this amazing application. So we wrote a book on artificial intelligence and fourth industrial revolution very recently. And so if I have to give a background, because like not everyone would be probably coming from the tech background, I have to say, like, probably the first industrial revolution started out sometimes in 1750, 1765, where humanity started moving towards industry from agriculture. Like a lot of people started to move into industry instead of agriculture. We had machinized materials, products started coming up, and like we started manufacturing in simple. And that was more using coal. So I think we started using coal heavily. Whereas the second industrial revolution was driven by gas, which is 1870, if I go by numbers. And that was the discovery of electricity, gas, oil. We had combustion engine, steel chemicals were heavily started producing. And we had communication technology in terms of like telegraph, telephones were started playing around. So that's sort of a foundation for everything that we started doing now. And we also had early planes, cars, and some other manufacturing coming up with this one. While the third industrial revolution was, I mean, I find it quite amazing, the amount of electronics development. So it was probably fueled by the internet and the electronics. And that started sometimes in the middle of 19th century until now. And we started seeing something different, which is the Industry 4 we are here to talk about. That is like the advent of the internet, of heavy usage, more connectivity, renewable energy coming into play. And we are doing all sort of things. So we're basically here to talk about that. And we have experts to deal with this one. Some of like probably our, I mean, to understand the whole of the dimensions of this one, I actually ended up writing a lot of books, editing a lot of books, which is on biomedical healthcare technologies, solid-state devices, Internet of Things in healthcare, in medical, in engineering and systems technology, computational IoTs and everything. And I can understand like it's way beyond all this. So I have experts here to talk about all this, and I'll move from one to another one. And so let's start with James. I mean, like Michael Burns. So Michael, I mean, thank you so much for accepting our invitation. I mean, it's an honor to be with you here. And I would also like to congratulate you for your TEDx Frankfurt Idea Challenge winning. I mean, like you spoke about the AI superpowers for sustainability. I mean, I find it very amazing, and like it's very interesting topic that you are actually focusing on the sustainability of Industry 4 and the AI superpowers. So just let us know exactly your view on the Industry 4 and like as this forum is more into this one. So over to you, Michael.
Thank you so much for having me, Dr. Banerjee. It's a pleasure to be here and to contribute from my own perspective. When I started my journey into artificial intelligence or machine learning, as you wanted, some 8 years ago, it was really to help some banks avoid regulatory fines, to kind of help to make healthcare more efficient, in some cases track down human trafficking. So these were already very interesting use cases. One thing that I didn't really realize at the time is that one of the biggest problems that we will be facing, and the recent times have brought it to the forefront once more, is how do we keep the planet the way it is in terms of sustainability, and how do we kind of use insights to deal with some of the outcomes of ESG or kind of the environmental effects. So when I prepared for the TEDx Frankfurt and kind of did more research around this topic, it was the realization that over the last half year or 9 months during the lockdown, I've spoken more about ESG than I've actually spoken about artificial intelligence itself. A lot of the discussions that I've been having on different experts panels in terms of around the different insights we should be getting. And the opinion that I arrived at after a lot of debates with experts was that one of the interpretations of intelligence and the part of the artificial intelligence is that you can manipulate your environment in a good way by having other insights. So something that the machine maybe wouldn't be able to do without the human, but human is able to change the environment to its liking in a way, as long as the insights are there. And the insights that for different parts of the industry, whether it's transportation, whether it's farming, whether it's water management, different areas, energy, the insights from all of these sectors that we got in a big study between PwC and Microsoft was that for each of those areas, there's a vast impact in terms of using artificial intelligence to improve it. So when you look at transport, it's the efficiencies of avoiding traffics, it's the self-driving vehicles, it's making fleets more efficient, optimizing the routes. For the farming, it's kind of the use of pesticides, avoiding waste, avoiding pollution, spotting things early by using alternative data, satellites, using different means of looking at the outcome from that. When it's about energy, it's particularly the the kind of alternative energies and the renewable energies in terms of solar, wind, and so on. particularly those types where when you introduce them, and we've had a long history of doing this in Germany, when you introduce them, they might not be highly efficient, so they might have like 20% effectiveness. But with the help of artificial intelligence, you can predict not just the weather patterns, but also the kind of energy use, so the demand for the power. And that helps it to, at some point, become competitive to the existing coal and other types of energies. So without using artificial intelligence to really support those new initiatives, it will be very hard. So we really need those insights to drive us to more use of that. And only through that insights that we are getting, we can really create a sustainable future. Otherwise, we will essentially be using more and more energy and be stuck with what we currently have. So for us, in order to rethink, we need additional insights from data, alternative data, satellites, and so on, in order to move on with the planet. And that goes for those different industries, also for farming and so on, like I mentioned, water management, but it goes really more universal. If we want to understand why the planet is heating up, what we can do about it, artificial intelligence will not solve it for us, but it will probably give us a lot of pointers along the way. And then with some collaboration between the countries, like we've seen between Germany and India and also other countries, I think we will be in a stronger position to tackle this, not individually or in a silo, but together. And together we will be stronger to actually get somewhere with this. But it's the underlying technologies under Industry 4.0, including artificial intelligence, that even allow us to partner in the right way, to get to the right insights, and to have a chance to turn things around for us. Thank you for giving me a chance to bring this to the forefront.
Yes, thank you so much, Michael. I mean, I'd quote from one of your talks somewhere else, maybe it's the TED Talk or something, making world a better place with AI. So I understand like what you are doing or your team is actually focusing on, it's more towards sustainability, using the data analytics and actually figuring out how we can make the systems more efficient. I mean, so that's what this is all about. And I very much appreciate your views on this one. I'll just come back to you. And I'd probably take one more word from another one of your talks or books, something, which is data is the new oil, you mentioned somewhere. And there, I think I would invite Mr. Sailendra. So Sailendra, I understand like, so you are the data person, and I mean, I read through some pages of your book, and I look forward to reading the rest of the book on the making money out of data. And because it comes with this show, as we finish it up, I definitely look forward to downloading this one. So what I would like to understand, I mean, like we'd like to understand is, as we mentioned, like data is the new oil, and you are in like top 50 global tech advisors, and I mean, one of the key CIOs in the planet right this moment into predictive analysis, machine learning, artificial intelligence. So what is your pick into today's, I mean, what is your view into today's topic? I mean, just your own opinion.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Banerjee. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, please go.
Good stuff. Okay, so thank you very much. I think when you mentioned data is the new oil, then machine learning and analytics is the engine behind it, and that's what I usually say. That if you don't have the analytics component, you don't have the machine learning component of that, then that new oil is not going to drive or is not going to take you where you need to be. And if you take this example of, or if you look at Industry 4.0, the most important aspect of Industry 4.0 is machine learning, analytics, and how that data is interpreted, read, and then you quickly take some decisions in real time and then respond back to the world. And I take that statement around AI, where people are really wanting to know what is AI. And I usually say AI is mimicking human intelligence, and human intelligence, which is already, so mimicking human intelligence and behavior is what is AI. And to get to that level, what you need information. And if you try to correlate that with what's happening with the human intelligence, how humans behave, how humans interact, you look at stuff, you hear, and you sense, and that's what, then that information is then fed to your brain, and your brain quickly takes a decision, and it responds back, coming back to you to say, this is what you should be doing. You should be responding back in speech, or you should be taking an action. Similarly, machines or in an AI environment, you will do exactly the same, where you're bringing in the data in structured, semi-structured, or unstructured format, which is then ingested, and it's thought through in your brain, in the machine learning brain or the analytics brain, which then takes decision in nanoseconds to say what needs to be returned back, what needs to be the action that needs to be taken. And that's how a complete end-to-end AI responds to mimicking human intelligence and human behavior. And as you said, data is the new oil. I'll say data is the new blood, or data is the feed that goes through all the components of the body. And it is the brain, which is machine learning, AI, analytics, machine learning and analytics, that actually drives that. The difference between, in this environment of artificial intelligence and human intelligence, is that humans cannot ingest data from machines, whereas machines can. So they're much more accurate compared to humans, because we cannot take in text data, we can't take in machine data coming from a refrigerator or coming from a car, but machines can, and they can make sense out of it as well. So it is far more intelligent and far more easier to take that environment, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, that makes perfect sense. I mean, I really like this one, like the data is the new blood. I mean, that's a new word probably you coined right here. So I'd like to know more about the predictive analysis. I mean, like, frankly, what I want to know from you being an expert is, how do I make money from my own data? I mean, like, I put in a lot of data in social media, 3-4 different handles. We are using a lot of this. I have emails. I have probably like many email accounts. I understand that data is going somewhere, because we are clicking, okay, fine, yes to almost everything that we get. We are using hundreds of softwares, apps. I'm putting in a lot of data, right? So how do I make money from my own data? How does
you
company use this?
You don't know, but you're already making data, making money out of your own data. And how you're doing that is with all the inputs that you're giving into your apps, or all the inputs that you're putting in your clicks and everything. That data is being analyzed by retailers, by organizations, and they're offering you in discounts to what you actually like to buy.
Right.
So, for example, if you are in the market for a camera, if you get it, so if you don't know where to find a camera which is discounted, you will be struggling. But what about when you wake up in the morning and you've searched for a camera last night, you wake up and you get a discount for buying a camera? That's where you just made 20% discount, means $1,000, 20% discount, you just made $200 out of your own data. And I think that's where people don't realize that they're already making money out of their own data. It's just that they're just a bit scared, is that being too much, taken too much of into my privacy and too much of that, but otherwise it is the way it is.
That brings me to another topic. I attended one of these SAP Ariba's programs in Singapore, I think 2019, when the world was a bit normal. We could go to conferences, we could speak like face-to-face. And they had this amazing predictive analysis system ready already. There was probably launching the beta version during that time, that you could actually predict some natural calamity or some kind of a disaster that is going to happen, maybe a pandemic. You can predict it a few days before. I mean, so that brings me to the, like, both of you, to Michael and Sailendra both. I mean, like, how do I mean, like, if me being an user, I'm basically not from this background, but me being an user, I understand that what I'd be very I mean, it will be convenient for all of the users if we can actually predict something bad, some of these things coming. So in terms of like sustainability, how do you use the predictive analysis? I mean, any one of you can take it.
Michael, you want to go first?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sure. From sustainability, it's a bit easier because you're not necessarily dealing with like individual data or a lot of data privacy issues when it comes to the pandemic or the struggles we've seen to create an app that we had in Germany, but also in the rest of Europe. There's other hurdles to overcome, and then it's always a compromise that you end up making in terms of how much can the government centralize the information and so on. So that's a completely different debate. On the sustainability, the things that I mentioned earlier for the industries that were included in the research of Microsoft. So for example, for the water management, you have a lot of sensors. You also use alternative data in terms of satellite images. You're trying to, with this additional information, you're trying to kind of have better estimates. You're trying to spot pollution early. With transport in the same way, where if you have self-driving cars and sensors, I believe that Singapore is quite ahead on this. Maybe we can get something on the central business district and on all the kind of trials there with the self-driving cars as well. So you are using what's available via additional sensors to drive a solution that will then optimize based on the circumstances. So something that the human brain, just because of the overwhelming amount of information, whether you want to call it oil or blood or whatever it is, the overwhelming information is driving a decision in the system. Individual human or a team of humans would probably be out of breath or not be able to handle it. And you need something very dynamic to deal with this to really make a difference. And that goes the same for the alternative energy use that I mentioned with solar or wind in terms of direction of the windmill to point it at and so on. So that goes across use cases, but it's applied in a slightly different way. So I think it will be interesting to hear Shailendra's perspective also on this, of course.
Yeah, please, Shailendra.
Yep, I'm conscious of time as well. But you know what? In my view, sustainability is with all predictive analytics. It's quite happening at the moment. So if you think about this, if we were able to predict an earthquake, if you were able to predict a tsunami, how easy it would be to move a lot of people from that particular area to a different area so that you can actually save lives. I think that is amazing kind of prediction that can be done. And that's, to be honest, that's possible today. And that is happening with the kind of machines and the kind of power that we've got today. And that's simply saving lives is one thing. Talk about COVID, right? In COVID or during the COVID times, we were able to predict a person who's likely to have a COVID or what they call wet lungs upfront, just by figuring out their data from their x-rays. And I've run so many live shows where I was talking to the doctors and the doctor said, you actually don't need to go get a kind of, you can find out lots out of the x-ray itself. So prediction is not only about corporate world, it's also saving a lot of lives at the moment. And that's all possible with the kind of technology and the kind of data that we've got access to. And that all of that data is available, readily available today, which you can use and work through.
Right. So, yeah, Shailendra, thank you so much. I mean, I just ask one more. I mean, it's something that I have, I want to have an understanding about is these data analytics, this predictive analysis, we understand like it's very effective. We have been trying to train many of our machines into that. Frankly, in terms of predicting a heart attack, in terms of predicting some things which are quite been with us for quite some times, like we have been capable of training it to some extent. We have seen Google have done sufficiently well in terms of detecting from specific kind of diseases in eyes, while that's what they show in the IOs and all that. But the thing is, in terms of this pandemic, we realized like even we came up with a predictive analysis. We came up with some kind of a device which could actually help stop the spread. And various countries, I mean, I understand there were a lot of research done into this one to actually figure out a way for contact tracing. But if you see, is it really effective? I mean, in terms of, I think in Germany, in UK, in Europe, I find it was not very effective. In various other countries, it was not very effective, not even in US. So why do you think that happened?
This is, I guess, a bit controversial discussion to a degree. I think if you have, let's say, if you respect everyone's privacy, like they tried to do in Germany, and that's probably the right approach. What they couldn't force people to do is to really feedback if they feel that they were affected or suffering from COVID. So while everybody was using it and it got a very high number of downloads, I think 20 million or so within a short time. But they're not feeding back into the system if they are affected. So then for contact tracing, it's kind of useless. And so if you build a different system, which is maybe more invasive towards privacy, like we've seen in South Korea, for example, maybe that wouldn't work in Europe because the government wouldn't be able to get it through. But maybe it was more efficient to do that tracing job. I haven't seen the detailed numbers, would be interesting to compare, but there's always some compromises you make in terms of getting to more data or using things that, without involving the people. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I appreciate this view. I mean, so I understand like it's more about the overall data. I mean, like the machines need a lot of data to effectively actually work during the situation. So yes, I understand that. So Salindra, you want to add anything else?
No, I think you should move on. And Axel and Prasanna are also waiting. I think we should bring them into the conversation as well.
Perfect. Yeah. So I'll switch over to, I think, Mr. Prasanna Lohar. So you're the Chief Innovation Officer of DCB, and you are one of the top 50 CIOs, top 100 innovative CIOs in India, which is pretty big. I mean, I understand like you're heading the digital innovation or architecture, adoption to new emerging technologies. So in terms of the Industry 4, I mean, your role is very important where the economy will be heading. You need to predict that, you need to understand that. So what is your take on that? Please, Mr. Prasanna.
Yeah, so thank you so much for the question. I was thinking, Dr. Amit, that I am a spectator in this forum so far. So thanks for the question and let me be part of this discussion. I think, I think it's exciting to see the emerging technology adoption last few years, right? Since 2014-15, typically in a country like India or any of those countries. What we have seen is some of the countries are embarking their journeys on technologies, like say example, Estonia, Gibraltar. They can't live out without blockchain or AI in their life. So more than 290 plus use cases in Estonia are already adopted on blockchain kind of a technologies. That shows that every country should follow that template. And what we have seen at India at least through MITI and which is one of the government unit, right? So they are now strategizing blockchain or artificial intelligence. And recently, IDRBT announced the 5G paper, and I think no sooner we will see how 5G will become a normal technology in down the line. So far, what we had seen until 2014, the mobility was driving everything. And all of a sudden, when the data has become like a commodity through geo movement in India, what we have seen is immediately surge of adoption of mobile apps and digital payments and so on. And I think pandemic has given that more trigger to the corporates how to be mobile first or digital first. But Industry 4.0, which is a combination of not only AI or blockchain or IoT, but many more other technologies like drones, or you talk about big data, you talk about 3D, or 5G will be part of this whole journey. So how a country is adopting every of these technology for welfare of normal people. That shows the strength of adoption of technologies. If we keep on talking and if it is not really reaching out to the normal human being who is just sitting in some kirana store or some sitting in a grocery shop or some small SME, I think that is how we need to really create our use cases and strategizing. Major role what we have seen in academia, right? So I think 10 years before, hardly any academia was there on AI, artificial intelligence, or IoT or blockchain. But today, I think many of those engineering colleges out there in India has adopted. Even in our education, AI should be the part of our education under 10th. I think that shows country is really moving ahead on a very good journey. When you look at the economic part, right? So we need to see as a, now say example in India, India's innovation index is a 50, which we have seen, which has become a 50 when it was 84 in 5 years before. At the same time, country has gone from 45 to under 11, right? So why? Because they have adopted those technologies much more better. I think we should always follow how other countries are really going ahead, as well. We should see how India can really come up with their own research scientists and adopt their own fabrics, example, their own platforms in AI, so that we can have their these research area IPs with us, and education part. Industries in India are really heavily adopting emerging technologies, Industry 4.0. Students are adopting their, if you really see the way I had done it down the line in 2000, and today I think the engineering students or management students, I think technology is always backbone or a part of any of those projects. If you want to improve as an innovation index, which is calibrated how your financial inclusion is there, and how is your healthcare systems, or how are you having the information and technology, how we are utilizing them. So coming back, every department which is relevant to the health or finance or defense or any of those relevant to the normal human beings, they should adopt technologies in a heavily. At a DCB Bank, we run a program called Innovation, which has around 40 plus use cases or problem statements, and 20 of them around Industry 4.0. So how banking will change, or how human life will through crypto, or either through AI, or either through some security based upon AI, or either through augmented reality. Today we are happy with the social media which is based on web, or today we are happy mobile app, or this Zoom conference which is based upon a web, right? So tomorrow it will be some other way to look at it, like augmented reality or virtual reality. And your experience, you don't have to really move around physically, because today we are in collaboration era. Tomorrow, I think my fellow experts will also agree, it will be autonomous era, when your IoTs or a smart gadget, your home or a car or refrigerators will become more and more smarter. I'll take a pause here, Dr. Banerjee, so that other views and I can participate in those views. But in a nutshell, if you want to really meet sustainability goals, I think we don't have any option without adopting any of technologies.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Prasanna. I'll get to you in a minute. We have Mr. Axel also. I mean, we are connected in a different forum also. Welcome here, Axel. I mean, you're probably one of the most experienced among us in this field. And I mean, I'd like to know more into this SAP projects rescue and the SOL lead architecture thing, which is your core expertise, and more into, I mean, like Industry 4 in terms of design, like parameters and paradigms. And I mean, like you have been very much engaged into Agriculture 4 also as a true driver for Industry 4, right? So we'd like to know your opinion on this. Please,
guys, sorry to interrupt in between. Sorry, I feel thing. So I just want to be the timekeeper and say that we've finished about 32 minutes. So you have roughly another 20 minutes to wrap up, and we have another 10 minutes for question answers. Sorry again, over to you back.
Perfect. Yeah, please go on.
Thank you very much, Dr. Banerjee. So yes, you mentioned actually what my core business is, which is called Project Rescue, and especially SAP Project Rescue. I think the idea was born in the Middle East, when they say every project needs rescue. So we said we are offering actually, so we are classical troubleshooters if something goes wrong, if we are trying to fix. But in the parallel, We have also these 50 experts groups where we do research and practical consulting on how the Industry 4.0 can be implemented really in the real world. And you already also mentioned that we are focusing now, we're going away from the classical use case of manufacturing. This is what the big boys do, like the automotive suppliers, the big companies. They are very self-sustaining. They can stand on their own feet. But the real use case of Industries 4.0 is most likely in the agriculture sector, which is when you look into Africa, but also in Asia, into India, then you know how important the agriculture sector is, and they can benefit tremendously from the Industry 4.0. Well, when we speak about Industry 4.0, we of course have to define a little bit what it is. It is, other than, I think Wikipedia is a little bit misleading because they always say Industry 4.0 is an industrial revolution. Well, first of all, it's not a revolution, it's an evolution. And the number 4 is just randomly chosen as a marketing gag by the German government when they invented this study. Basically, Industry 4.0 is a design concept, a design thinking concept. It describes how we can use artificial intelligence, the power of internet, the IoT, the big data that is created from IoT in practical industrial cases. And the idea behind is that everything is connected with each other and that the data that maybe is stored in my place can be used by somebody else without compromising my privacy. So these are the challenges behind the Industry 4.0. And you find Industry 4.0, or as I mentioned, in agriculture, but in medical sciences, we mentioned already that we can use it during the COVID times. But you will find it also in education, when all of a sudden you're not going to one school, you're going to a system that is called school. So you can take a course from one side, and even multiple schools you can visit together, and they exchange the research results, what they do. So everything that can be connected through the internet is there. So in fact, what is Industry 4.0 is a communication revolution. The first revolution, that was when writing was invented. The second big revolution was the moving letters, when it was possible to mass distribute knowledge. The third revolution was the radio, when you could mass distribute knowledge in real time. And now with the internet, we have the possibility to exchange in real time, but bidirectional. So what we are doing now, we don't need this physical presence anymore to do the same information exchange that was needed before. And Industry 4.0 now will allow machines to communicate with each other autonomously. So with the self-driving car, we will see this very often, because then the cars, they communicate with each other. The driver is actually a factor of disturbance. The cars will be safer when they drive and communicate only with each other, because they concentrate on driving, while the driver often concentrates on everything else, but not on the driving itself. So this is basically the thing. We have mentioned also the part of predictive analysis. This analysis part, predictive analysis is one thing, but we have 4 areas of analysis. The first one is the descriptive analysis. That is what we classical do if you make your PowerPoint charts with the pie charts and the bar charts, and this is, you calculate and you make a computation on this one. The second step, and that is where Industry 4.0 really comes in, is diagnostic analysis. We need the computer to make a diagnosis, to see the data and make a decision and find out what this data is really worth. So if we look as humans on data, we might come to a different result than the computer comes, because it makes simply statistical analysis. The predictive analysis is a logical next step. Because if I made a good diagnosis, normally the prediction is good. And when the prediction is good, the 4th step is prescriptive analysis. I make a prescription. That is what the doctor does, and say, you have to use this therapy to overcome the problem that we just have invented. So these are all the areas. So let me, to finalize, just to come back on the agriculture sector. On the agriculture sector, we will see a different challenge than in industries like manufacturing, because we are dealing then with a lot of micro industries, single farmers, female cooperatives, farmers who live in remote and rural areas where the internet is not as powerful, where we actually have to exchange also information maybe through not even a smartphone, but through a simple mobile phone with a very, very limited bandwidth. So these are the challenges that we are discussing now when we talk about Industry 4.0 to bring all the benefits down to the area of agriculture. So we are talking not about Mumbai and Delhi and Bangalore. We talk about Orissa, Assam. We talk about the Congo. We talk about all these places. So this is what we are challenging in the next times there. So I will wrap up because we already get the yellow card for overdrawing the time. So let's continue with it. Thank you.
No, I think you covered something very interesting, which is I would anyway like to have an open discussion on the opportunities and the challenges. You actually covered a lot into the opportunities and the challenges into Industry 4, because we understand like it's a technological transformation. I'll also invite your opinions. Prasanna, what do you think we understand the opportunities, we mostly highlighted the opportunities of Industry 4. What about the challenges? I don't think it's going to be that easy to actually move to the new technology regimes, right?
What we have seen adoption of any of the technologies. Am I audible?
Yes. You're perfectly
audible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I spoke in initially the education part, right, or awareness.
Right.
Okay. Say example in Indian context or any context, if you talk about autonomous car, right? First and foremost is like I think I'm so fond of Axel. So nice examples, right? Autonomous car and your driver is a hindrance, right? When people will understand that driver or the middleman, how can this Industry 4.0 always has a power to remove the middlemen, intermediaries, and the operations which we are really doing since so many years, right? So that is something mindset change, right? The people change. So one of the example, right? I was sitting with one of my operations guy, and I told understand this whole process, and we're going to automate it with the help of a robotic process automation. These guys immediately went inside to his boss and said, whether my job is going to vanish or not. So that's one of the not say it's a is a misconception that jobs will vanish. What we have seen in the Industry 3.0 or the way Axel has explained, will be created. New skill sets has to be adopted by people like us or mentor all the students, and the curriculums has to be changed. The curriculum which I studied in engineering in 1996 or so, and it's the same thing. The basic subjects has to be the same, but we need to really see how curriculum has to be changed so that at a student level itself we adopt these skill sets of around Industry 4.0. And people mindset should be changed with awareness. Gone were those days people were just looking at a mobile phone, whether it's really going to be a boon or some other thing. But I think today there is no option for anybody to carry one or two mobile phones, right? Tomorrow in autonomous world, we'll not carry those boxes, right? We will say once upon a time we used to carry this much mobile phone, or once we had at home telephone sitting, right? I think life has changed. So the adoption in the technology in a quicker way is a challenge, which is a people mindset. Technology will always change, but if a people mindset change drastically, and the acceleration has to come awareness and the education, which will really help. There could be some climate things around 5G or any of those, but I think there are always other solutions around that. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a good thing you highlighted. Like actually there is a skill gap because these technologies are changing the overall, like the way of like the job that were like before, it's changing rapidly now. So there is a sort of a skill gap which needs to be addressed also. I mean, like we need to train our manpowers as soon as possible to, and at least make them aware that things are changing and they need to be well trained in this one. And so this rapidly evolving scenarios, like what we're looking at, I mean, I'd request Mr. Sailendra to actually highlight this more in terms of the data, that like what happens in terms of like, we already covered something like a pandemic, trade war, sometimes some of the privacy concerns that has been highlighted in the digital transformation. So your experience in the companies, what do you think? Like, so I mean, Michael, I mean, you can also join. We can all join into this one. What do you feel that digital transformation in terms of these rapidly changing scenarios? What do you expect?
So let me very quickly answer that. But before I answer that question, I'll take Axel's note on that analytics aspect of descriptive, predictive, prescriptive. That's a full chapter in my book, Making Money Out of Data, which is available free. So you guys can download it today. It's on Amazon, I think $40 worth, but you can get it free today. So please do download it. It's got a few stories as well, which will talk about how predictive and descriptive is differentiated in organizations. Now, while we were talking, I think there was a message on LinkedIn where one of my old colleagues mentioned that, you know, we are very worried about privacy, but we are not worried about, and this is related to COVID and data and predictive and how privacy is being taken so protected so carefully. But what is more, the question is, what is more important, privacy or life? I think any day I'll give life more important than privacy, right? I can lose all my privacy, but as long as I'm alive, privacy will be there. Otherwise, you know, what's the point of having a privacy? So that's the other thing. And from the perspective of people having, you know, a skill gap or people losing jobs, I don't think that's a problem either. Because if you remember the second industrial revolution, when we got into cars, right? Lots of those horse and the horse riders, the people who used to take horse carts around and move you from one place to another, lost their jobs. Can you find one today? No, all of them lost their jobs in early 20th century. And they all became, then taxi drivers came into play. So people will lose jobs, I know, but new jobs will be created, and those new jobs will be far, far, far more than the jobs that will be lost. And I don't know why people are worried about it, because we are all progressive. And as Axel said, that it's not a revolution, it's an evolution. And it's an evolution perfectly. We need to get to the next level. And I say that to a lot of people. You know, I was on a panel a couple of years ago, where one guy walked onto the stage and scared everyone out, the hell out of everyone, that 70% of the jobs will disappear. And I said, okay, fine. I want to be on those 70% so that I lose my job and create jobs for the other people, because I need to do that. And so everyone who is actually driving that agenda and bringing people backwards, people learn by themselves. My mother had never touched a mobile phone, but she was doing WhatsApp communication. How did she do that? Was there a school or was there a training center to go and do that? No, she all learned by herself. So people do learn, people do move on, and you know, it is an evolution. It is not a revolution, it's an evolution, as Axel said it rightly.
If I can just add to this, of course, this is one of the most frequent questions I've answered over the last 8 years dealing with artificial intelligence in terms of the job situation. And I've always addressed it in a way that it's a shift, it's not a change, but I've always said that it depends where you are in the world. Are you being disrupted? How kind of automated is your country, with what sectors and so on? So there will be a shift between countries. What I highlighted during the TED Talk, for example, was then much more detailed research based on Microsoft numbers, that globally there will be a net job gain by 38 million. Yeah, you might take it with a grain of salt to predict it as accurately to 2030. But it's a net job gain through artificial intelligence, but of course through a shift. But when you think about it, even my role as somebody who's explaining the technology or is kind of acting as an evangelist didn't exist. And in the same way, the people that are creating it, the people that are maintaining it, there's whole new industries and whole new segments of industries being created that didn't exist before. We need to help the population to have a chance to find new roles there through education and other means, something that we heard from Prasanna and others. So it's not going to be easy, but of course it's possible. And overall, from all I've seen, it will be a positive impact. But of course, I have my own biases through what I've been exposed to in terms of AI.
So Axel, I mean, like, I'll just ask you the same question with some of the real life examples. Like, you have enormous experience into these fields. Some companies, some factories that are already working into this industry for this data analytics. You'd like to example us?
What do you mean in terms of job loss or in terms
No,
of
in terms
just
of
using?
Industry 4, I think. I mean, like something we can just give an example to our students that it's Industry 4 factory.
Well, actually, all the automotive producers, automakers, they are using Industry 4.0. That is what they called the crystal factory before. So if you go today to, let's say, to Toyota shop floor, you will never see a person there. So there is a full automation there. There is also the prediction that if machine is going to fail. So that is in manufacturing of the big industry, it is absolutely standard. But you also use it in field maintenance very often. Some of you have seen the advertisement of IBM where they show you, for example, how a lift is calling the mechanic before it's even failing, because it tells, look, I found out tomorrow I will break down. So the mechanic is coming even before its time. So these examples exist there, and they're quite fashioned then. But I think the big industry is not really. The real challenge comes down there if you go down to the real line, if you go down to the retail. Yeah, retail is also using it very often already, because they analyze our data, but also the logistics of big stores. They automatically fill their supply. There's nobody who's going to order anymore. They are even trying to predict the needs when there is Diwali coming. They will know that tomorrow they need more than an unusual weekend. So these are the examples where they are definitely already using. But we are very, very at the beginning. And as it's an evolution, it is like with the mobile phones or with the smartphones. Yes. You see, 15 years ago, we didn't have a smartphone, and it was not a revolution when it came. So all of a sudden, they're here, and every day something adds to it. So it's a growing usage of it, and in any places where the technology allows it, it will come.
Right, perfect. Yeah, thank you so much, Axel.
So, Dr. Amit, one more example, right? Just on top of what Mr. Axel has said. Right. So it takes 1 year or 2 years to really build a house, right? Or those many buildings. And just imagine a few months ago, or we have seen globally also in many 3D, right? 3D printing is really changing that whole industry. Just creation of your house in a matter of 2 to 3 days, right? That's how I think we will remove those intermediaries, manpower, and those manpowers has to really adopt on new skill sets as everybody is really looking at it. I think industry 4.0 or maybe tomorrow we'll talk about the society 5.0. The world will be so us where we will really look at how and where we'll get a better life, peace, and those things. So there could be many more challenges while adopting of industry 4.0. Too much of automation may not be good. So I think that moment we will see many countries will adopt many policies, how much to automate and when to automate. In India, like country, when we are sitting on so much of a manpower, right? So whether automate everything now, or so I think those kind of decisions may come in future when we'll really see how the job, right? Jobs will be certainly will, and those will be very exciting jobs, and people have to people at my age, say example, if I don't adopt AI or any of those new technologies, I'll be sitting just beside another guy who is just having 1 or 2 years of experience on those technologies, and I might be reporting to him. So I think adoption of new technologies on immediately basis is very, very must for us these days. Yeah.
Yeah, I very much appreciate this one. So thank you. I think, yeah, I mean, this is a wide topic. We can continue talking. I mean, like, I understand, like, it's very unfair to this topic to actually put in only 1 hour, but we can continue discussing this one. I'd like to take a few questions from a Q&A. Yeah, Sailendra, please.
I just wanted to make a comment. It is not going to be going forward whether you have a job because of AI or not. It will be whether you are a manager who's being assisted by AI or who's not being assisted by AI. And that will be the differentiator between those two individuals. That is all. And sooner it will be that there will be less number of people who will be assisted by AI, and then there will be a lot of people that will be assisted. So there will be a transition that will happen over the years. I think that is how it is going to pan out. That is how it is going to change, if that makes sense.
Yes, that makes perfect sense, I think. Yes. So Michael, you'd like to include anything else?
No, I was just agreeing with Shailendra there. This is really something that I've also seen in my discussions on this. So, I mean, people are always afraid of change. I understand that. But it's this disruption that is going on around us, whether we like it or not, that should make us rethink in terms of what do we need to learn to be more resilient and prepare us for a future. So as long as you are open to lifelong learning and to develop and pass it on, I think you have the best chances ahead of you.
Perfect. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Michael. I think I'll switch over to Jyoti for Jyoti. Could you just
Yes, we do have. Thank you so much, Dr. Amit. But before we there are a load of questions that our visitors and the people who are on the thing, viewers have written. However, it was very difficult and shortage of time. We've pulled out 2 questions for you. This is one. The first one is for Mr. Shailendra, which says, what do the current generation look forward to pursue in the terms of career opportunities? I repeat, what do the current generation look forward to pursue in terms of career opportunities? Over to you, Mr. Shailendra.
Well, my answer will be very, very biased. And the answer is that there is a huge opportunity in working around machine learning and analytics and data science, and there is a huge opportunity. But there is a problem, and that problem is that you need to work hard, you need to study more. And I give a very classic example of that from my personal life. When I was a kid in year 10, we used to, I think there are 1, 2, 3, 3 people on this panel from India, right? So in year 10 board, we used to have statistics as a chapter. Most of the time, if you asked anyone, there was a question in the 10th board, which was a or question between the stats and the other geometry, I think. So most of the people will actually skip that question, saying, well, we'll take the other one. And those are the same people who want to now do data science. Now, that is the big problem. You need to be having a good foundation of statistical modeling, statistics, for becoming a data scientist or a machine learning individual. The problem is that you don't want to study, but you want to be there. And that's what is missing. So I would say that if you want to, this is huge. Analytics, machine learning, data science is huge, but it needs hard work. And all those people who want to actually go to that direction, want to do stuff in that space, must take their 10th class stats book, start their foundation up, and then go ahead and think about, make it. It is very exciting area. As I said, that's the brain where everything will be made for the future. So you need to be working very, very hard in that space. And that is very important. And a lot of people want to go there, but they don't want to do the hard work. It's not yet another IT project where you'll write some code and there'll be data in and a report out. It's absolutely different. And that's where the difference will come through.
That was a lot of good insight. So it's not only insight for the people who are going to be studying, it's also for the education institute, the way they need to change the way they guide their students, especially now that we're doing. I think that's a fantastic insight that you're given us, Mr. Shailendra.
No, one more thing on the institutions. The problem with the institutions is that they don't know what to teach either. And they're not engaging with the industry. So it's like, well, in our world, it says garbage in, garbage out. In that side of things, they're not engaging with the industry to what the industry wants. And if they don't do that, the chances are that they will be still teaching something which is very theoretical. I was in one of the sessions a few days ago, and I realized one of the ladies, one of the lecturers from a large institution was giving basic fundamentals which are never required in a corporate world. And I don't know why they even teach that. So anyways, so there needs to be a bit of bridge out there that's missing at the moment.
I can see Axel raising his hand, so please go ahead.
Yeah.
You want to add a few words to this?
Yes, exactly. Some few words, actually. Well, the question is actually what is to learn? Well, we have in the education system, when it comes to modern technology, let's say a little bit of well, let's say a kind of anarchy. If you look in India, India is creating 3 new colleges every day. So 1,000 every year, new colleges, and everybody has its own agenda. What we are missing is a kind of a standardization, a kind of a canonical education, because communication and Industry 4.0 relies that we all speak the same language. Otherwise, we end up in the Babylonian chaos, the Babylonian anarchy. And if you want to ask me what you have to learn is learn the basics. Learn the basics of electronics, learn the basics of computer sciences, and learn the basics of computational statistics. That are the 3 things that you have to learn. And so if you do not know what a simple flip-flop circuit is, you are not on the top line of computer analytics. That is what I tell the people.
Yeah, I'd be very happy, Axel. I mean, like you actually commented this one. I still have few students that left. Otherwise, everyone would be going into computing. Please go on.
Thank you. Okay, that was a real insight. Now, for the next question, I think this was for Mr. Michelle Burns. Our audience want to know, how can we enhance our skills set for the industry 4.0? I repeat, how can we as an individual enhance our skills set for the industry 4.0? I think I'm also one of the person because I studied something very different. I'm doing very different. And I really don't know where I belong at this age and time where the industry is evolving itself in such a speed. How do we scale up? How do we reach out? And that's the question. And over to you.
Oh, thank you so much. I was going to add also something to the previous point, but maybe I can combine those 2 points together. So for me, myself, in terms of realizing that I had an interest in artificial intelligence, but by background, I'm not a programmer or I'm not a development person. So I will come to some of my largest engagement with a team, and I will use my technical interest to get there. Or in other words, if you want to really go into this area, and we heard it in the last question, to really become good at this, you would have to have programming skills. And in terms of, there's a big difference between the applicants who are just good at Googling or downloading some random code and the ones who can write their own, right? But it's a realization that if you are more senior in your career or you have chosen a different path like myself, it's, for me, the first point is in terms of going in the direction, in terms of understanding what does artificial intelligence means. And there could be a whole different panel on this, but it came from mentoring. I offered some of my time from after London Business School for companies in terms of helping them with go-to-market. I did not understand artificial intelligence then, but I understood marketing, I understood sales, I understood product management, and I offered those skills. And it was an exchange. When you take mentoring serious, then it's really an exchange of knowledge where you gain some insights on different areas in terms of different technology, and you give something else. And hopefully it's this combination. So you get into this if you're really interested via mentoring, particularly in the startup areas. There's a lot of people who would really benefit from your experience, particularly if you've been in industry for 20, 30 years and so on. So kind of come what have you got to offer? How interested are you? And are you going down more a technical road? Is it really something that where you want to be doing the programming and the technology behind it? Or is it more that you want to understand the business impact? And then after the mentoring, of course, there's a wide range of courses available online for free, but also then by Stanford and others. So you can take this as far as you want to with nano degrees and then and so on. But it's maybe the first steps are the most important in terms of getting a sense, understanding it, and then determining where do you want to go to stay relevant. And then I think via this you will find the path for yourself. There isn't a general, you have to do this. Not everybody will have the same passion for the topic like I have or my fellow panelists have, but it's the how do I enter this? And I'm sure Sharlendra, I haven't read your book, but another great way to start, of course, particularly today, looking into this in other ways, right? So spend your time looking into the future by learning more. That's all I can say in terms of summarizing how you can get into this area or learn more, kind of approach this.
Can I just add one word actually for concrete recommendation?
Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Do not learn data science, learn mathematics. Do not learn IoT, learn electronics. Do not learn programming, learn algorithms. The same recommendation that we give for decades. Don't go on the concrete, go on the basics.
Absolutely.
That's very important. That's
very well said. Very well said. So I think even
I wanted to add one last
go
point.
ahead.
Yeah.
Please go ahead.
Jyoti.
No
so whenever I go to any of those college institutes, so a lot of academia talk for the students. What I recommend them, apart from their curriculum, take 3 months out of your curriculum and bring some idea for your college mentors or institutes. And this idea should change something in your society. And while implementing that idea as a startup, adopt some of those emerging techs like AI or blockchain or any of those things. And in this journey, learn a lot. In this journey, talk to your mentors a lot. And I think that's another ultimate way to learn or improve your skills. And that is not only helping you, but also it is helping your society, your friends. And while doing this, make some group within a college, like you and your friends can create a group and collaborate on those ideas, so that apart from learning new skills, you learn how to collaborate, because without collaboration you can't sustain in the 2021 or year sides. That could be the one more way to really enhance the skills apart from your college curriculum.
Thank you, Prasanna. So I think this was a very, very interesting discussion. I think we could go on for the whole day the way it was. Like Dr. Amit said, I think it's injustice to give 1 hour, but what to do? We had other business. So with that, I think someday I would look forward to have this discussion for a longer day. And Piktale family, that's a takeaway for you guys. With this, I would like to thank each one of you for the excellent insights that you've given. Dr. Amit Banerjee, the way you moderated, the way you pushed into the things. Mr. Shailendra Kumar, who gave us an idea and how can we handle it better. Mr. Prasanna Lohar, for your insights into it. And Michelle, the way you put it across, it does not that you need I think it's your passion which is going to take you to the next level. And the way Mr. Axel said, it's not the word that you use to learn, but what is the background on it? What is the in-depth of it, which you need to work on it. Like when we were kids, our mathematics was not taught us in this way. It was taught more as a Vedic mathematics, which I think has helped us to count much faster today than our today's generation. So I think thanking each one of you. This was a wonderful session. So can we have a round of applause to all these gentlemen, please? Thank you so much. We go again here.
Yeah, thank you, Jyoti. Thank you so much for coordinating. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll be in touch. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. So while we, the gentlemen are moving out of this session, we come into another interesting part of the event today. So when Piktale decided to kind of launch their product, There were two agendas for the whole session. The first agenda is to talk about what is the industry coming to, what is it as requirements today, how are the things there. So there was a lot of information session, but more also they wanted to kind of recognize the influencers who have made this happen, the influencers who are taking this to the next level, the influencers who are driving out to that. So to do this, they decided to mark their opening, or what you say is a launch of their product today, along with an award ceremony. So today we have the Most Influencers Summit Awards. So what exactly is we achieving is nothing but today we watch and we learn from these influencers. These are the people who are guiding us and the products that are coming in. So with that much ado, I would like to move on to the awards thing. So there are about approximately 100 people that we are awarding throughout the day. We have taken them on from different parts of the world, and there is nothing that somebody is first, somebody is second. We've just gone on the alphabetic order so that we have each one of them is important. Each of their work is important to that. And that's the reason they've made it here. And believe us, this was the most difficult decision for us to take who is going to be the thing, because the list was humongous. But however, we have shortlisted the 100 of them who we thought should be actually recognized and moved ahead. So over to the first award. Could we have the first name on, please? Wow, there we have Mr. Amit Das. So I would need a specs to read this. Sorry. The Director, HR and CHRO, that is basically the Chief Human Resource Officer. And over to the Amit. This is where we are thanking you for all the influences that you've given, and also the kind of work that you have submitted on this. Over to the award, please. Can we move to the next slide, please? Congratulations. Amit. Can we have the volume? I can't hear the claps. Anyway, Amit, congratulations, and thank you for all the contribution you're there. Would you like to add a few words to the session? I think there was a clear technical glitch. Yes, we're running that again. Sorry about it. Yuganti, we can, it's already moved to the second portion, so I would just move with that. So we have Mr. Axel Angeli. We've just heard about him right now, the values that he has added. Congratulations to you, and looking forward to hearing a few words from you. Do you have anything to say for the on recipient of this award? Yuganti, I think you need to share this sound, or we are not able to hear the claps.
Is it audible now?
No, it's not, Yuganti.
Just give me a second.
Sure. No worry. We can. This is something we are. It's a part of it. So don't worry. I know it was working. I've heard that. So I think it's just a thing. So don't worry. While we're doing, I think out there, this is a tremendous. Congratulations. I think this is amazing. Thank you, Mr. Agnel. So we are now requesting for you to add few words to the Piktale family on recipient. What is your feeling on recipient of this award? Okay, I think he is not, he's on mute. Okay, can we move to the next one, please? I think he's not able to join in. Move to the next awardee. Mr. Ben Banerjee, congratulations. And we have the details of the gentleman on the screen for you. And congratulations on the award. Move on to the next one. Ah, that's nice to hear you. Thank you so much, Mr. Banerjee. And we would love to hear a few words from you. What's your thoughts on recipient of this award? And thank you for being the influencer.
Thank you very, very much for this honor. It's amazing. No, thank you. So.
Good. So we're good that you're happy, and we're also happy to have you here. Thank you so much for your words. To the next slide, please. We have Mr. Brain here. Congratulations, Mr. Brain. Mr. Brain, are you online? Would you like to say a few words to the Piktale family and the viewers? Hello. I think he is not in there, or he's on mute. Let's move to the next one, please. Congratulations, Ms. Debajani. Wow, I'm nice to feel as a female there. Congratulations, and the influencer. Thank you so much for the contribution you have done, the books you have written, which has been an insight. Over to you. Do you have Debajani, are you online? Would you like to add few words to our thing? Okay, I don't think she is on the thing. So we will move to the next one, please. Can we have Mr. Deepak? Mr. Deepak Kumar Sareen, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Good.
Thank you very much. And I'm deeply humbled, and I think it's great to be a part of the Piktale family. I think they've done a wonderful job to put together this session and also the award ceremony.
Thank you so much, Sudhir, for your words. That's really made us feel nice, and it's brought a smile on our face. I'm sure the entire Piktale family is feeling that.
And the very fact that it's about almost 2:15 a.m. in the morning here, speaks that why I'm here.
Wow, thank you so much. That shows the spirit. Thank you so much, Mr. Deepak. This is a fantastic part of being on the digital thing. You are everywhere, we are global. I'm talking from Bangalore. You're talking from your person. It's 2:30 a.m. and the time, and it's holding our interest. So I think
this is called as working together anywhere.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Deepak Kumar. Really appreciate, and congratulations once again on part of the Piktale family and myself. Thank you. Wishing you best of luck. The next one, please. Dr. Amit Banerjee. There, we heard him in the morning, and I think he well deserves this. Thank you so much, and congratulations once again. Hey, congratulations. Over to you, Amit, for a few words to us. How do you feel on recipient of this award?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Jyoti, and the entire Piktale family. I mean, I really appreciate this entire initiative. I mean, you people have been wonderful. And in terms of the whole event today, I find it's fantastic. And I very much appreciate and wish the best for the whole team. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Amit. That means a lot to us. All the hard work out there, the Piktale family, you can take a clap on your own back and say, yes, we have achieved something. Wow. So let's go to the next one, please. Yes, we have Dr. Jauhar Shah here. Congratulations, Dr. Jauhar Shah. Yeah. Dr. Shah, would you like to add on a few words on recipient of this award? How do you feel on recipient of the award, and what's your feelings about Piktale? Dr. Shah? Okay, I don't think he's around. Can we move on to the next one, please? So we have, the next recipient is Dr. Jayant Chakrabarti. Dr. Jayant Chakrabarti, congratulations to you.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Jayant, out to you, Jayanta, sorry. Over to you. Would you like to add a few words on the recipient of this awards to us?
Yeah, thank you so much to the Piktale family and Piktale mentors for this beautiful award. I am deeply humbled and grateful for choosing me in this elite group of influencers globally. I look forward for more exciting things from Piktale, as because they have already created the buzz in the platform itself. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That's very encouraging. Yes, we need to excel to meet up with all your expectations. With your wishes and blessings, we are sure we would be doing that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Over to the next one, please. Dr. Deepa Shri. Welcome and congratulations for being the influencer. And we would love to kind of recognize and give you this award. Congratulations once again. Dr. Deepa Shri, if you're logged in, could you add a few words? Dr. Deepa, are you on? Okay, that's that. Let's move to the next one, please. Yvonne Lebert. Mr. Lebon, congratulations to you. It's a pleasure to be awarding.
Just,
if you're logged in, would you like to add? Yeah, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And I hope the ceremony keeps going well.
Thank you so much. And where are you taking this call from? And what's the time there now?
Melbourne, Australia. Land of great coffee.
Okay. So you're almost there. Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much for joining the thing. That's nice. Okay. Thank you. And once again, congratulations on the recipients of this award. Over to the next one, please. There we have our own Michael Burns. We heard him a few minutes back. Michael, congratulations. And could you add a few words to us, Michael, if you're online?
Of course. Thank you so much for having me.
Michelle, I'm so sorry. I don't know why I keep calling you Michael. I'm so sorry, Michelle.
I take both. I'm not so fussy about the name. So thank you. Thank you so much for having me. This is a great honor for me and very meaningful personally. I know my Indian relatives, my in-laws in Singapore, but also in Stanford, are all watching. So the German-Indian connection is indeed going very strong. And then when I see Amit presenting from NUS Singapore, this is actually where my wife and her sister went. So I feel this is a great occasion, and it's an honor for me as a German to receive an Indian award. And I really wish you all success for the launch of your product. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. And congratulations once again. Can we move to the next one, please? There we have Mr. Nitin Shah. Welcome and congratulations for the recipient of this award. Congratulations. Congratulations once again. Could you please add a few words to us?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Okay. I really feel very humbled to get this award. And especially thanks to Piktale and his team. They're doing a wonderful job. And this is the need of the hour's privacy topic that they've taken up. I'm especially very happy that they all belong from India and it's an Indian company. So wish a great success to Piktale. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Your blessings are very much welcome. And we're looking forward to meet up your expectations that you have as a team. Thank you and congratulations once again. Could we move to the next one, please? Hey, Mr. Prasanna Lohar, we just heard him on our first panel. Congratulations, Mr. Prasanna, on recipient of this award and for all your contribution. Would we appreciate if you could add a few words to us? Hello, Prasanna, over to you.
Yeah, so thank you so much for this award. And I congratulate group for coming up so well. I've been seeing all those social media promotions and I wish you all the best for here onwards. I think happy to contribute in their journey. And thank you, Utpal, for nominating me for this award. So looking forward.
Thank you, Prasanna. Thank you. And your encouragement means a lot to our family. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
We have Mr. Sandeep Shah, known as Sandy in the industry that he is in. Congratulations, Mr. Sandeep Shah.
Thank you very much.
Yes, over to you, Mr. Sandeep. Please do add few words.
My humble, sincere thank you. I'm really touched and it's a great platform and I hope it grows well. And also my congratulations to my fellow members.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. Sanjoy Chatterjee, congratulations on the recipient of the award. Mr. Sanjoy, would you like to add few words to the recipient of this award?
Sure. I'm honored for being nominated for this award and being a part of the Piktale family. And in the current days where the security is a concern in the post-COVID scenario, a social media platform with a focus of privacy is most welcome. I'm really looking forward and wish all the success to Piktale family. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Your wishes mean a lot to us. Thank you. And we would look forward to you to being a part of this journey, even in future. So do please share on your websites and other link handles so that other people out there also know what is happening and how important the privacy are there. Thanking each one of you, the awardees. Outward to the next one, please. Mr. Shailendra Kumar, congratulations, well earned, well deserved, and it's our Mr. Shailendra, would you like to add a few words to the Piktale family?
Yep, sure. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure being here with all the luminaries, all people. The group of 100 people is actually one of the lists where these guys have done some great job. And I'm really excited to see that a lot of people from who've actually delivered stuff are part of this list. Usually influencers list is very, created from who you know, from what you know, but this is something very special. So thank you very much. And it's a pleasure. And I think all the people who are watching, it's being watched by a lot of people across various platforms. Thank you very much for being part of this huge, large social family that I've got. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thanks for all your contribution. Looking forward for more editions. And personally, I think I've learned a lot from these sessions. So please share the handles so that a lot more people could join in and benefit from these sessions, which Piktale family has put in. And also don't forget to download the app so that you can be there and try it out for yourself, that what we are all talking about it. With this, I would like to move on to our next awardee. Yes, we have a Miss Chakrabarti here, Sarboni Chakrabarti. Congratulations to you. Would you like to add a few words? Okay, I think she is not in. Okay, we have Suchita, Miss Suchita Priyamanthini. I got it right. Congratulations once again. Suchita, can you add a few words to what is your feeling and how do you feel with the recipient of this award?
Thank you. Namaskar. I'm honored to be receiving this award. Thank you, Piktale. I have been dealing with the students in various capacities for last 27 years, and I have been with them in their good and bad times. In this journey, if I have been able to guide them or influence them in becoming a good and successful human being, I'll take that as my achievement. I also congratulate all other awardees on this occasion. Thank you again, Piktale, for this award. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much. And I think you're doing an immense job if you're guiding the students, because I know what a painful student I was. And if
yes, we have 30,000 at KIIT and 30,000 at KISS.
Yes. I have worked on KIIT teams. I've had the privilege of working with the Travel and Tourism Board there. So I think you guys are doing an amazing job. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can we go on to the next award, please? Oh, sorry. There we have the SRK University today. The SRK Universe, which they have in search worked, and that's one of the, I would say they're into community. They're the world's biggest fan club for a megastar. And I don't think anyone and everyone knows Shah Rukh Khan today. So congratulations to the SRK Universe. I think we have a representation from SRK. Someone here? Is someone present from the...
Yeah, hi. Hi, this is Yash.
And, yes, Yash, welcome. And congratulations once again. Would you like to add a few words?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for honoring us. And I would like to thank our founder, Mr. Mohammad Ashraf, for founding this community. All our members, all our admins who work really hard and ensure that all the events, all the charity and all other events are done. And I would also like to thank, last but not the least, our idol, Dr. Shah Rukh Khan, for inspiring us through his noble work.
Correct. And do you have anything to say for the Piktale family for awarding this award?
It's such a great initiative, and we are really humbled and honored to be representing the top 100 influencers here.
Thank you
keep
so
up
much.
The good work. Yeah.
Thank you. And we would look forward. We would appreciate if you can share these informations on your social handle so that more and more people can hear about the Piktale family, and they can download the app and hear about you also through our Piktale. Please, you also download it and add whatever initiatives you're doing so that we can reach out to more and more people. Thank you so much. I think with that, we have come to an end to the first lot of awards. Congratulations to each and every one of them. I think you guys have well earned it and well deserved it. So with this and not much of an ado, we will move on to our the second panel discussion of today. But before I go to there, I again re-stress, if you guys are watching this, please continue sharing what's happening to more and more people so they could benefit from these sessions. If you have any questions, you have our email IDs which have been announced, please do put it. There were some of the awardees who could not be giving their words and what is their feeling about the Piktale. We are more than happy to carry this later for you on our websites. So looking forward to hearing from you, and you guys can go download and hear what they have to say about the journey of Piktale. With this, we move on to our second topic, which is the digital revolution 2.0 post-pandemic. So all we see and hear today are about the pandemic. This was something which took us all by surprise. We didn't even agree. So how are we going to be scaling up on the digital side of it to handle this? And today with, this is a topic where we are thinking that in India actually emerged as a huge digital and IT in the 21st century. But then the way actual trust with the digitalization started with the announcement of Digital India campaign. It's very nice when I talk to some of the people and my other partners out in the US, when they say, oh, India is so ready with them. You guys are way ahead in the digital space. So we had something like the UPI, the BHM UPI, we had the Janardhan Aadhaar Mobile, then we had direct benefits which were transferred, BharatNet. These were all to promote the social economy. So with this, we would like to see what is that penetration, what is it that we have seen in India, and also what is it that we are going to see in a glance on the curve. So over on this topic, we have, sorry, give me a minute. Sorry, my throat went dry. I'm so sorry. So we have we have today Dr. Chakravarti, who is the moderator for this. And I would like to welcome Dr. Jayanta to this session. And the panelists for this discussion are Ben Banerjee, and we have Mr. Nitin Shah, we have Sandy Shah, and we have Mr. Sanjay Chatterjee, and Mr. Deepak Kumar Shareen, and Dr. Asif Iqbal. So Dr. Jayant comes, he's a founder of Astronomic Global. We have all the details of them on the screen. Then we have Ben Banerjee, who is the president of Swiss Impact Investment Association. We have Mr. Nitin Shah, who is the CMD of Allied Digital, and Mr. Sandy Shah, who is the CMD. I'm sorry, House of, and we have Mr. Sanjay Chatterjee, who is a co-founder and CTO at Education Technology Solutions. We have Mr. Deepak Kumar Shareen, who is the international network specialist and also president and CEO at CATS International. Then we have Dr. Asif Iqbal, the president of Indian Economic Trade Organization. So with this, I'm over to you, Dr. Jayanta, to take it over for your panel discussion. Thank you so much for being there and making this session, making this whole event a success with your discussions. Over to you.
Thank you, Jyoti. It's a pleasure to join this panel with this August gathering. And I'd like to start with the discussion topic is Digital Revolution 2.0 post-pandemic. Now, we are yet to see the picture of post-pandemic. We are within the pandemic right now. But you see, any revolution starts with completely new order. Any revolution actually creates a completely new order. And digital revolution is a quantum change. We are in the time of transition, and we have seen things like, we have seen and read in history, not everything we have seen. It's Great Depression, oil crisis, famine, then 2008 world collapse of financial crisis. Everything, so many things happened, but COVID-19 is perhaps the mother of all crises. World is divided in, we can say BC and AC. It is before COVID and after COVID. We have seen collapse of health system. We have seen collapse of supply chain. We have seen collapse of, this food, economic crisis, job loss. New words came into our daily life like lockdown, social distancing. The second attack has become more revengeful, which took so many lives. Many families shattered with the loss of their bread earner. Administration could not cope with the massive attack, and we saw acute shortage of drug, oxygen, hospital beds. And small businesses hit like anything. Over 82% of the small business has experienced a negative impact. And 70% believe that it will take them nearly a year to recover the demand level prior to COVID-19. This was surveyed by Dun and Bradstreet. Very recent Gallup study shows that 45% of the people say that their own life has been badly affected by the coronavirus situation. Many job loss happened. Now, revolution always challenges, always disrupts the system and creates a new ecosystem. And out of this chaos, so many new things emerges. even with so many challenges, just think that if it is not COVID-19, if it is COVID-10, I'm talking about 10 years back, then what would have happened? Definitely we'll realize that how digital revolution helped to survive, helped to strive in this serious global crisis. The first digital revolutions, as we know, started with the internet, the journey from optimized search to the social media empowered transformation, the way we do business, the way we socialize, the way we get entertained, the way we eat food, the way we get education, blurring the boundaries of digital, physical, and biological world. India has an ocean of talents and abilities to lead the new era. As Swami Vivekananda said, now the center will be Bharatvarsha, that is India. The reflections are now visible across the globe. Now the power of social media, as Piktale is going to be another brand leader, power of social media, we have seen the massive power of social media, making a government, making a social cause, making a social movement. During the current COVID-19, we have seen, especially here in Kolkata, the entrepreneurs came forward, created a forum. They raised through the social media, through crowdfunding, huge amount of money that has been very well orchestrated for giving support to the healthcare system. And Piktale have a very unique feature, which is called privacy feature. And it is now very badly in demand. Every alternate day almost, I find some of my friends in Facebook is posting that someone has created my fake profile. And so the global, the overgrown social media, which we already use, needs some, alternate support, and there are other niche requirements is coming forward. We are also very soon moving from IoT, Internet of Things, from IoT, we are going to iOS, which will be Internet of Senses. This research is based on 6G, and it is already started in University of Surrey in UK. Many business crashed. Also, many business has gone acceleration, got huge acceleration. I remember the famous iconic dialogue in Bollywood given by the Bollywood superstar Amitabh Bachchan in a very iconic movie called Diwar, when he was challenging his younger brother that Mera paas bangla hai, gari hai, daulat hai. I have bangla, I have car, I have wealth. Tumhara paas kya hai? What you have? And the younger brother Shashi Kapoor replies, Mera paas maa hai, I have mother. Now, twisting a little bit of that dialogue, you can easily say that Mera paas ABC hai, which is AI, blockchain, and cloud. The world's first AI war already started, as posted by the Jerusalem Post on 27th of May, that Israel's operation against the Hamas, the IDF, used AI and supercomputer in the last conflict in Gaza Strip. And very interestingly, I found that the beggars in China already using QR codes to get their, begging bowls. They have printed the QR code and they've gone absolutely cashless. So if you are in the game, they are the new god. Global spending in big data and analytics, as we see that it is going to be 274 billion by 2020. Market size for front tech giants. Here, this entire day, we'll be listening to a lot of global stalwarts. We have already started it. Just in the last panel, it was Michelle Barnes, it was Shailendra Kumar, it was Prasanna Lohar, and my good friend and brother, Dr. Amit Banerjee. And we have seen the market size is for the front tech technologies like AI, big data, IoT, robotics is almost, right from 2018, it was 350 billion. Now it is going to be 3.2 trillion by 2025. McKinsey, KPMG, all the biggies estimated that digital adoption has taken a quantum leap in both the organization and industry level. Now, increase in remote work. We all know that work from home is now the new mantra. Demand for online purchases shoot up. We have seen the huge business done by Amazon, Netflix. We have seen the business are migrating to clouds, spending on data security, smart decision making is done by the computers, smart computers. So digital revolution and gig economy will give edge and speed. The operation cost will be reduced. It will be very competitive. But the question is that how it is going to impact the youth generation, how many skills they need to learn. That was a little bit discussed in the last panel also. It is estimated that 45% of the job can be automated. At the same time, there is a huge skill gap. Now, technology need to solve some real issues also. Why pandemic like COVID cannot be predicted? Why the gap between the rich and poor is increasing day by day? The latest development of medical science is not reaching to the poorest of the poor. How we are going to bridge the digital divide, how digital revolution will transform the life, even in the remotest corner of the earth. And we have galaxy of global thought leaders and industry veterans to discuss the never-ending and super exciting topic. I would like to start with Ben Banerjee. Ben is the, as you have seen that Ben is a global thought leader, and Ben is heading the Swiss Impact Association. And I would like to ask Ben that, Ben, as you know, as we have seen that a lot of changes are happening in this pandemic situation, and so many new emerging fields are coming. At the same time, innovation is the focal point of the digital revolution, and the R&D expenditure, what we see that the world GDP growth, if it is 2.6%, the percentage of GDP invested in R&D is 1.72. High-income countries, GDP growth rate is 1.4%, and percentage of the GDP is 2.42, given such poor focus on R&D. It is in 2018, and annual equity funding for tech startups in Africa doubled to more than 1 billion. How innovation without R&D will happen? And can impact investment play a game changer role? This is my first question to you.
Thank you, Jayant. These were quite a lot of questions, but I'll start. I think a couple of points I would like to mention is that you said that this is the mother of all crises, the pandemic. I don't agree, because I think we are in a far, far greater crisis, and that is the climate change and the loss of biodiversity. I don't know if you have read the most recent report that in the next 10 years, this pandemic took out 4% of our international GDP. In the next 10 years, the way we are going, if we continue going like that, we are going to face a collapse of 14% of our GDP in 10 years' time. And this is the minimum number I'm talking about. And India, economy like India and all that doesn't even count. They will be extremely severely and negatively impacted. So that's starting on a gloomy nose. What you another mention is that, so that's why we focus mainly from the impact investment, we focus mainly on the businesses which are doing something good for the society and environment. So, and that is really the crux of it. And that is the only thing that we believe can make a difference, because nor can the governments and nor can the major corporations help at this moment. That's what we are educating and calculating on. Secondly, you mentioned about investments in innovation. We do a lot, including not only in tsunami, but also on earthquake. We have invested in a big company in Israel, which can predict earthquake even a couple of hours earlier, which is very different to others. About the big SMEs in India, the small and medium businesses. Of course, India has been our main destination since a couple of decades, since we started. So we have been investing in the agri sector, in the social sector, in all the sectors in India. So that has been very, very interesting. But what you asked about is the innovation. And that's very interesting, because impact investment is generally or usually the part of public-private funding, which is going on in Europe very strongly, and blending finance, because these are the blending finance, public-private funding are the main pillars of innovation here in Europe, or European companies, which are based in India, in Asia, anywhere. So if, for example, I had mentioned also earlier about the European Investment Bank, they put aside 1 trillion euros only to be invested in climate-related technologies, businesses all around the world. So there is a very, very considerable amount of resource available for innovation. Problem is there is a gap between the impact investors and the businesses, because somehow they can't find each other or they don't know each other's criteria. But there is also a gap between private fund and public fund. So you hear very often that when the government say, oh, this problem is too big, we can't solve it alone, we need private sector. And you hear exactly the same from the private side. When the private sector says, oh, this problem is too big, we need the government's support. So, and in both sides, and by private sector, I mean generally the impact investment. So we have been working quite along on this. So yes, we are focusing and investing in innovation in India and all around the world. As long as it is, when I'm speaking, then it is generally as long as it is limited to the impact sector. I hope I answered your question with that.
Yeah, you have answered very lucidly, but we are also scared about your warning that it is not the matter of crisis and we are going to face something more bigger. And as you, I know that you are a global thought leader on the climate change and the alternate energy. And we are facing repeat cyclones, tsunamis, and so many, natural disasters. A major shift is happening in the use of fuel and alternate energy. Is somehow pandemic is a part of that shift of this climate change, or can you highlight what is the current scenario, how it is going to impact the future of business and life both?
So the pandemic indeed is not only it is caused by the climate change itself. I mean, if you look at our history, how many of these pandemics have not come? And I think as per our history, nearly each and every of this pandemic has generated from China, including the plague in Europe. So as long as we keep on going on destroying the biodiversity and destroying the natural habitats, because nature has its own quarantines. The animals or the viruses and bacteria in cold region are quarantined there. But as we keep on destroying the nature, we are taking away these natural quarantines. That means we are going to release more and more. And this pandemic, this corona, is absolutely nothing compared to the pathogens which are in the stuck in the permafrost. And permafrost is very fast depleting. A friend of mine from the Arctic mentioned last week, temperature in the Arctic has gone to +30. So this is going to release bacteria and viruses which are far more devastating than this corona. Corona is nothing compared to that. So yes, indeed, we are facing massive amount of issues, but to fight it, we have to use the technology and we have to focus on the digital. And digital world is a very new world which has come up. I mean, new compared to the history of humanity. And it is making massive changes. And the thing is, it is not new. If you read the book, The Third Wave by Alvin Toffler, it was written a long time back where he had already predicted the digital world. But now we are on the point 2.0 and soon we'll be on 3.0. So yes, it is impacting us. And this is the only way we can, or not the only way, but one of the strongest way we can make a difference. Yes, the global supply chain has been hit and it will, in a way, it will maybe recuperate itself. Once the pandemic goes a bit down, the supply chain will again go back to where it was. But our lifestyles have differed and changed, and everything around it has changed. And I think that's never going to go back. So we have to get used to working from home. We have to get used to shopping online. So these things is going to make a massive change in our lifestyle, which in many ways is extremely positive, but also in many ways it's impacting people, especially in the weaker part of the world. It's impacting Asia. It is having devastating effect on Africa with the job unemployment and everything. And that is where, again, a digital world plays a role, because then we are talking about financial inclusion. There's billions of people in Africa who are outside of the economy. And thanks to this COVID, which has devastated them even further, we can supply them with technology and tools to make a living and to proceed further on. So this gives a golden opportunity for the digital world to take over. And the best part of the story, what I still find, is that we still don't have, in our sector, we do not have big guys like Facebook or Google or anybody. There's no big guys yet to dominate or monopolize.
Okay, then it can be a good opportunity for the Piktale also.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, a good role in
exactly. To really focus on what really means a value. And we should not teach our kids things that we know, because if you look at us 20, 30 years ago, we did not know 30 years ago how life will be today. In fact, we did not know 2 years ago or 3 years ago how life will be today. So how can we teach our kids the same thing, the same education that we have received? Because it is completely useless and worthless for them. It's not creating any future for them. We have to teach them what they need. So, and that is where the digital part plays. So we should slowly get away from the traditional based education, even in India, which is a massive issue, because we are teaching kids things which has no values already now, and it certainly won't have values in the future. So let's create on the base. Let's focus on the base values.
Okay, Ben. So it's very interesting to know so many new happening. And what concerns me more is small businesses, as we know that small business is badly hit everywhere. So now even small business have various new domains also, new ideas are procuring, and given the focal point now in Indian SME, they are also looking for better credit facilities, better marketing support, and adoption of technology. But awareness about the impact investment is not very prominent so far. I see actually. How you see the future of impact investment in Indian context, and what are the opportunities in funding for small businesses? They are mostly.
That's very, very interesting, because this is the communication of that we educate, or we try to educate. So since the business of our history of impact investment, that's like 20 years old, India has been one of the main destinations of the investments. And it has always been the SMEs, because nearly in every country's SMEs is the background, is the backbone. It's not only India, it's Germany, it's the United States. So we have to focus. So all our investments have been always in small and medium businesses, and we have been doing it since a long time. The issue is that often Indian businesses or SMEs are not aware of the resources that are available for them. Funding resources, partnership resources, business development resources, all these are available, only they are not aware of it. They don't know about it. And that's what we do, is that we support them, not only in setting up the companies and seeking partners, but also we raise funds. Like I mentioned 1.5 years ago, we raised 120 million euros for a Swiss company, which is fully 100% only operational in India. So there is resource available for the SMEs, and there is a very big future, because as long, and okay, I keep on going back to the impact, as long as these SMEs are doing something good for the society or for the environment, or they are, in other words, they are working for one of the SDGs, there's enough resources available for them. They just need to know where to get it from and how to get it. That's the important part. So my advice to SMEs would be focus on implementing or solving the United Nations SDGs. And if you do it properly, there's more than enough resources available for them.
What I find that we need more handholding for the SMEs. So for the impact investment opportunities, and through this we can also help to implement the SDG development, SDG goals as defined. So thank you, Ben, for all the insightful answers, and we are looking forward for more discussions. And I should now move to Nitin Shah. Nitin ji, are you online? Okay.
Yeah, I'm online. Yeah. Good afternoon.
Nitin ji, good afternoon. And as we all know that you are having a global presence through your AI-based technology solution-based company, Allied Digital, and your operations are almost across the globe. And how your team combated COVID, and being a digital enterprise, actually how you handle the disruptions. Because, you know, for theory, there we can have a lot of discussions, but when we are talking to real-time business solutions and entrepreneurs, business solution providers and entrepreneurs, we'll see a real insight of the situation, what is happening. And I think you can add a lot of value to it.
So let me give you your answer differently. Almost about a decade back, we had thought about doing everything, whatever that's possible remotely, and send people only wherever it is required. So we did a lot of support IT services from our network operations center and security operations center. And we had been constantly watching at the trend that's happening. So we have a rule in our company, look one eye at what's happening currently, but always look with a second eye, what's next. So we had been growing along with the industry, the way industry has grown. And what we have seen that last 5 years, the change that has happened is as big as what had happened 30 years before that. So we created a new version of Allied Digital known as a disruption driven. So I was that time talking only about technology related disruption, which happened, and we coined a new word known as Allied Digital version 6.0, which is a disruption driven before 1st of Jan. but we never knew about pandemic is going to happen. So the pandemic hit probably in 2020, March, April, and we realized. So what we have seen since then, huge disruption happened, and the big balance that people were working on to balance between life and livelihood. So much so disruption, and the people, as I've said, the technology is something always comes as a rescue, and people have decided then to make use of technology to see that we not only survive, our livelihood also will be taken care of. So we did wonderful job as soon as we realized the lockdown happened, and we immediately put all our resources to operate from home, and it became very easy for us because they were all working from NOC. So we had to just create a VPN and used to make them operate from their home with a secured access. So that's where I think almost like a smooth transition without any disruption, we could do that. So that is one thing that we saw. And now that every customer is wanting to get into that. So this disruption has helped to accelerate our business actually. And it doesn't really matter from where you operate. Now, most of the meetings as we all do out here right now, many people are coming from the different geographies and all. So at the same time, the experts in our industries have also started developing so many new platform and technology to enable people to communicate and operate from the home. So we are all leveraging that. And the best part that I've seen in my 44 years of IT industry is that whenever there is a big issue the world is facing, it is a technology which comes as a great rescue to them. And the best part, what I could see, that technology, what we talk about emerging technology like cloud, AI, blockchain, you talk about all kind of technology is becoming now affordable. The good invention that has happened, the speed of the system has also greatly increased, processing speed. The storage has become also very, very cheap and very high storage in a very small form factors. And the networking is also becoming extremely fast. With 5G coming in, you'll see a lot of change in the IT industry landscape, but one has to keep watching in their business how fast they could adapt to this change. And I'm very optimistic and bullish about going ahead using technology, because we are now already entered into a digital world. So I always say the world is reset during pandemic. The new rules of the games are coming up. And the best part is that, this digital world is going more toward physical world. Very little gap which is going to be there over a period of time. So one has to keep doing a lot of introspection and see how they could shape up their own business and use maximum use of technology and adapt digital, or do digital transformation or digital technology.
Okay. And so far the industry situation is concerned, how you are preparing for the new talents and how you are, there is a huge skill gap as it is discussed in so many forums. So how you are going to handle it actually for the future demand?
So everybody says with the technology coming up, the employment will get reduced and all that. According to me, it's not going to be reduced. The requirement will be shifted from what they were doing to what they would be doing. So everybody has to challenge the status quo, and relearning, repurposing, reskilling is a must for anybody. As far as I am concerned, at the age of 66 years, I still keep learning every day, because all the thing which I am learning is it wasn't there 5 years, 10 years. So it is up to everybody to keep watching as to what they need to learn, and they become relevant over a period of time. And pandemic has given a very good opportunity for people to reskill themselves by using all those methodology of distance learning and all. So we did a lot of things for our company, our employees too, to get trained, reskill, lots of training programs that we conducted. People used to operate from their home, and they acquired a skill which they were not having. And we are also exploring the possibilities of deploying those skill set to newer kind of business, especially on cloud and cybersecurity and all.
Okay, very interesting. My next question will go to Mr. Deepak Sarin. Deepakji, are you there?
Yes, very much there.
Yeah, first of all, let me thank you for your energy and your what I can say enthusiasm that you are. It is 2:30 a.m. in US time, and
it's almost 3 o'clock. 3 a.m. in the morning.
3 a.m. in the morning. So we are almost in the we are all running into the next day almost for you. So thank you so much for joining. And Deepakji, as you are the director of the Software Promotion Councils from Government of India. And back then it was a challenging and daunting task because people are not aware that it can be a good business, etc. And now you see the new world of digital revolution 2.0 and so many changes you have seen. And so how you see the opportunities building, emerging for the Indian SMEs as well as the global opportunity of getting business from there to here. I would like to know about it.
Thank you, Dr. Jayanta. First of all, let me congratulate Piktale, for creation of this very strong social media platform and offering it to India and of course to the rest of the world. And also I wish all of you a very happy Father's Day today. So I think all of you should celebrate that. So all the fathers here, I think a very happy Father's Day to you. I think, I have seen the two very distinct journeys. I remember that I was in the US for the decade of 1980 to 1990. And during those days, if you were to make a telephone call, it would take you at least 3 to 4 hours to make a call to India. And, if you're familiar, the only way of business communication was by way of telex, which was the teletype. And, post 1990, we saw the emergence of internet and which clearly revolutionized the entire gamut of business networking. And when I returned back to India, we were looking at software was not even an industry at that time. And we did a World Bank study at that moment of time, and it suggested that if India were to get the things right, there was an opportunity of about $100 billion of software exports from India. So we were working on that scenario, and as we went along, I think it was a very challenging task, how to bring the industry into the global map. And of course, a lot of things were done. As an Export Promotion Council, we helped the industry, across India. We took them to various events, exhibitions, buyer-seller meets, reverse buyer-seller meets, and these were all opportunities of business creation. And now we find that in the year 2019, everything has stopped. There are no exhibitions. We used to participate in worldwide exhibitions, exhibitions of really international credence and exposure, like CeBIT. There used to be we had the Communications ICT, the ICT Japan, the Mobile World Congress in Spain. These were some, world events where, all the intellects, all the new technologies, they would get together. There would be exchange of ideas, new business opportunities would emerge. And in 1990, everything stopped. So there are no exhibitions, we are moving into an era where there are, we have virtual exhibitions, we have virtual buyer-seller meets, and, how they would unfold, it's too early to say. But certainly, the digital era has really helped. Certainly, business opportunities. Now today, just a minute back, we heard about a 2.1 magnitude earthquake near Delhi. So the entire digital technology has enabled business happening into a totally different mode. And how it will unfold in probably maybe next 5 to 10 years, nobody can say, but it's certainly very challenging and very daunting. And hopefully, I'm a very optimistic person, and we hope to see that, yes, new challenges would be taken up and we will find solutions. So digitally, when you look at, and I think when we talk about the learning process also, I think we believe that, life is an ever learning process. So I think as we go along, we will learn newer technologies, and we will see new ways of business communications, and certainly we will see new ways of business happening across the world.
Fantastic, Deepakji. Actually, for that reason, actually, COVID has created a lot of new demands, and based on that, actually, we created this platform called SMT Global Consulting, where many of the stalwarts like you are there, and we are trying to make it the best of the best, providing real-time solutions, and hopefully we'll be able to do that with the advent of technology. And my next question, I should like to ask Sanjay Chatterjee. Sanjay is a good friend of mine. He is both a real-time magician and the technology magician. And also Sanjay Chatterjee is the SME Council member of the NASCOM. And so he is very much into, not only he is doing his own domain of expertise, he is also mentoring a lot of new enterprise across the vertical. So, and also he's into the medical task force, very closely worked with the Bengal government's COVID movement. I am curious to know that what are the current level of challenges so far the digital revolution is concerned for the manufacturing unit, Sanjay. And also, since these are all interlinked, transportation, logistics, these are all remain critical challenges we have seen since last attack of COVID. So what will be your take and suggestion or solutions?
Sure. So, I mean, I might give some examples from West Bengal, but yeah, it is true more or less for all the states as our experience goes. In the manufacturing sectors, if we categorize the SME and the normal, big industries, the problems are different. And of course, this is not only challenges, by the way. I mean, whenever there is challenge, there is an opportunity as well. So we should look into that angle. So there was a very big challenge for the SMEs in the manufacturing sectors in short-term basis, and that challenge was literally hit. Even I've seen Bengal's hundreds and thousands of MSMEs. They had a direct, immediate struggle because they are not cash rich. Their cash flow was a challenge. Manufacturing unit, they couldn't go for a job, and it was a job loss. It was a production loss. It was every way they got hit. But again, so what was the immediate solution? And a lot of government and also a public-private initiative that had been taken place in this area. So the short-term basis, the solution was primarily diversification. So that had given a lot of impact very quickly. So a lot of MSMEs in Bengal, who they were doing some other manufacturing, had been shifting to the manufacturing which is required, like PPE manufacturing and etc., which is required for the pandemic scenario. So that's one. But in the mid-term and long-term, the way, in fact, both central government and state government, many state governments, as I know personally, they are going towards creating a marketplace. So that's the only way these SMEs can look, and these are the huge opportunity even in the post-pandemic or during pandemic scenario. Like Facebook, you have seen they have created a marketplace. So I would request like Piktale, if they think about this area, because the social media is the best way in connecting. And in this marketplace I'm talking about from two terms, like if you see like Indian structure of MSMEs are very interesting. So it has got a lot of clusters. Like Bengal has 546 clusters. Now these clusters are like where you are similar companies are working together, like for jewelry, for apparel, for leather, for many. So they can get a kind of a demand and supply aggregation wise. So that's another important factor. Like the small MSMEs on their own, it is difficult for them to really cope up the situation unless they are kind of working together and getting a platform by government and private sector together, creating this marketplace, enabling supply and demand side aggregation. So that's one area. For the big manufacturing, or at least the medium size and more enterprises, the problem is more rather, I would say, opportunity than problem. Yes, there is challenge, of course, there, but immediately because their size is moderate, and also they are now going towards new areas of opportunities. What you have already mentioned, like industrial IoT is now becoming a part and parcel of any manufacturing unit, and technologies which have already started in Europe. It is just started quite a big, starting from big industry like oil and gas and all, what you call a digital twin. So it's like a combination of IoT, iOS, your CAT, but AR, VR, and of course analytics. So imagine a plant is operating, and then you can predict like what's happening in that plant virtually in real time, and having a AR, VR kind of a feeling. So that's another area. I mean, these are the opportunities coming up. And along with this, there is another thing to make this happen is like the transportation, because manufacturing industry, unless the supply chain is there, it collapses, as you can know. We can buy remote, through online, but the product has to be, given through a supply to the end customer, to reach to the end customer. So that's a big area. And in fact, there are technology interventions which are happening in using drone, for the low altitude drone for logistics purpose. Few universities in US, including UC Berkeley, are doing enormous work on that. And we are being a part of some of the committees and some of the groups. We know what's happening there. How the logistics in this pandemic scenario and going forward in future can help, to run even help the whole industry as a whole. So this transit is another. Second revolution in transit is coming, where you are doing a multi-provider transit. Like in one word, people are going to call it, transit as a service. So imagine you are booking only once. You are going from place A to place B. 1/3 of the journey you are taking Uber, next 1/3 you are taking a ferry, and next 1/3 you are taking Ola. But you are paying only once. So, and this provider. So these are a lot of technology interventions. Probably, there are a lot of other use cases. But in gist, manufacturing, transit, and logistics, these are so connected, and there are challenges, but there are opportunities too. So that's what I try to, those are the points that I like to
Thank you, Sanjay, for such insightful discussion. And now I would like to ask, move to Sandeep Shah. Sandeep. Sandeep Shah is famous as Sandy to all of us and across the globe. And Sandy is credited for resurrecting the mighty Amitabh Bachchan company ABCL, and he is also consultant and advisor to very prestigious international committee of ADO and IZF. So Sandy, technology is really a solution of its own, and problems such as poverty, hunger, climate change, or inequalities in health or education are inevitably very complex. And challenges like income gap, digital divide, and shortage of skills to overcome this sustainable development goal is taken. It's a mammoth task. Now, as a participant, as a member of these two prestigious forums who are very much dedicated for the noble causes, can you share some inputs and examples that what is happening and how they think, how they're strategizing to combat these never-ending issues?
Thank you, Doctor. In fact, what earlier Mr. Ben Banerjee mentioned, it's a paradigm shift. This pandemic, in fact, has changed the rules of the game. And there's huge awareness now about climate change and sustainability. And going forward, I think it's a collective responsibility of each and everyone globally to work towards a growth model which is sustainable. We are being a part of two foundations, one under the Norwegian Prime Minister's office and one under the Japanese Prime Minister's office. We also engage in the research endeavor of Nobel Peace Prize, and all the sovereign nations, economists, and everybody has a feeling that we have to, this pandemic was just a wake-up call. And going forward, we have to be very aware and responsible, and we have to take the corrective measures now so that the world doesn't face another problem like this. Like this pandemic has made everyone aware that there have been job losses, economies have got affected, our daily livelihoods, healthcare systems have been challenged globally. And I think going forward, I hope we take cognizance of this and we take the corrective measures, and we all as a world all the nations have to cooperate, all the institutions, foundations, thought leaders, heads of states, even each and every citizen of this planet has to take and take it forward and I think play a very constructive role and involve all the stakeholders. That's what the biggest learning of this pandemic.
Yeah, very true. And one more question for you, Sandy, as the entire way of doing business, right from taking decisions to marketing to strategizing to having, there are opportunities of boundless business. Now, how you see the future of the local to global level migration? Do you think that the old model of consulting will work, and do you think that the handholding is adequate in the country for making the local brand more global?
Yes, like now, like I mentioned earlier, world as such, taking local brands the opportunity to take those brands globally, which will make a remarkable difference in various geographical locations. And I think the need of the hour is that the brands which will add value to the livelihoods of people, because essentially the core of any nation is the people and this power of the people. Even the technology is an enabler, and the digital revolution which you are talking about post-pandemic, I think will only add value to corrective measures. And there's tremendous work to be done on this field. Industrial farming is of great concern. The emissions, the climate, the protection which we have from the ozone layer, which has been depleted, as well as animals. So I think as a mankind, we have to be responsible towards all living forms, and any brand or any organization which will help to resolve this, I think has much more opportunity and a platform to going forward.
Okay. So Sandy, thank you so much for adding so many inputs. And
thank you so much.
I would like to go back to Nitin Shah ji. Nitin ji, 2030, AI will contribute an additional 15.7 trillion to the global economy, of which 40% will come from the productivity gains and 9.1 trillion from the consumption of side effects. Okay, so now how you see the scope of Indian entrepreneurs in such fast transformational journey? Do you feel that business owners are adequately skilled? All the conventional business owners are adequately skilled to combat the new demand in the market as well as the new business order?
Sorry, Nitin, just before you start, sorry, just for an interruption. Dr. Chakravarti, we have about another 15 minutes and maybe another 3 minutes for the thing. I'm sorry to do, it's a very interesting thing, but over to you, but we're running short of time. That's what
actually we'll be concluding very soon.
Thank you so much.
Okay, let me give you answer very fast. In fact, what you've been talking, I see as an opportunity for India. As you know that AI, huge amount of investment, about $1 trillion happening in USA, number one, China. I think India is it's possible to become third largest country for AI, provided government comes with the right kind of policy, especially in the education sector. And people, as I mentioned last time also in my article had come, AI should be included at school level itself from standard 6 onwards. And lots of investment government has to do to promote AI. If we do not do, we will not get next chance again, to be ahead of the world. So I think AI adaptability has to be very fast. And so far our education system had been very good, very subjective. And AI, if you really look upon, is a kind of a technology which requires you to think laterally and then make use of your knowledge, what you've done. So I feel we have a good opportunity and scope for, especially for our next gen, to adapt these technologies and make a mark in this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. So we are actually concluding the very insightful and very interesting discussion by all the participants across the globe. And I feel that the entire digital revolution 2.0 should also bring some well-being of so far the career is concerned, so far the community is concerned, so far the physical well-being is concerned, so far the social well-being is concerned, and the financial well-being is concerned. So, and with this, I would like to conclude the panel discussions, and over to Jyoti.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jaspreet. Just before we end the sessions, we've had some of the viewers who have sent some questions here. Could I have the privilege of asking these questions to the panel?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay, so this question is for Mr. Deepak Serene. Okay, and it says that how can we help the Indian startups taking them to the next level, that's to give a global presence worldwide? I repeat, how can we help the Indian startup to push themselves into the global worldwide? So could we have some answers from you, Mr. Deepak Serene?
Deepakji, are you there?
Yeah, sure. I think that's, it's a big challenge and an opportunity. When you look at the global, the marketplace is there, and there are about almost 4.5 million or 5 million SMEs in India. So the biggest challenge for most of these companies is access to the market. And I think, Dr. Chakravarti, here is, a great opportunity for companies like yours, Centric Global, where these small companies can be taken to the marketplace. The challenge on the other side is how do you do the vetting on both the sides, in terms of, how the supply quality is and how the buyer is. So here is where Centric Global can play a very important role in getting the, the buyer and the sellers together and ensuring that a smooth transition happens in terms of an opportunity. So certainly, there are great opportunities, and of course it is a challenge, because the SMEs find that access to the market is very difficult. When you go into large markets like the US, it is very easy to find yourself lost anywhere. So I think with the implementation of some government programs that are available in terms of market access, which the Department of Commerce and the Ministry of Commerce and Industry runs in the Government of India, it is possible that we are able to take this mass of SMEs into the global markets.
That's interesting. Thank you so much.
I would also like to add 2 words with Deepak's insight. Actually, already Centric Global is working in this forum, this domain actually, and we are trying to prepare the business owners for the next level journey, including funding, because most of the cases we have seen that what they look for and where they reach, there is a huge gap which needs to be bridged. And also Nitin Shahji is taking a very brilliant initiatives where we are also a part of that. They are planning to educate almost 1 lakh business owners, small business owners, for coping up the, for migrating to the next level of business in the digital era. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And also, Dr. I think, funding is not really an issue, because, there is so much of good money available anywhere that, if you identify the right companies, the funding is not really an issue as of today.
Yes. The preparedness is the main problem that we have seen actually. Okay, over to Jyoti.
Thank you. So to the next question for this session is for Mr. Nitin Shah. So generally the viewers, at least a couple of the viewers have asked the same question, and they want to know, what do you think is the importance, how important is privacy matters in this digital world today? Basically, they said, is privacy important, and to what extent is it important is what they want to know.
Do you mean privacy, right?
Yes, it's privacy, P-R-I-V-A-C, privacy.
Yeah, okay. So I think it is a hot world right now. Everybody is concerned about privacy, more in Western countries, but India is also become very conscious about it. So naturally, the personal data need not be shared to anybody. We haven't put so many measures as other countries have put in, but according to my knowledge, it's very, very, my information, privacy is extremely important. And if it is, it's being breached, okay, or the data is gone to some wrong people, it could do a lot of damage. So I think the new enforcement should also come, and new laws should also be formed immediately to protect the personal data of a persons. And I think this is the right initiative Piktale has done right now. And I'm very happy that I've told you that it's an Indian company. As all these, American companies, Google, Facebook, they are not bothered about other countries' individual people's privacy data. And now Piktale coming in will definitely give a platform for people to remain very closely connected and share their private information to our registrars. So I must congratulate Piktale to create such initiative.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nitin Shah. I think, yes, privacy is important. Recently, we had some issues on the airlines, their details being confronted. So became a big issue in the corporate world, like what was the data which was shared with the people. So I think this is a very interesting what you shared and support. So with this, we come to an end of the session. Thank you to each one of you for taking this, making this session very interesting. And personally, I would say there was a lot of insight for me. There was the way there was put that the marketplace is the next thing for the small SMEs to be there. Fund, there is no, but putting the relevance to a business and making it go is what was important. And I think that was all insight what our viewers are taking out there to pick up. And I'm sure Piktale will take this to the next level and invite people to make use of these suggestions which were given by the eminent speakers today. So thanking personally to Dr. Jayant Chakrabarty for moderating the sessions and contributions from Mr. Ben Banerjee, Mr. Nitin Shah, Mr. Sandy Shah, Mr. Sanjay Chatterjee, Mr. Deepak Sureen, and Dr. Asif Iqbal. Thanking you all for this. With this, I would like to move on to our second session. Thanking you, thank you. Please continue to stay there. Share on your handles about this event. So that more and more people will see. If you've already not downloaded the app, please do download the app to see where and what is Piktale's story all about. Thank you so much. But we started the session in the morning and it's already the lunch hour coming in. And still we have the peoples on there and globally people joining in, more and more people joining in. This is nice to have a look at that. So now with not much ado, I would like to move on to our next session, which is all about future of social media, which is what is the ideal one, bringing social media to the forefront of the mainstream of business. I think that's the call of the hour today. So while I'm before I introduce you to the moderator and the panelist of this thing, I would again like to urge in, please go and subscribe for this so that you can make avail of the offers that are coming in, making money out of data, the art and science of analytics by Mr. Sailendra Kumar, which is available only for today for free when you take a download of this. Then of course you will get the Piktale magazine, and then you'll have the Piktale reward points. That's going to help you when you download the app for picking up certain products which are available, maybe on Flipkart and other things. So looking forward, and more company, watch us on live channels which are there for more informations and data. With this, I would like to welcome Professor Ashwin Chowdhary for the session on social media, the future of social media. And he is a professor and vice chancellor at Adams University. And we have Ms. Vandana Sharma, who is a military veteran, entrepreneur, public speaking coach, and TEDx speaker. And then we have Ms. Priyanka, who is going to be the founder and CEO of Easy to Pitch. And we have Col Inderjeet Singh, who is a chief cyber security officer at Vara Technologies Private Limited. Then we have Dr. Avik Sarkar, who is a professor and for Indian School of Business. And we have Dr. Asit Barma, who is a director of the Barasitisan Institute of Management. Over to you, Professor Ujjwal, to take the session further. Hello, Professor Ujjwal. Housekeeping team, can you see what's happening at the back? Okay, so I think he's having a thing. He's just joining us. So while they're joining, let's talk about the social media. What is it that today everybody is talking? And personally, for me, initially it was coming from the old thoughts. We said, "Oh, why is it everything on it? Why are the feelings?" But today, that's become a part of our journey, and I think I would love to hear what is it that the panel has to tell us. So do we have with us the Professor Ashwin Chowdhary? Okay, he is joining us in a couple of minutes. While he's joining out there for the viewers, please download the app and look what it has got to offer. Take your business, especially the small time businesses who have been wondering post-pandemic, how do we take it further? So this is your platform where your privacy is protected, whereas you can make the next level to this. And also to the people who are curious about to know how is the next future, this is the place. And we have this program viewing and all. If you're watching us now, please do share this among your contacts and other things who can benefit, which I have been doing from morning. Whenever I see a relevance, I'm identifying individual people and telling in my list, hey, please join this session. This may be useful for you. There is an insight. There's a lot of information shared. I think that's where it is. So while we have this session, while we wait for Professor Ujjwal to join us, can I just do housekeeping? Do we have Ms. Vandana Sharma on call already?
I'm there.
Good. I'm sorry, I'm acting like a professor now, taking the address. Attendance. That's the virtual benefit. I can't see you guys there. Otherwise, I know, hey, guys are not there. And I would be running, chasing, where is he sitting? Can you come in the front, please, so that I can send it to the dais immediately? Here, I can't do that and pick it up.
No problem, no problem.
Thank
Maybe
you.
we can start speaking, not an issue at all.
Yes, so we'll just give him a few more seconds. If not, then we will continue.
Yeah.
Priyanka, you're there? Priyanka?
I think Colonel Inder is there for sure.
Okay, Colonel Inderjeet, are you there? So, Dr. Avik, are you there?
Yes, present, ma'am.
Thank you. That was interesting. Then Dr. Avik?
Yes, this was Avik.
Oh, okay. So, is Colonel Inderjeet was there?
Yes, I saw Inderjeet some time back. I'm there. Yes.
Okay, so he didn't doze off after the lunch. Okay, there we are. Okay, Dr. Asit Barma, are we here?
I think I saw his name also.
Okay, good. So I then, as Professor Ujjwal joined.
Professor Ujjwal Chowdhary has also joined.
Yes. Okay, great. Thank you, Professor. I was trying to keep your classroom in order till you came into Kolkata. Okay, they were all well behaved. You can give them extra points. Yes, you can give them a
The classroom has too many professors, actually.
Okay, so over to you, Professor. Over to you.
Thank you. Good to see Colonel. My father is an ex-army man, so good to see you and salam. Salute to you.
Yeah, great, wonderful. Pleasure to meet you.
Get to see Professor Sarkar as well from, I think, Hyderabad. You are joining from Hyderabad?
I am in the Mohali campus of ISB.
Mohali campus, right. Colonel, where are you joining from?
I'm from Delhi.
Oh, sorry, Delhi. And Vandana ji, Major Madam, where are you joining from?
I'm in Pune.
Pune. And Barma ji is joining from Trichy, if I'm not wrong. Yes. And Priyanka ma'am hasn't yet joined. I'm from Calcutta. So we have the full India here. From South Trichy to North Inderjeet ji and Professor Sarkar also from the North. From West, Major Sharma, and we'll know about Priyanka in a bit.
Sorry, Professor. Priyanka has got some personal challenge and she's not able to join. Sorry about this. So please go live without her.
Perfect.
And Mr. Asit Barma, could we ask you to unmute
Yes.
You're talking, but we're not able to hear you. Thank you.
So we could go ahead now. Can we start?
Over to you. Over to you.
Okay. I think the guests have been and the audience has been listening to a large number of programs, quite a bit in the meantime. There have been 2 or 3 panels, and the topic is already very well explained. I was listening to a couple of other panels earlier in the day. So the topic is very well known and very well, explained before you, but we'll look at different aspects. So we have, I'll go first with Vandana ji. We are looking at social media. How can it become mainstream media? What are the challenges there and all that? So we can look at various aspects by various speakers. So Vandana ji, who is a military veteran, and a veteran here doesn't mean a huge age, by the way, for the audience. Here is even a short service in military, and someone working in the society after that is called a military veteran. It's like sports, by 35 you are veteran.
You're retired.
Military veteran could be a young person as well.
The military guys never retire.
We never retire.
That's the point.
Exactly.
You're a military man, you're a military person.
Right. Veteran is another word, but they never retire.
Yeah.
They never retire. So tired, not retired. So we come over to Major Vandana Sharma, who is also a TEDx speaker, an entrepreneur, a public speaking coach, and she has been with the youth in large number of programs. Earlier, I had a couple of our videos seen as well. So she will speak on, it's very easy to, good to begin this panel discussion with her topic, where she's talking about the power of the internet, going beyond the offline. So we all knew about the offline world for quite some time. And the last century, even the first decade of this century was largely offline. It's thanks to pandemic, we have become only online, but we just hope very soon that we can turn at least blended, if not completely offline. We won't be able to go to completely offline in any aspect of our life. From dating to death, everything will have an online and offline version. And therefore, it will be a blended world. So Vandana ji will speak about, well, we know the offline, now we'll know the internet, the online, how it can become, the influence can become X times on the online medium. So power of the internet, over to Major Vandana Sharma.
Thank you so much, Professor Chowdhary, and lovely to be here with a very, very accomplished panel. I'm really grateful and happy, and thanks to Piktale. I guess this is going to be a very, very meaningful weekend because there are so many insights, and it's really wonderful to be with people who are so high energy and really, sort of learned and have the wide range of experience with online world, with offline world, with, the whole worldwide view. So it's phenomenal being here. And I chose to speak about the whole shift from offline to online world because like you said, I guess, offline was the way we were all born and raised and, working, and especially people like us, me and Colonel Inder, we were from the forces where our profession literally had to be offline, and online was only probably communication over radio sets and things like that. But it was all, in different parts of, remote parts of the country and places like that. Business also was very limited to a particular country and, very, very stringent law and order and filing and paperwork and, communication was through calls and as we know, it used to be. Now, while we know that COVID has actually created a havoc on everyone's lives, but an optimist like me sees opportunity in challenges. So while we know the kind of mess it has created, I guess this has been a time of transformation, transition, and a lot of reflection for all of us. And I think Darwin's theory is more relevant today than it was ever, because it's about evolution. It's about evolving from older models, older mindsets, older pivoting of our businesses and, the whole lifestyle and relationships. I think all of it. And internet has provided us. So while we were in isolation, while we were all locked in our houses, I don't think we missed too much of, being in touch. To be honest, I think I got in touch with a lot of people that I had not spoken to in years. Ex-colleagues, school classmates, and there were calls from all over the world, somebody from New Jersey, somebody from Singapore, somebody from Vancouver, and, Pune and Bangalore and Delhi and Panipat. So all kinds of places came together in COVID, and people felt that we needed to be more connected. So, that never happened, despite the reunions that used to happen once in 5 years, 10 years, and time like that. So I think it has been an opportunity while there have been challenges, and that's what we are going to talk about in today's conversations also. So I do a lot of public speaking, and I used to fly around the whole, subcontinent doing my sessions. It has been a shift for me also personally, because earlier it used to be like, you go to a particular city, land a day prior, you figure how the place is, the whole room, how big it is, and how many audience, and the mic and everything. Now everything just got limited to a screen. And I'll give you the example of this International Women's Day. So that weekend, I had back-to-back webinars all of 8th of March and over the weekend. So I was literally in 8 cities, technically where the companies were based, but my audience were anything from Singapore to Montreal to, smaller cities in India. Companies like Goldman Sachs and Royal Enfield and Herbalife and, so many I don't even remember right now. So all of that happened within a weekend. And I think I would have spoken to nearly, several thousand people. I don't even have the count. So that is the power of internet that I can clearly see, which was limited to maybe 150 people in a session earlier. So I definitely see it as a huge transition. The other I want to talk about is me and my co-founder. We saw an opportunity, to get people to adopt the online way, because women were underrepresented in the online world. So last year, June 2020, we started something called Stree, which is a new startup in the space of women wellness, where people who were doing sessions, say Zumba or yoga or Reiki or all of that in their particular cities, they transitioned from that to taking live sessions on our platform, because everybody did not have the opportunity to be a big influencer on, say, Instagram or Facebook, and that itself is a skill. It takes time. It needs understanding of digital marketing, how the SEO operates, and all of that. So that seemed to be a tremendous opportunity, and I think we have touched lives of a lot of people who were very limited to their houses, say in smaller cities like Ghaziabad or Silchar in Assam and things like that. So that is the power that we are talking about. And the last thing I want to talk about is education. While the school shut down and children came home, I guess that gave us so much of opportunity to spend time with our kids. That did not happen earlier. We were all so caught up with our own jobs and everything. Plus, the children also learned a lot, which was not possible earlier. So I guess, hybrid model will definitely work, but I don't see this as a challenge. I think there's a great opportunity waiting for all of us.
Completely right. Completely right. The power of interaction, power of relationship has gone several X's higher, multiplier effect, as we can say. Thank you for that opening comments. We'll come back to you, obviously, once again, hopefully in this program in a short while. As you all know, we are being hosted by Piktale, a new privacy-focused social media platform. And I would urge everyone in the audience in this room and in the audience in the video streaming platforms to check out Piktale, 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 and you would find Atmanirbhar Bharat's one own social media platform, and which has the privacy protected. How? Explore yourself. This is the world of self-learning, learning to learn. So explore yourself about how Piktale helps. The theme, as you all know, given for our panel is future of social media. So we talk about future. Social media is not just for fun. It is for fun, no doubt. It is for relationships. But how can we turn it into a mainstream business platform as well? That's one of the aspects that we'll take up. And Major Sharma has already told how she connected to a few thousands of people from multiple nations through multiple programs in one single evening, one single weekend sitting in Pune. That's one big power. I would only put one caveat there. The relationship that you build online has to be taken one-to-one as well. Now, if after talking with Major Sharma or Professor Sarkar or Colonel Singh, if we do not talk offline as well or on phone, and we never meet in live, the relationship is dead. So this is one point has to be understood, that we need to take it further. If I invite Colonel Singh or Major Sharma to address my students, and then we sometimes meet in Pune or Delhi, that takes the relationship to the next level. So Mayor Online is not the point. Hybrid, I would call it phygital, physical plus digital, or blended is the world ahead. We move on to Colonel Inderjeet Singh, from one servicewoman to another serviceman. And Colonel Inderjeet Singh today is the Chief Cybersecurity Officer of Vara Technologies. We all know about that. And is the founder of iSafe. Obviously, it focuses on cyber security for people at large. Over to you, Colonel Inderjeet Singh, to talk on the perils of the internet. What are the caution points that we should have? Over to you, Singh.
Thanks, Piktale, for having me here today. It's really a pleasure to be on this platform, the first privacy platform in India. And also Dr. Ujjwal, Avik, and Vandana. And it's really a pleasure to meet you all online. And what Vandana really brought out is a kind of a cyberspace which we are in, and the complete cyberspace is totally blurred, and world is a total global village, right? And the social media platforms, when they emerged way back in 2000, they really gave the power to interact. And when we are sitting in 2021, we have the real power of the internet today. And while all these sites which are there, whether it's a Wikipedia, whether it's social networking site, microblogs, internet forums, there are blogs, there are bookmarking sites, scrapping sites. What you see, and they have all come up with a USPs altogether, and that's why they became very famous. Like Snapchat, it says that we're gonna delete your photograph the moment you see it. Twitter became famous just for 140 characters blogging. Facebook was interacting. LinkedIn was professional interaction. They said and promoted, and they became very famous. And when I say this, they became famous. The social media is was supposed to be used for collaboration. It was supposed to be used for communication, your friendship, your business, of course, the fun. But when it comes to the lopsided view of it, it's all about the waste of time for some. It's about scams which are there, the addiction which has come up. There's the identity theft which is there, and harassment. When I tell you the pitfalls, addiction is today, while we say COVID-19, the children are on the internet. I conveyed, carried out a surveys, whatever, we've been talking. Most of the children are glued to the network for more than 10 to 12 hours, more than 14 hours. That's the mindset what we have got. I'm talking of now the children. I'll go back to the service providers in a second. Your Snapchat, the USP, your photograph, it's going to get deleted. It never gets deleted. It's only going to be, not available to you, the ones you see, right? So when we talk of the social media platforms, they really give you the power to communicate, the power to do business. And today, we're all aware of the 3 social medias which are driving a lot of business. That's the Facebook, Instagram, and the WhatsApp. They wanted to include the WhatsApp into it. Somehow the privacy policies are really hitting them hard, and we see a lot of traction on it. There's a lot of discussions on the WhatsApp policies. So what are they practically doing? They are collecting your data to do the customized advertisements on you. They're doing the behavior analytics on you to give you the kind of ads which you like. They're taking the data, they're doing the fingerprinting on you, right? To know what you do, where do you click, what do you like, right? And they smartly take it in the manner where you are just given the terms of reference or the policies which are there, and you within in a jiffy you say yes, I want to accept it. Going by that premise, we have given all our data, right? And unfortunately, what is happening is, while all these companies promote that they're a social networking site, they're a microblogging site, they are, you know, Instagram site. What they're in the back end doing is taking your data, selling to the ad companies. And most of us, you would be knowing, is, you know, there are advertisement affiliates, which are there, the traders who are there, like any of the offline advertisements, digital, you know, marketing. They take the slots, and those slots have been traded based on the premium areas and premium customers. You know, that is how you see your advertisements which are coming to you. And where are they taking it from? The mobile phone has become a bigger culprit to that. How? Facebook changed the policies last year. You know, they asked for the policies to be changed, and they smartly and quietly they changed it. They said, you know, we will be taking all your offline activity. And what are your offline activity? Your banking applications, your other applications, your, you know, music, your photographs, your contacts, your phones, everything. And some more. When there was a lot of noise about the Facebook, you know, privacy, I just tried to figure out as to what is the kind of data what they're collecting. Right? I went to the site and tried to check it up, and I was able to get around 1.5 GB of data, which was being kind of kept there. And when I downloaded, I could find all my, even the call details, which I made way back in 2008, 2009, when I joined Facebook initially. That's the kind of data what they have. What are they going to do with the data? They're selling the data, you're right? While social media is giving me the power to communicate, being part of the global world, global, you know, village. At the same time, the activities which are being done by the, you know, unethical practices, I will say, because these are not the ethics of the business. And that's what they're doing. Unfortunately, in India, we don't have the data protection bill right now. You know, EU has got it very strict one, right? And that's why they are just getting away with us as to pushing anything and everything under the nose and doing away with it. Unfortunately, we are still quite a bit behind when it comes to the privacy part of the data. And before I close, I'll just tell you, we are mere barcode or a commodity which is being sold on the social media, and we are not the user on the social media, right? So over to you, Ujjwal.
Thank you. Thank you. And that brings us to of data privacy and the big data business, which you explained. What precautions need to be taken, but we'll come in the second round for that. If you could advise our viewers and even to me and all in the panel here, what precautions we need to, we know that certain data would leak, certain data would go, otherwise we can't be using many of the apps at all. But how much and not anymore is that particular level, and what precautions need to be taken? We'll come on that. And to Major Sharma, internet and public speaking, if you could later on in the second round speak on internet and public speaking, both as a learner and as a mentor. How do you use the internet for both learning public speaking skills and then expanding your business as a mentor as well? So both will talk, we'll take that up in the next round, but now let's invite the third member. As I said, this panel is a little academic heavy. So we'll have the next panelist who is also like me from the world of speaking and not doing much, and that's academics. So in lighter vein, I often say, like, I'm from the media field. A failed media person becomes a media teacher. You know, a failed engineer becomes an engineering teacher. So I would not dare say about Avik whether it's a failed management person becomes a management professor or not. But he comes from India's leading, I must say, the leading global management education brand, and that is Indian School of Business, which started in collaboration with 4 international universities, well-known ones, Kellogg's and Yale, I know, the rest Avik will tell. And it started from Hyderabad and then moved on to Mohali, Chandigarh. And that's a lovely climate there. The only sad thing at this point I have to say is that we have just lost our flying Sikh, Milkha Singh, only 24 or 36 hours earlier. I had met him in Chandigarh once, and he's such a fabulous, such a humble, such a great man, and such a man of punctuality. So I met in a program, even the organizers were not ready at 10 o'clock. Forget the audience, and the guest was there, and he was the chief guest, right 5 minutes before the time. Anyway, that's now the world. So Professor Avik Sarkar, from Professor of Indian School of Business, very interestingly, he was the former head of analytics cell of Niti Aayog, the modern version of Planning Commission in India, as we find. So over to you, Professor Sarkar, for your perspectives that you'd like to share on how do you make social media a mainstream business platform. Professor Sarkar.
Thanks, Professor Ujjal, for the nice and interesting introduction, and thanks to Piktale for inviting me for this session. I look forward to the interesting discussion. It's also interesting that I and Inderjeet has been on panels a couple of times before, and both were physicals in different cities of India. And it's nice that we are on a panel this time virtually. So that tells the power of social media. But I think social media, as all the panelists are talking about, has a lot of plus. And I will possibly try to focus a bit on the gaps that are there from the Indian perspective. In Indian perspective, if you see social media or access to digital technologies, we have a huge, and I can tell possibly 10 huges digital divide. The digital divide is huge. If you go to some communities, like the scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, and Dalit, and see the use of the smartphone in those communities across maybe the city dwellers, there is a stark difference. And these are some of the things that we have to overcome before we can tell that social media is a tool for India. Currently, it is a tool that has been developed by the US, and they are using it on different countries, as Inderjeet nicely explained, for their business benefit. Moving from business benefit, if you have to go on to social benefit, then we have to also have overcome these advantages that are there. The last 2 years has been the Corona and the COVID phase, and I teach at leading institutions, and these are primarily the engineering IITs. And so some of the IITs where students come from rural areas, they do not have a good internet connection to see streaming videos. So even though when I am talking of my kids staying in the city of Chandigarh, or someone staying in the city of Delhi, before that when I was during the COVID time, my kids didn't face too much problem. But if you see a student who is studying in an IIT, but because of COVID is now in the hometown, which is in rural India, doesn't have the proper internet capability to see streaming videos, which is a good thing. We can talk about connecting to the world, connecting to the cities, but we have to connect to our interland. That is our real India. So we don't think too much about connecting to our own people. The bigger divide that I will talk about is the language divide. Out of 1.4 billion population that is there, only 200 million talk or interact in English. The rest 1.2 billion population, they are outside social media. We are talking about all of these things on a nice weekend. We are all charged up, but what are we doing? Are we doing justice to Indians? Maybe only less than 20% of Indians are affected by the social media we are talking about. With the advent of audio and video services, it has expanded to some extent. And with the new age internet providers, which has been there, on school education, particularly, I will again talk about take it from social media a bit further to the. We have been talking a lot about EdTech and education technologies. A very interesting thing that you will see that when you go to a rural household and there is only one smartphone the family has, the woman or the girl in the family has to make the sacrifice that her brother will now use the smartphone and do the classes, and she is made to focus on household activities. So even though we see a lot of the pluses of social media and of the digital technologies, there is a huge digital divide. And how we fulfill them, I think one of the places where social media can help and companies like this can help is that creating more Indian content which is available in Indian languages is a need of the hour. You see, even today, popular apps like, say, Alexa or Google Home, they only function in English. They don't function in, say, Gujarati, Marathi, Tamil, Telugu. That is the need of the hour. If you have to make internet and digital technologies equitable access for everyone. So with that, Ujjwal, I would like to stop for now and then happy to take any questions later.
I must, at the very beginning, compliment you for telling the truth, showing the elephant in the room. And the elephant is digital divide. UNESCO says in 2020, when the largest quarantine in the history of humanity was happening in India, 1.3 billion people locked down, 52% of the student population and the learners population in India is around 283 million, that's 28.3 crores. 52%, close to 15 crores, larger than the population of most of the countries of Europe, did not have 1 ounce of education worth the name because of digital divide, due to digital divide. Is the remaining less than 14 crores people who had some semblance of online education, of which only a minuscule part had a proper online education. The audience that Professor Verma, Professor Sarkar, or myself address are among those lucky 20%. The lucky 20% is 5 crores of students out of 29 crores. So they didn't have, the rest didn't have, either had zero or much lesser. So obviously it's a much bigger issue. It's a challenge for Digital India concept and the campaign. It's a challenge for policymakers. The new education policy has promised 6% of GDP and the national income, or national budget, sorry, for public education. The same was promised by Rajiv Gandhi's government in 1984. But what have we found? For every government, irrespective of the color, education's budget has been less than 3%. Though Congress and BJP both have promised 6%. Even this year, after the new education policy announced, let's be factual. Even in this year, 98,000 crores last year's 2020 budget has been reduced to 93,000 crores, 92,000 crores, 6,000 and something lesser. That's even far lesser than 3%. So if the additional 3% is procured and invested in bridging the digital divide, in giving tablets and smartphones, in giving internet connectivity, broadband connectivity, it might bridge the digital divide. Similarly, corporate social responsibility, which is 2% of the profits of companies by law in India, must possibly for the next 2 years be focused on connecting the digitally unconnected. And you and me, the civil society, might support the people less privileged by providing our old laptops and old smartphones, by giving an access to our campuses to the less privileged children around to increase digital connectivity. Roti, kapda, makan, siksha, or swasth. For a dignified life, these 5 factors are there. Today, the 6th factor is digital connectivity. Undoubtedly, the entire discussion of mainstreaming mainstreaming social media cannot happen unless the digital divide is bridged. Rightly said, Professor Sarkar, along with other points that you brought forth. We'll hear the next speaker, Professor Asit Kumar Barma. And Professor Asit Kumar Barma is the director of Bharatidasan Institute of Management in Trichy. He will be speaking about the evolution of social media and what its future looks like. And what does it hold for the key 3 stakeholders: individuals, companies or firms, and policymakers. Over to you, Professor Barma.
So thank you so much. And I'm grateful to Piktale for this opportunity. And also nice to be with the distinguished members on the panel. So I'll just share a few thoughts on this social media. And whenever we talk about social media, we always talk about technology. Immediately we jump into Facebook and LinkedIn and worry about B2B or B2C. But this social media has got more to do with consumer behavior than the technology itself. And since I come from both industry and teaching background, and I teach marketing and digital marketing. So let me tell you some of the changes that we see today. Okay. So today consumers are not looking at your website the way you think. We spend a lot of time in designing and a lot of time and money in designing and upgrading our website to make it look as good as possible and all the fancy stuff. But take it from me, the consumers don't believe what you say. So consumer, again, they go back to, say, forums like Quora and then other community forums, review sites to find out what you exactly ask. Okay, I see it when it comes to MBA admission. So they trust more some of the conversation that happens, in the social network, in the community. They trust that more than what we write on our website. I may write that I have all the triple crown, I am AMBA accredited, I am ACSB and EFMB accredited, but they give damn to it. They want to see what the consumers are talking about. So this is one aspect that consumers are gradually looking at community. So for a marketer, now we used to focus mainly on STP, segmentation, targeting, positioning. The trust is now moving more towards the community reach out on many aspects that I'm not going to talk about it today. Second is the user-generated content. So you see that there is a growing trend that all the corporates, even the academic institutes, so they are creating a lot of content. So their alumni is writing, faculty is writing, their students are writing, they're sharing their experience. So this user-generated content we'll look at, and that has more relevance than the content that you yourself generate for your corporate. And the third aspect is that what we see that there is more of inbound marketing. So like nobody likes to be targeted. You don't like to be called, but how you can be attracted to the site. So there are multiple interventions. So we see that gradually the social media, okay, and the enterprise applications in the corporate, like its ERP, its CRM, they are all getting integrated today. Okay. So earlier what happens, social media is to be separate. By social media, we used to think it is the LinkedIn, Facebook of the world. It is not so. Social media is it's a big platform. And LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, they are all the specifications of that, different nature and different characteristics, different kind of segments that they cater to. So this is how. So now they are getting integrated with the mainline corporate information systems. So there are a number of such applications like, say, Yammer. It's a corporate social media enterprise system. So this is where we do a lot of collaborations, like even at workplace, like Facebook at workplace. This is being extensively used in many corporates, academic institutes. You are making a lot of announcements. So these are the technology-related, application-related evolution that is happening. And I see that immediately now what is happening is that, at an individual level, we find that there is an omni-channel presence. So we are on multiple channels and ERP and then your integrated social media platform, they are getting all connected, getting integrated. So we are omnipresent, when it comes to social media. When it comes to firms, we see that there is a rise of influencers. So influencers, again, not just the influencers like, Shah Rukh Khan or, Bachchan or Messi or Rahul Dravid, but it could also be micro influencers. So that means the local opinion makers, okay? So political parties are extensively making use of that. So micro influencers, so that trend we see at a
at a firm level. And when it comes to public policy level, what is more important today is that the security aspect, security, privacy. So these aspects are becoming very prominent. So this is what we are seeing today. And in immediate future that we see the rising phenomena is that combating isolation and loneliness. So we have seen that more, the greater use of Facebook that is leading to greater rise in perceived sense of loneliness and sense of isolation. Of course, they are not the only predictors. There are multiple other reasons, but there is a definite correlation between heavy uses of social media and your sense of loneliness and your depression and sense of isolation. And in US in the last 10 years, that sense of loneliness has gone up by about 50%. Okay, about more than 50% of the American citizens. So they feel that they are getting lonely. Okay, so what is that? When you look at Facebook, when it started, and then it started with the mission that it helps you to create a community, to connect with your friends and other relatives better. But it is going the other way around. So we see that in immediate future, there will be, this loneliness and isolation at individual level. So that is a problem. And at a firm level, we see that there will be integrated customer care. So today for customer care, you may not be dialing, say, 1800 and the likes, or go to the customer care or write an email. You just to do a tweet. Like for Nissan Motors, I did it myself about 10 years ago. So globally, anywhere you want to take a test drive on Nissan Motors, you just need to do a tweet. And I had that Nissan Motors there, that global, that social media command center that was set up in Chennai. I used to work with the Hinduja group at that point of time. And Nissan and Hinduja, they had some tie-up. So that is the time when we demonstrated that, and they moved that social media command center to Japan later on. So these customer care issues. So that is moving more towards like social media. Like you just need to send a text message, SMS. So this instant messaging, so these aspects are becoming the influence on the firms from the firm side. And from the public policy side, we see that social media is playing a major role in different political, these activities. And we just saw that during this campaign in so many states in India, so many of the politicians, how they effectively made use of social media to reach out to their electorates, and they did it pretty well. So that means you are conducting elections, but you fight out this COVID through this social media intervention. And when it goes to the little far into the future, we find that social media will have more increasing, this sensory richness. So that is evolving. That means on your birthday, they will not just give you some visuals of something or some music, but maybe, I don't know, there could be more real, sensory, feelings that you can get out of it. Of course, it can never be that you get to test Rasagolla on the social media, but maybe it is a lot of research is happening and it is getting into a new dimension altogether. And secondly, from the firm side, there we see that gradual integration of online and offline. So online and offline, they are not two isolated things. So that's why your Amazon, they are coming and they are again investing in Reliance Retail. And at the same time, we see Walmart, they are coming and investing in Flipkart. So gradually there will be increasing integration, heavy integration of online and offline. So nothing is absolute. So we need to have integration. That I see the change happening at the firm level.
Kindly finish.
Just 1 minute. At a public policy level, we'll find that social media by non-human. So there will be increasing use of bots, chatbots and other bots on social media. You cannot be on social media 24/7. You need to sleep, okay? But social media will become 24/7. You'll find you are all responding. So there will be specialized bots. So how do you regulate that? So that will be another issue at political level. So thank you so much.
Great.
So that's all I
Great.
thought that I can share.
I'm looking forward to the day when my avatar responds to my students' typical queries. I don't have to respond myself. And I'm looking forward to the day when the social media message gives me the fragrant Jui Fool or Rajanigandah smell, the fragrance that might come from the social media. Yeah, jokes apart, sir, we'd like to have in the second government's conflict with the social media, Facebook and Twitter in particular. But we'll begin with Major Sharma. This round, we have only 18 minutes to go. So everyone, please stick to only 2.5 to 3 minutes. Not even that, as much as possible. Now, that's the challenge. I know how to speak Gagar mein Sagar, how to bring a full Ramayan in 2.5 minutes. Over to Major Vandana Sharma. How do you use the online media, the social media, for both learning and practicing public speaking? Major Sharma.
Thank you so much. And I promise I will stick to time. This will be like a rapid buzzer round, and I will cover everything possible to make sure it's effective. So, Professor Chowdhary, what I'd like to say is social media has been really tremendous in my growth as a public speaker. And last 4 years, ever since I started to speak on TEDx and many other forums across business houses and institutions, I guess there has been tremendous amount of learning for me as well as for the people that I worked with. The whole transition that happened from offline public speaking to now moving to a webinar mode over the last 1 year has been a journey even for me. So I'll just cover what are the main things that we feel we need to do when you start speaking effectively on webinars, because that's an art and skill much needed for any business presentation, any kind of impactful presence, right? So to me, I think it's very important to understand the agenda, be as articulate as possible, use your presence to make a point. So dressing well, it's not that you're sitting alone in a room so it doesn't impact. You feel good yourself, plus you make a powerful presence on people that you're talking to. So these are some of the things that make you feel the same way as you feel in an offline world. Apart from that, one has to be very, very cautious of the etiquette for online meetings. And that's something that one needs to learn to keep it impactful. So it starts with sticking to time, as we discussed. Apart from that, knowing the agenda, making your own notes so that you're not found fumbling for words and those pauses and creating a very, very boring sort of session for people. Try and be high on energy, because it can get very, very boring. And the other thing is learning when to put the camera on and off, choosing the right medium, which sort of medium will work, what number of audience do you have. So these are some of the things that make your sessions impactful. And it's the same thing now. All the interviews are happening online, all the business calls are happening online, classroom sessions are happening online. These are the things that apply to all. The last thing I want to talk about is preparing your space. Wherever you sit should be a quiet place without any distraction. You have to manage the family around you and tell them, hey, this is an important event. You have to manage your other communication and pop-ups on the laptop or phone, which start, a lot of times that happens. The calls come, or, there's a ping on your WhatsApp, and that's very, very distracting, not only to you, but also for your audience. So those are some of the things that one needs to take care of to make sure you're impactful and people love you for what you share online.
Thank you. Thank you, Major Sharma. And indeed, you are lucky to have this lovely drawing room behind you. But in case of Garib masters like me, we have to make do with the homes that we have if it's on a holiday. And point that I'd like to share, and Avik will share that with me a bit, in spite of the virtual image of his institute behind him. He would agree that we have opened up our bedrooms, drawing rooms, and dining rooms in the classes that we have been taking. From a primary school teacher to a university professor, our homes are no more private spaces. It's good fun, good points you've given. And we have moved away from competition. Now it's a time for collaboration. So one of the biggest lessons of this period is collaboration is the order to go. There's a way to go. Competition, the purpose or the approach of competition is a bit decadent today. We move to the next speaker in the same order that we had. We have with us Col Inderjeet Singh, as we have already heard him, on security issues, big data, and data privacy issues. And the question I put before him earlier, that much of it is artificial intelligence driven. So what precautions we need to take so that things do not go beyond the control, do not really create harm for us. Some part of our data will anyway be taken away, or rather used. So what cautions we need to take? 1 to 3, some advice, expert advice from you.
Right. Thanks, Ujjwal. Again, it's really wonderful and very thoughtful points which have come from all the panelists. I will tell one critical point about it, and which we don't talk of when we talk of the social media, is about the digital citizenship or the cyber citizenship. And that is a very pertinent point. We are aware of all our fundamental rights. We are aware of your freedom of expression, freedom of speech, everything which is there. And most of the students today, practically when they are working on the social media, the internet, we don't know what are our digital rights, right? And that is the biggest challenge. Way ahead, even for the government, that needs to be thought, because we have a Constitution of India. Where do we have, if this is a platform which we are living more than 18 hours a day, most of us, right? What are the rules of the game? What are the rights which are there? What are the principles which are there? What are the fundamental rights which we need to follow? So digital citizenship is the most important fact. And this being our digital residence for last 1.5 years, right? Most of the people had faced a lot of cyber challenges which were there. They went on and they were being, caught by the effects of Jamtara, which everybody knows. They have been they had a fraud which they had lost money. Those are the kind of things which we need to take care of. You should be careful about your data hygiene, what you're putting. That is one part. When I say data hygiene, that means what data needs to go on the social media, not everything and anything which you think can be on the social media. We have a number of devices. Be careful of what devices which you have are kind of, you are connected to it. What are the accounts which are there? Don't allow every account, every device to connect to social media. Take a stock of those kind of things. Password management is very important. Passphrase management is important, right? And like we always say, there are lots of connect between the companies, the ERP solutions, the people giving the services, but at the same time, the hackers are also very active. The moment and you go and complain about a Myntra or Flipkart or Amazon that, this has gone wrong, I want to return. These are the kind of things which the hackers are also looking in for that side. And the moment they get a number, somebody writes, connect me this, you would have written all those things. You would have given all your stories about what has gone wrong. He's got an opportunity. So don't give to that, opportunity to that hacker or the fraudster. So you can expect a fraudulent call or an email, and you have to be very careful about that. And last but not the least, I would leave with that. Don't click on everything and anything on the internet. That can be very damaging. So think before you click, because between you and you getting hit by a fraud or a hack or a ransomware is just one click away. Thanks.
Great. Good. In a brief time, very pertinent points have been put up. It's the subject of a full, a 2 or 3 days training, how to handle your cybersecurity yourself, to what extent you can do that. So right. Obviously you have to pay Col Inderjeet Singh. That doesn't come free. So for a 3 days session, there are similar projects or programs going on in the country. It's very important now. That's a subject that we should in our B schools also include as a part of the course itself. So Professor Avik Sarkar, now to the B school. So managing social media for business, any advice you have, any pertinent points, critical points, or any other point also in addition you'd like to make as a closing comment?
So I think social media is a very important thing. If you take the social media presence of a company or for a business particularly, it's a very important thing, because that is how their whole brand has been viewed by the rest of the world. So what they are posting on the social media is a very important thing, and I think Vandana ji or Inderjeet ji mentioned about the digital marketing. So the whole aspect of digital marketing revolves around that, about what you post. If then people often are not happy about your products and services, which every product has to go through, and they will post negative comments there. How do you deal with the negative comment and possibly come up with a positive reply to the whole thing? And I really like the way what happened with Akshay Kumar and Undertaker a couple of days back. So it was 24 years of Khiladi, and the real Undertaker actually challenged Akshay Kumar, why don't you come and do a real fight with me? And Akshay Kumar gave a very sweet reply. He replied, I will check with my insurance company and get back to you. I felt like that was a very, very sweet way. So I think companies have to learn that. Like, if someone is challenging you, you do not, yes, he might actually go back and fight, but then that was a very good way to talk about it. Like, you don't make the person angry, because when people come with a negative comment, they are quite agitated and angry, and you don't just tell them, no, this is not possible. So coming with a positive outlook to the whole thing, I really like the way this was done. If you can have a bit of that funny bones, I think that comes from his house thing, because I think Twinkle writes with the name of Funny Bones. So I think that's one of our home training that he goes through. And that was a very good way to handle the situation. So I think companies have to be aware of that aspect of that. One thing again, I keep stressing on the Indian aspect, is because more of my stint at Niti Aayog, where you start seeing the numbers and you feel like where we are and what we need to do. I think platforms like Piktale are in a very good position to create and promote Indian content. Means I'm talking of content in Indian languages. I think that is a need of the hour here, to promote Indian content there. I think that is quite important. And the last thing I'll talk about is the aspect when we share our data. Inderjeet already talked a lot about the fraud aspect. I'll also talk on only one aspect, which is the consent. Consent is when you download an app or go to a website, you have to read through like 10 pages until accept. And most of the stuff we don't understand, at least people like me don't understand. So that is the consent that we have to agree to, otherwise we cannot go forward. Currently, the consent regime that we have is only to protect the companies. It doesn't look at the citizens at all. So our world has to evolve through regulations like the Personal Data Protection Bill, where the consent terms are more citizen-centric and user-centric, rather than just serving the interests of the company. I think this will be my closing comments. And
very, very pertinent point. Very pertinent point. Citizen-centric consent is required. No, two words about it. As you were saying about if someone wants to make you angry. Okay, if you get angry, that's the commonest predictable reaction. Someone wanted to make you angry and you got angry. Someone wanted to make you angry and you got depressed. That's the second most predictable reaction, because either you fight or you withdraw depressed. The third one, someone wants to make you angry and you make him smile, make him laugh, and just wish the thing away. You just make it evaporate. That's the smartest way. We just gave an example through Akshay. That's the smartest way. We don't have to compete. We don't have to get angry. We can just make fun of it. Even at our own cost, we can make fun of ourselves and make the issue vanish. So it's important to have that sense in that way. The last speaker, but never the least, and Professor Asit Barma, we just mentioned at the beginning that there is one ongoing conflict just now with the government, with social media, Facebook and Twitter in particular. What's your comment? Where should both draw their lines? And what should be the right relationship?
So what I feel is that what is important, like India is the land of Gen Z, okay? And a 2018 research, it says that Gen Z, they are the loneliest generation, okay? So that's a big danger today. So government must look at that. And secondly, all these social media platforms, and they are eventually becoming huge platform, and they are getting integrated with, today everything is platform around us, you know, and they are getting all multi-sided platform. And as social media and mainline technology platform, they get integrated, there is a huge, huge danger in front of the government of India. If you see the digital divide, we are seeing only the digital divide in the country, in our own country, but there is a huge digital divide happening globally. If you look at the top companies in terms of the market valuation and those who could reach that $1 trillion mark, they are mostly concentrated in China and US. So we find that two major axes is coming up, China and US, and they are monopolizing different access. Like today, Apple is already saying that if you want to run your particular app on iPhone, then you have to give me so much of percentage. Okay, like say Spotify. If you have Spotify apps on say your iPhone, so every time you want to listen to your favorite song, so Spotify has to pay Apple. So I mean, so there are a lot of legal and all that issues are happening. So this is where the government must look at, and the way they attempted to contain different Chinese apps. So this is how the government and that Make in India, that kind of initiative must come up to ensure that we don't create or we don't become slave to another East India Company. So East India Company is invading us in a different form altogether, and that is come in the nature of this this platform, this social media platform. And as social media platform becomes a platform for creating opinion on multiple fronts, so that becomes a big danger for the country. So there should be specific deliberations on these aspects. So there is no ready solution right now, but I think we are still not taking note of that when it comes to the social media, when it comes to the digital platform, multi-sided platform. So India and Asia Pacific countries, except China, we are getting isolated. So it is again, we are in the midst of two major power. You have US and you have China, and they have all our data. They are doing all our transactions. So this is where we need to take a serious look at it. And social media, as I said in the beginning, is not something to be looked at in isolation. It is just not to post my status, but social media and the main technology like ERP, CRM, enterprise applications, they are all getting integrated. So this is a big, big danger if India does not take a holistic view of these policy level interventions. Okay, so that's what I wanted to share.
Yeah, I think we should quickly wrap up now as we're running.
Yes, I am aware of it. There are 2.5 minutes.
Yeah,
so
thanks. I have some question answers also for you guys.
Okay, okay, you have that. I didn't know. I wasn't told that. Okay, then come up with the question answers. Yeah.
Okay, so because I have some viewers who have thrown these questions for you. So first question I have is for Col Inderjeet Singh. Sorry, what does the viewer say? He says, how social media is creating job opportunities today. This is someone from Rajasthan is asking how social media is creating job opportunities today. So Colonel, it's to you. Over to you, Colonel Inderjeet.
So while I was telling about the social media where, people have been from the cybersecurity perspective, similarly, it's also creating the jobs in the sense that whatever art you have, whatever talent which you have, or whatever, product which you're creating it, you can form as a startup, you can come as a company, as a small group where you are not able to give a window or, start up a business. Now, a social media can give you a kind of a platform where you can start your business, create jobs for people, and you can earn money out of it. So that is another way. And if you look at it, when we spoke of the Facebook, I spoke of the Instagram, and third, I was trying to connect the WhatsApp, and then I stopped over it. Putting these together, this becomes a totally business platform. And when I say it's a business platform, that means the data which is being taken from the Facebook, it's being used on the Instagram, and now the data which is going to be taken from the location data and other data which is coming out from the WhatsApp, that is also going to get linked between the Facebook and the Instagram. So in effect, net, you get a huge opportunity from running your businesses online, which you could have never been able to do it in an offline mode. and with
Thank
that
you.
reach.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Colonel. That was very insightful. I think what you would do on offline and on an online, the customers that you reach is humongous. And that's the message you've given to them in a very short and sweet. Okay. Now, we have somebody from a student actually who has asked this, saying, and this has been for Mr. Barma, saying how social media should be effectively used by students.
Yes, so yeah, so I would request that if you take a look at some of the social media posts that is coming, say from I am Indore, or you look at I am Kashipur, because I teach there also. So I am Kashipur, you see that students, they do their summer internship. So they created a campaign called Intern Diary. Okay, so they are sharing all their experiences there, and they have their photographs and they write that what they did. So this helps in the brand building of the institute as well as your own brand building. So you are also doing all summer internship, you work on some papers, why not write about it? And before you write, make sure you run it through Grammarly check. You have free Grammarly tool available, and they are quite accurate to a large extent, the free version. So make use of that. And so social media is the way where you should seriously look at it, especially LinkedIn and Facebook. Instagram is mostly from friends, but I'm sure for the students two most important aspects for them are admission, where you get the admission, and secondly is the placement, so what kind of job you get. So it is important to have a good social media presence. And when you have the social media presence, you try to find what would be your elevator pitch, like how you are distinct. So how you should be known is the media, And when we talk about the image and the brand, so individual brand is nothing but what people talk about you when you are not there in the room. So how do people see you? It's not how you want to be seen, but what is your actual image? Where is your strength? So based on that, you have to create content. So content is very, very important, and content should be presented well, and it should be written correctly. And mostly you can use your blogs. You can have your own blog. You can have your own LinkedIn, and try to write articles. And even if you don't get it published, but definitely you are doing many projects, many assignments, and talk about it on your LinkedIn page and on your blogs. So blogs, LinkedIn page, you don't need to spend money, but this is a nice way to elevate your brand and to communicate to the world of what you are doing and how you are unique.
That's good. Thank you so much for kind of giving us an insight to that in a quick. Now, to the last but not the least question. We have a couple more, but I think with the shortage of time, I would like to take this one question, which is basically addressed to Vandana. So, Vandana, what is the person is asking is, how do we use the social media platform for the society, the improvement of the society? I know personally I'm involved with one stop spitting kind of anything, but how could we take it to the next level to include the social media presence in the society and benefit out of it?
Sure, Jyoti ma'am, and I'll keep it short because I understand we are, short on time. But quick things like, Professor Barma sir also mentioned, I guess social media is very, very powerful. And if you can use your voice in the form of expression on blogs or places like LinkedIn, I've been a LinkedIn top voice in 2019. So it can give you a lot of space and, influence to be able to share your thoughts. And that helps you reach out to as many people as you can in the sector that you're interested. It could be a social impact, it could be business, it could be startups, it could be just your own personal brand. Apart from that, there are now organizations like Keto and Milap and so many, which are actually working on raising funds or seeking support from a lot of people who are in positions to help. So one can actually also kind of raise funds if you are so passionate about a cause, maybe related to COVID, or even if you want to sort of grow handicraft or any kind of organization. I remember this particular case in the beginning of COVID last year, where an artisan in somewhere in West Bengal or Bihar had Madhubani art, and he was requesting everyone, because everything had shut down and people were really in a difficult space. So with the help of people, it got repivoted, and he started making masks with the art, and in no time it got sold out. It reached everyone, and I think everybody came together to work. So there are so many opportunities if one really wants to do that. So I guess these established places are great, and I think I'm for the last 10 days I've also tried out Clubhouse, because anybody who can speak, it's an audio format platform. It's also very helpful. So try and use newer platforms to get new reach, because if older ones are clogged, like Piktale is also fantastic, right? It's just a new, so you can become an influencer. So try to use newer mediums to reach new people and build your brand. Be an early adopter.
Wow. Thank you so much. I think that was really interesting. With that, I think we're coming to a session.
Yes, as we bring this session to an end, I'll remind everyone in the audience of some of the key points that our speakers have said without any explanation of them. Col Inderjeet Singh has sounded out the various important concepts like digital residence. We know the physical residence. Now think deep. Digital residence, digital citizenship. We know corporate citizenship, we know good citizenship. Now there is digital citizenship and data hygiene. Data hygiene. Some very key points that he has mentioned. A very, very significant point by Professor Avik Sarkar, digital divide, and how it is harming the integration of the society and getting the benefit of the social media or digital media. Professor Asit Barma very rightly pointed out to the loneliness and depression by overuse of the social media and what precautions need to be taken. Many things here still, I'm just sounding out one or 2 points. Amplify your offline influence through online tools. Major Sharma very rightly utilized her time to bring home this point. With these, once again, reiterated concepts that have come in this panel, we bring this panel to an end exactly 61 minutes before it started. Thank you very much. Over to the organizers.
Thank you. Thank you so much for quickly wrapping it up and making my life easier. Really appreciate this. So quickly moving on to the awards. And before I do that, I want to thank each one of you, Professor Ashwin Chowdhary for moderating it and handling it so well. Vandana Sharma, Priyanka was not able to come because of that, but however, we missed you here, but hopefully to see you soon. Then we had Col Inderjeet Singh, who actually gave us a lot of insight on the security part of it, and Dr. Avik Sarkar, keen to talk to you more personally on how we could take it to the second and third tier cities. And Dr. Barma, very intensive at that. Thank you so much, and really appreciate your presence, and your words for Piktale has taken us to the next level. Thank you. While we do this now, we quickly move to the second round of awards. So we did one session in the morning, and now we are moving into the second one. And for the first one, we have Miss Anitha Alex on this. So congratulations, Miss Anitha Alex. Could we quickly? Hi, Anitha, are you available? Can we just go back and I check if Anitha is available, please? Anitha, are you available for a few words to the Piktale team? And how do you feel about receiving this award? Okay, I don't think she's around. Okay, quickly, could we move to the next one? Miss Aruna, congratulations. I think this is a well-earned and well-deserved award. And this is not the first. There are lots of awards that you're given, but I hope the Piktale one also will create the same space in your wardrobes and on your shelves. With this, congratulating you once again. And Ms. Aruna, if you're around, we would like to hear a few words to you for the Piktale family and what's your feeling on receiving this award as an influencer?
Thank you so much. I need to start by saying thank you to the Piktale Awards for the Influencers Summit Awards for nominating me for this. But what makes me most happy to receive this award, that it is my alum, Ashutosh, who was at one time a student, has now been part of such a team, which is having such an influence on so many people. And social media being, it's almost like eating, drinking, brushing your teeth. So social media has reached that level where our life is concerned. So I'm grateful and I'm happy for Piktale to have started out in this wonderful manner. And I once again thank you for awarding me with this honor. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for the kind words. And it's nice to know that Ashutosh was good. So I think congratulations once again. And I think this is the most proudest moment in your life to see someone who's shining there with your guidance. Thank you. To the next award, please. Mr. Ashwin Chowdhary, congratulations to you. Mr. Ashwin Chowdhary, could we have a few words from you for the what's your opinion about Piktale, and as also how do you feel on receiving this award? Mr. Ashwin, are you there? Okay, I don't think he's there. Okay, quickly to Ms. Bindu. Ms. Bindu, congratulations once again for the award. Bindu, would you like to add a few words to the Piktale family if you're around? There, we have our own Col Inderjeet Singh. Good, congratulations, well deserved, well acknowledged. And could you please add on a few words to the Piktale family and what's your kind of sense of receiving this award?
Yeah, thanks a ton to the Piktale family. I express my gratitude and I wish the success to Piktale and in times to come. And I'm very sure that it will be really phenomenal. And it's really a pleasure to receive this award, being the part of the 100 influencers, and wish to see many more successes for the Piktale. God bless.
Thank you so much. Your words mean to us a lot of encouragement. Looking forward for your guidance even in the future. With this, we move on to the next awardee, please. Dr. Barma, we just heard an insightful into it. And for me personally, I enjoyed every piece of it. Congratulations for all your work and being the great influencer. We would appreciate if you can add a few words to the Piktale family and your sense of receiving this award.
So I'm really privileged to receive this award, and this award is also significant for me because I'm very passionate about social media and about digital, as you could make out from the points I was making, and at the same time the concept of Atmanirbhar Bharat. So that way, congratulations, Piktale. So it's a great moment of pride for me because I know that Piktale someday would be, really big, and my next generation will remember that. Okay, my parents or grandparents, they won this Piktale award. So best wishes to Team Piktale. Thank you so much for nominating me and considering me for this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for those encouraging words. It makes us feel really that we're in the right space. Thank you once again. And thank you for being one of the panelists for us. Over to the next award, please. Dr. Avik Sarkar. We just heard him, a very inspirational speaker, and there was a lot of insights that we gave us to the next level where we could take what we can have and how are we going to the next level. With that, congratulations for a well-deserved award. Would appreciate if you can share a few words with us.
Yes, sure, ma'am. I think thanks. This is a great honor to get this award from Piktale. And I really congratulate Piktale. And I also feel that India needs a social media platform. We don't have any one of ours. And given its privacy preserving, and if you can go into the hinterlands in local languages, I think Piktale has a huge, great future ahead. I think I wish it all the best in the years to come.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Sarkar, and we will be looking forward to your continuous feedback to our teams so that we could continue to improve. With that, we would like to move on to the next award, please. So we have Dr. Jones here. Johnson here. Congratulations and would you be, if you're around, could you like to add a few words to us, please?
Well, yes, thank you. I would like to express my gratitude for this wonderful award, but also want to thank the community which is making all these things happen. I'm looking forward to a fantastic and exciting journey with the Piktale family, and thank you very much for this beautiful award.
Thank you. It was our honor to have you as one of our influencers. Thank you so much. Could we move on to the next awardee, please? We have Dr. Mansi Dev here. Congratulations, Dr. Mansi. Dr. Mansi, could you please add a few words to the Piktale family? Okay. We couldn't have Mansi, so we move to the next one, which is Dr. Pradeep Kumar Sharma. Congratulations, Dr. Sharma, on your recipient of the Influencers Award from Piktale. Congratulations. If you're around, please do add a few words. Okay, I think he's not. So we move into Enrico, Mr. Enrico. Congratulations, and looking forward to hear from you if you're around.
Hi everyone, thanks a lot. I am really happy, proud, honored to be part of this great Piktale family. So Leonardo da Vinci said the highest level of sophistication is the simplicity. So me and my community and all around us and Piktale family work daily for create simplicity from the hard things. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Yeah.
To the next awardee, please. Mr. Franco, congratulations on the receipt of the award. So we quickly move on to the next award, Mr. Gagan Arora. Congratulations, Gagan.
So Jyoti, I'm here on behalf of Mr. Arora. My name is Anush. So it's
Thank you, Anush.
Great afternoon for everyone, and I'm extremely honored to be receiving such an important award, which talks about which is the best CEO and the top 100 influencer on behalf of our leader, Mr. Arora. And on his behalf, we are honestly grateful to receive this recognition for the determination of him. So thank you again for the recognition and the award here.
Thank you so much. Please convey our personal congratulations to him. And we are proud to be having him as one of our list. And we look forward for his actual contributions, positive contributions towards the Piktale family and their journey further.
Absolutely. Looking forward to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Who do we have next? We have Mr. Harish online. So there, congratulations, Mr. Harish Kulsani. Congratulations. And if you're around, please do add a couple of words. Okay, I think Harish is kind of not around is what I get through. Okay, can we move to the next one, please? Okay, we have Mr. Lal. Congratulations, Mr. Harsh. We have Mr. Boskers here. Mr. Boskers, congratulations.
Many thanks. Well, do not.
Yes. Can we hear a few words from you? I think we got stuck with the words. So please go ahead and repeat it for us, please.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for the award and good morning from UK. I'm delighted to be here. Congratulations to all the nominees and other influencers and to Piktale for the amazing global project with your big vision for social media. I want to let you know that I'm in healthcare. Personally is my main industry, so I want everybody to know that I'm an influencer in healthcare, but I also work in other emerging technologies. So delighted to be here and many congratulations to everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I think that's a well-deserved and well-earned recognition. Looking forward to your contribution towards Piktale family in the future. Thank you. While we move on to the next one, please share your achievements and what you've done to the next on your handles and share it further so that more and more people can hear about this. So the next awardee is Mr. Kaushik Majumdar. Mr. Kaushik Majumdar, congratulations. And the next awardee is Mr. Matthew. Mr. Matthew, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yes, please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Oh, can you see me? I don't see myself.
Oh, okay, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Oh, okay. For me, it's a great honor to receive this award. First of all, thank you so much for organizing this event. And, you know, I have spent some time to see what Piktale is doing, and it's great to see a privacy-focused social media platform. I think it's a great level of innovation. So thank you so much. I'm very proud of what you guys are doing. Looking forward for a bright future.
Thank you so much. Looking forward to your continuous feedback. Congratulations once again on receiving this. Thank you for being a part of this complete day.
Thank you. Thank you again.
To the next recipient, please. There we have Professor Ujjwal. He has just spoken to us and given us an insight to a lot of topics, and he did manage the whole panel discussion in the right way out there. Congratulations, well-deserved, well-earned. Professor, we would appreciate if you can add a few words to the Piktale family.
Now that today is the Father's Day and my daughter doesn't find me any influence on her, I wonder why am I given influencer award? But now that you have decided to give, I am very happy about it.
Don't worry. I'm sure she appreciates you as a father, but doesn't want you to be conceited. So she tells you.
Only thing she thinks that every 5 years there's a generation gap. And since she is 32 years younger than me, so she thinks that there's a 6th generation gap between us. So I really appreciate the new privacy-focused social media platform, Piktale, and the very beautiful idea of earn while you socialize. This is something extraordinary. It's only Facebook was earning. It's only other social media or their companies behind them earning. Here you are telling the user to earn. That's great. And I look forward to engaging with Piktale on many other occasions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And wishing you again a Father's Day. So we have our own Major Vandana again here. I think it's a well-deserved with your initiative with the Sri and other things. Congratulations and looking forward to be a part of your journey.
Thank you so much. It's a privilege
to add 2 words for our Piktale family.
Yeah, sure. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Fantastic. Piktale, I'm so delighted. Thank you so much. I guess, it's a great vision and on time for you all to create this platform. I really hope it brings new set of power and influence to help make this world a greater place. Like I said, it's a time for transition, transformation, and reflection for all of us. And it's also time to connect virtually and bring in that revolution. So it's a huge opportunity. And I look forward to adding value and wish you all the very best.
Thank you. Looking at us being your well-wisher on our platform. Thank you so much for it. Okay. I think with that, we come to an end of our next awards which were there. And we are happy to go in for the next session. I'm sorry. Can we have the next session, please? I'm not able to see it. Okay, it's coming. Sorry, I think there was an internet lag. Okay, so the next session that we have is the power and the far-reaching features of the social media for the growth of your business into a global market. So by this session, there was a question earlier when somebody asked us, how do we reach to the global? I think this is a session, if you're still online and watching this, I think this is a session which is going to make you to take. So for this, I would like to quickly invite, before I do invite the moderator for the session, out there, the people who have joined in later because of the time zones, different time zones and things. Today we have, please do register and you will be able to get a book from Making Money Out of Data, written by Mr. Shailendra Kumar. And this is available on thing for today for you to download and take that on. And also you have the Piktale magazine, which will be reaching out to you. Plus you will be earning Piktale reward points when you download the app. So please do go ahead and do that. With saying that, and we have, please watch us, share and do your likes, give your comments, give your feedbacks. What are your thoughts? Because these are what it is an interactive, I wish, and personally, each one of us would have wished to be a live and an online, instead of a virtual event, a face-to-face event. But with the times that is, the virtual event also is a good platform for you to share your views. So please do leave your comments behind. With no more ado, I invite Mr. Enrico to come over on the platform and for the next session. And while he's doing, I'm inviting the other panelists, that is Dr. Jimenez, and we have Mr. Bokers, and we have Mr. Franco and Mr. Matteo here. So we have Mr. Enrico Marie, Innovation Manager with FinTech and Garment Tech profile. We have Dr. I.R. Jones from the World Wearables Recognized Thought Leader, Global Key Speaker. And then we have Mr. Boris from again, a thought leader and influencing marketing and CEO of Digital. Salute him. And then we have Mr. Franco, who is from Global Digital Influencer. And we have Mr. Matteo, who is a senior manager from Booking.com. That sounds interesting, coming from the travel background myself. Over to you guys. Mr. Enrico, I hand over to you. Could you take it from here, please?
Yeah, thanks so much. I'm really excited, Yoshi, for coming here. And I think the Piktale family platform is a real answering of the vision, the mission, and strategy of new role of social media, not only in the business daily works, but in daily life. So if you agree, I have a really great and solid panel. And I start talking about Franco, Joao, Matteo, and Joan to introduce self and talking about the name, role, and daily life around and about social media. We started, Joao, tell us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Enrico, and nice to see everybody. Nice to be here and nice to see everybody. Some familiar faces, Franco and Joanne's, that we interact more or less daily on social media, you know. I feel like I'm amongst digital friends. But anyway, my name is João Bocas, a Portuguese citizen based in UK for the last 21 years. I'm very active on social media, primarily on Twitter and LinkedIn. I'm exploring other platforms at the moment. I mean, the likes of Facebook, which I use for personal use. But I run a small consulting business in healthcare. But lately, I've been in healthcare for over 20 years. But the last 7 years, I've been heavily involved in digital health innovation and also emerging technologies such as wearables and IoT, big data, artificial intelligence, machine learning. So at present, in short, I'm working with the global brands in terms of creating content for social media. But I'm very interested in making an impact in healthcare with the use of technology. So I look forward to the discussions. Thank you.
Oh, it's great. Thank you. It's really solid experience. We move to Matteo. I see you really. Welcome aboard, Matteo.
Thanks, Enrico. Thank you so much. So my name is Matteo. I'm Italian. In the past 2 years, I've been working in Amsterdam for Booking.com as a senior manager in software engineering. Before that, I spent around 15 years in the industry all over the world because I worked for 2 years in Japan. I worked for 5.5 years in Paris. I worked in Dublin, in Italy. I spent quite a lot of time in Silicon Valley as well. So that's my background, mostly technology. My background at the university was applied mathematics. And then I moved to computer science as a software developer, then test engineer, then manager, and so on. I use social media mostly to share my ideas, the ideas that I developed to reach to a broader audience, to share information about myself, about the company, and really, to share even more largely the vision of the culture that I think it's important for me, and have open discussion about this. That's mostly what I'm doing. My daily life is, as probably for the most of us, working from remote. So since March last year, I don't have an office because of the pandemic situation. And during this time, social media was very helpful for us as well to keep connected and to discuss again the new times we were facing, and creating even stronger bonding within the team and within the type of leadership that we have in Booking. That's myself in a nutshell.
Okay, thanks. At a glance, really solid competency, all and soft skill. So I am to JD. Welcome on board, JD.
Good morning, buongiorno.
To see you here. Yeah. Introduce yourself. Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning. And greetings to my Italian friends on this panel. Italy is my second favorite country. Unless we are playing football against each other, then the Netherlands, of course, has to win. But I'm very happy to be on this panel today with international guests. My name is Johannes de Hoogaard, but most people call me JD because that's much easier to pronounce, and it doesn't hurt my ears when people pronounce it wrong. I focus in my work on the human element in cybersecurity, in digital transformation, in agile. There is a lot of focus on technology, and in my perspective, and my customers agree with that, is the technology doesn't help us when we do not bring the people on board. And that is my focus, and that's also my focus on social media. I'm very happy to collaborate with several global brands on those topics. I share thoughts. I like to help people to think about and not telling them what to do, just make them aware, make them think. And that is what I do mostly on social media. And another benefit of social media for myself is that I would have never met people and friends like Enrico, like João. Today I met Matteo for the first time. Franco, we interact a lot and we share a lot of thoughts and fun with each other. And that too is a great benefit of social media. You can reach everyone around the world. You can share your information and you can make new friends and have fun.
Oh, it's great. Thanks, JD. So last but not least, I move to Franco Ronconi, speaking from Italy. Franco.
Thanks.
Welcome on board. Hi.
Thanks, Enrico. Happy to be here. Thanks to Piktale for this great opportunity to see almost in person, virtually, a lot of friends, digital friends, but hopefully in the future I would like to meet personally. Matteo is quite new for me, but hope to meet him very soon. Too many Italians, but we are everywhere. My name is Franco Ronconi. I worked as a business operation manager for more than 20 years in different industries, always in fast-paced, technology-driven environments. In 2015, I had the opportunity to join an Italian medtech startup, and since then I focused my efforts on spreading the latest insights about the cutting-edge emerging technologies, and above all, the impact of this emerging technology on our daily lives. I have a strong presence in Twitter and LinkedIn, and I like use this social media to spread my insights about future of work, digital transformation, education, and our fight against climate change. So everything can be impacted in positive or negative ways by all the actual digital innovation. Happy to be here and like to be moderated by Enrico.
Okay, thanks, Frank. So I guarantee I know Franco, JD, Matteo, and Joao, and I guarantee to the audience that will be a great panel of discussion about the future of social media from today to the real and solid future. So Pruda honored, and thanks again to Yoshi Varma and Ashutosh Roy Crosses and everyone in Piktale family. So before starting on this value section, I give to you the market at a glance in 1 minute something about me. I'm an economist, journalist, and keynote speaker and author and global influencer in fintech, insurtech, and marketing. So I see everyone informed to fintech products. With more than 18 years of experience in omnichannel marketing innovation and sales management and in global off and online communication as digital transformation business group manager and major innovation officer in a worldwide group and startup in banking, finance, automotive, industrial, ICT, education, and power administration, HP, BNP Paribas, and Gobain, and so on. I'm an university professor in economics, fintech, marketing innovation, digital transformation, business technology, and now I'm innovation manager and team digital coordinator in Italian Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Since from the adoption of emerging tech, and I see daily government situation and decision room in national and European Commission and body, for example, European Commission. So use me. I'm here for you. Let's start. Let's start for first question. I thinking about this last night. Talking about the social media platform value and the power of digital communication are very broad term. But what does it mean in your daily work? We can start from Franco. What do you think about?
Yeah, social media is a really powerful tool to communicate with almost everyone in the world in a very quick and effective way. As you know, this tool can be used in different ways as two faces, at least, of the same goal, or the same coin. And we can see a positive way to influence other people and negative way. So I think all of us has a great responsibility to use this social media and about the content we spread, about what we are supporting or even our likes or retweets can be seen as a way to influence different people. So I think it's really, really important that all of us are aware of our responsibilities. And if we see statistics in the latest statistics about global internet users, almost 50% of them are using social media to source information about brands. And above all, the youngest generations are much more keen than the others to use this source of information. And all of us should be aware that it's a really powerful tool to use this really very huge audience and to support their choice. We know that in the future, this approach could change very quickly due to the evolving technologies. And the role of influencers not should be always the same. But at the moment, we can say that we have a great opportunity and at the same time, a great responsibility. And more and more people will potentially use our indirect support to make their choices.
Okay, and for you, JD, what do you think about?
Well, for me, social media is a bit like a radio station. I can use social media to broadcast. I can also use social media to listen and to observe, but it also describes for me that I am still in control. I can turn off the radio, I can change the channel on the radio, and I want everybody to be aware that we should be careful that social media does not become a mirror that we look in, and that we do not try to become the people we see on social media. It is like a broadcast, it is like a radio. You listen when you want to, you don't listen when you do not want to. And what I try to do in my social media presence is be a broadcaster who is providing insights and who is providing positive notes and who is providing thoughts for people to think about. The thing that we should be careful with is that we see young people, and Franco mentioned that as well, young people are much more keen on using social media.
Exactly.
And that they see that as an objective, as a target. All the beautiful pictures and all the beautiful fashion and all, that they want to be like that. And the only message I have, especially for the young viewers, is be yourself. You are wonderful when you are yourself, and be yourself on social media. If you like to post today, post. If you don't like to post, don't post. Just tune into the radio stations that you appreciate and see it like the music that you're listening to or the news broadcast that you're listening to, and take out of it what you like, right? And that's the way I deal with social media, as just trying to be that radio station among all the other radio stations that provides my news and my messages and the things that are important to me. And I am happy that a growing amount of people appreciate that.
Okay, and Matteo, what is meaning? Okay, what is meaning in your daily work? Talking about social media value platform.
Yeah, going into pragmatic terms, if I look at my daily job and how we use social media, I can say that we replaced with social media, I would say 90% of the communication that we are having within teams. So, we moved really more away from classic emails, let's say, and we moved forward with faster communication through direct message, social platforms, and so on. We noticed that this is really helping us to communicate faster in a more direct way and being way more effective. So it's something that I was studying, a couple of years ago, when I was doing like a deep dive about the different communication strategies to interact with the teams, to engage teams. And I decided to try it out in my organization, and it worked quite well. And I see this is a trend that is coming more and more popular within tech companies too. Talking about myself specifically, I use social media a lot to stay up to date with trends, mostly technological trends, but even about other topics that are not very much related with my work, but that are in my interest. It can be like sport, can be like fashion, can be travel, food, and so on. I see social media as really as an amplifier of this level of information, and it's something that I am enjoying a lot. Especially, if I think in the pre-COVID life, you are spending, at least in my case, quite a lot of time in commuting, so you are away from traditional, communication or media channels. And with social media, with your phone, your life, at least my life, became much easier to identify those trends and follow up on topics that I like. Another point that for me is quite important is, as JD was saying, listening to people. So thanks to social media, I can identify experts or people that I think are quite relevant for my type of work. I can start following them, interact with them, try to understand their way of thinking. So, and this is something that without social media would have been basically impossible. How can I know, for instance, how a top technologist in the Silicon Valley is thinking, or what are their cultural vision, without having the interaction directly with them? Would have been very, very hard. And again, for my direct job, the use of social media is about sharing the type of culture that on which I believe, and again, connecting people for exchanging ideas mostly.
Okay, Johan, what do you think about this first question? What do you value part of you?
Yeah, thanks, Enrico. I mean, very, very interesting. I mean, I have a lot of thoughts going through my head. I'm going to try to share what I'm thinking. I do agree with Franco that social media is a very powerful tool. And I really like the analogy of JD about the radio station that you gather, I mean, you go where you want to go and listen to what you want to listen, and in your own terms. So I really like that. And fantastic points there from Matteo about the future of work and how companies are adapting. But from my experience, I started on LinkedIn in 2010 and on Twitter in 2012. And I really see a major transition in social media as a whole globally, because I believe social media at the very beginning was created as a marketing tool. Okay, we share our brand, we share our news, we share marketing, we share content. Companies trying to use digital marketing via social media. And I kind of leverage that really well as a brand and as a person. I try to reach audiences, and I do that. So primarily my activity, I would say 90% of the time on social media as a business underlying, or I'm working for brands, or I'm promoting my content, or I'm interacting with you. But also, what I want to really mention now is social media is really transitioning. We're talking about now the future of work. We're talking about the news around social media. If you want to find out, for example, the last football scores or the last news about COVID, you can go on Twitter very, very quickly instead of go on traditional TV and get any information right away in a matter of seconds. But what I'm also doing at the moment is I have some channels that I use personally for my work, for healthcare, for emerging technologies, but also I use social media for education, for news, for learning, for content, for motivation. And I'll give you a couple of examples. With the lockdown in UK, I started doing workouts at home. I've always been into fitness and health and sport. I started doing workouts at home. So I started following some trainers, some fitness trainers on Instagram. They were doing daily workouts. Great, social media. Okay. Also, I follow some big guys in US that in business, in entrepreneurship and motivation. I follow the channels. They post a lot of great free content. So what I'm trying to say is I use social media in different ways. I might go on Instagram to follow a guy that talks about motivation or B2B, and then I go on LinkedIn and work with the brands that I work for. So social media now is very dynamic, and it's a lot of potential. And I use social media also as an education tool. At the very beginning was all about marketing, but now I kind of have a segmentation. I use this platform for this purpose. I look in this platform for this purpose. I use this platform to serve my clients. I use this platform to increase my brand, my awareness, my content. So, it's so much, and I'm still learning a lot because there are people that are doing great things, and I learn a lot with other influencers, the ideas, the way they post, the way they interact. So, it's very exciting in a way, and is really part of my daily life. And I finish with that. In terms of brands, if you're not, or anyone really, but if you're not on social media, and I'm still amazed that many companies, they're not leveraging social media. If you're not on social media, you are missing a big opportunity. And that was there 5 years ago, but now it's kind of a must. And especially with COVID now really reinforced, where do you go and find leads and clients and influencers? Where do you go? It's all online. It's all via digital and social media. So I would say social media is really, is really a must in our daily lives.
Okay, congrats, really, by heart, really interesting ideas from this first round of table for us and for audience solid takeaway. Social media are all around us. We have all influencers in different market sector, cross market and cross industry, and we are all the leader. But social media and influencer, how responsibility and competencies of a true leader can inspire or shape the business today in a real world? JD, what do you think about this? So a big question.
Yeah, I think competence and social media is a very important match. And especially when you look at business platforms and at business marketing and B2B or B2C, but from a business perspective, that competence is starting to become more and more important. In the past, there was a focus on the large influencers and just looking at followers or looking at likes. At the moment you see, and that has started to happen last year already, that especially companies become more and more important and focus on the competence of the influencers. And that is important. Let me give you one example. I looked last year at a conference about 5G, and there were a representative of Vodafone, of Huawei, and of GSMA, and they were having a wonderful conversation about necessary changes to the economical model to make sure that connectivity is everywhere and not just in the big cities. And the fourth person on that panel was a influencer, a mass influencer. And the person interrupted that very good discussion by saying, we can solve that by leveraging 5G technology. And the discussion stopped at that moment because it was completely out of context, had nothing to do with what they were discussing. And during that panel discussion, that same influencer made similar overhead statements without relation to the context a couple of times. And it always had the same effect. It disrupted the conversation, and it basically destroyed the effect that the organizer wanted to have, a very intriguing, engaging conversation between experts. Now, we start to see that on social media, that companies become aware of that and focus much more on the competence of the people they are working with. Now, if we want to know the impact of healthcare and technology and wearables and the opportunities, our friend Zhao is the one to speak to and is the one to ask, hey, do you know other people who can support us with that message? Because he brings that competence, right? And that is what companies are starting to do. And you yourself, Enrico, are very well vet in fintech, and you would be the first person to speak to, but also the person to ask, can you bring us other people that can support us with the same competence? Because companies are becoming aware that lack of competence has negative impact on their brand. And that, I think that's a good development. That's a development which is going to add more value to social media, because people can then rely on the information and not just get the empty PowerPoint bullet list without any conversation, without any engagement. And I appreciate that very much, because I think that adds quality to social media and not just a large volume of statements. And for me, that's a good development, and I'm very happy about that.
Okay, thanks. It's very proud of you. So, Matteo, how responsibility and competence we have? What the connection between social media and influence? What really are the soft skill we must have for inspire the business today in the real world?
Yeah, for sure. Great communication skills. That's one. Being able to reach your audience in a simple and effective way. I think it's a must-have in social media. If you think about, for instance, Twitter, you had a very short amount of character to deliver your message. So you must be brief, but you must be powerful with your message. This is one thing. I think as well that nowadays we have so many different social medias. So having someone that is very experienced and competent in the different type of social medias can be very powerful, because perhaps, being an expert on YouTube is different than being an expert in Instagram, is different than being an expert in blogs. So you really want to have a team of people that can really help you as a company to build your brand, to share your knowledge, to share your message in a powerful way with the audience that you want to reach to. I have seen that, nowadays we have more and more tools allowing us to analyze the type of audience that we have and what the audience wants to have. So, you can deliver a message that is much, much more precise and targeted for a specific type of audience, which is something that we didn't have even like 5 years ago. And I think it's great. It's amazing, because like this, you can really adjust your communication depending on the audience, depending on the message that you want to say, and it's bringing diversity to the communication, diversity to your listener. And going back to the point about broadcasting, making sure that you have a team super competent and expert on the social media industry is a key factor to succeed. Otherwise, the risk of failure is too high.
Okay, thanks, Matteo. And Joao, for you?
Yeah, great. Yeah, some very interesting points. In terms of influencer, of course, myself, I see that I have a responsibility, for example, I'm talking about the business side of things. I work in healthcare, for example. I would not engage with anything that I feel that is not reputable, that anything that could cause any harm to anyone. So professionally, I feel that I have a responsibility. But also what I would like to touch on is there are many types of influencers and many types of, there are many platforms. It's very different, for example, being an influencer on Instagram, that you perhaps have 1 million followers and you publicize anything that anyone pays you for, a product or a service that is mass market, B2C. I see many brands doing that. They pay a big influencer, they just share the content. It's very different than, for example, matching the points that JD mentioned. Influencer brings value in different ways, brings the thought leadership, brings the stirring the discussion, brings the challenging the brands, brings, it's very, so let's say we can categorize some types of influencer. I might be a thought leader and influencer. I might be just an influencer in numbers. I might be an influencer in a particular industry. I might be an academic. I might be just a content creator. So there are many, many multifaceted influences in here. For example, Franco, myself, and JD, we actually do 3 or 4 different things. We are influencers, we are thought leaders, we create content, we work with brands, but we have a responsibility, of course, but the influencer industry is changing and now is emerging, okay? And brands, they see the value. Actually, we have an independent voice talking about cybersecurity, talking about healthcare. They can ask questions, they can ask the audience. So we bring a lot of value. And I'll tell you a little, a funny story. I started in healthcare over 20 years ago, but in 2015, after a startup endeavor, I used to have on my business cards digital health influencer. And it was only 6 years ago. And people used to ask me networking events, what does that mean, influencer? And I said, yeah, I mean digital health, you know, I'm promoting the content, work with brands, and try to explain. And even many people laughed about the word influencer because they had no concept at all. And now everybody is trying to be an influencer. You know, now everybody's fighting for the rankings, everybody's fighting for the industry, everybody's fighting for attention. So only in 5-6 years' time, things have changed dramatically, you know. But I think going back to the initial question, we have a great deal of responsibility. I mean, in terms of personally, I like to always think about integrity. Okay, I want to get business and make money, but I have my professional integrity, you know, and I think we also owe that to each other, you know. I mean, it's and brands like that. They like to work with people. They have a certain level of integrity. And now we're seeing, do agree with JD, brands, they're working with micro influencers. You might bring more value with 20 or 30,000 followers than if you have 1 million followers that actually they don't engage. So the numbers are very relative now. The relevance is more important than the numbers. But there are so many aspects to consider. It's not just about retweets or impressions. It's about the quality of the engagement, how we interact. We can bring other people on board. I'm learning a lot, but also because I've been in the industry for such a long time, I really see it's a very interesting time now because things are developing very, very fast. And there are so many things to consider, you know. So interesting times ahead. Is an industry in its own right. So congratulations to Pitfall to kind of creating this new dynamic in terms of social media.
Okay, I fully agree with you, Joao. And Franco, what's your opinion from your observatory and the experience, Franco?
Yeah, I like a lot JD's and Matteo's point of views about the importance of what we are posting. So it's not only a matter of quantity, how many followers, how many likes we have, but also the quality and the content we post. I don't like posting something that I don't like. If there is something I don't like, I don't post it. If there is something that I don't believe in, I don't post it. And if there is something that I have no competence on, I don't post it. So I would like to emphasize our responsibilities as influencer on the quality and the relevance of the content we post, even if we think that we have to face, I like to call them negative influencers. We have seen in the latest years people using social media as a political tool, or to spread fake news around the world, also during the pandemic. And it's really disturbing and provoking a lot of damage to a lot of people. So it's our responsibilities to use our social media channels to influence in a positive way the people that are engaging with us. I mean, integrity, transparency, and the quality of content is very important. We are facing at the time being a double disruption. The first one due to the digital transformation itself that is changing very, very quickly our lives. The second one due to the pandemic. Nobody decided to leave this nightmare, but we are in the middle of it, and he worked as an accelerator of the first disruption. Now social media are a place that a lot of people virtually live, and the borders between offline and online lives are blurring. A lot of people is misunderstanding the difference between real life and virtual life. Much more important is our work as influencer, because what we are posting every day can influence lives of a lot of people. Not only people close to us, I mean our followers, our friends like you, but also people very, very far and with different opinions and with different point of views. So I'm extremely focused on my daily activities on my social media, on what I have to choose before posting it, and avoid any kind of conflict with people that I don't like. So it means lower the level of the discussion. I like to follow people that can enrich my experience, enrich my competence, my culture, and social media is really a very powerful tool to not only to get information, but to get, I agree with Joao, to get education itself from other people much more expert, much more prepared than you in some topics. So much more time dedicated, I think we should dedicate to the choice of what we are posting, and always thinking to the people we are engaging.
Okay, thanks, Franco. I tried to answer on the flight to meet this question. For me, I recently participated in a social PR forum, the most important domestic event dedicated to the future of social media in Italy. And I said that for me, the effort is to connecting people, because today is really, really too easy to connect objects. According to IDC, the data flowing into around 30 million objects that McKinsey predict will be networked and connected around the world by 2024 will grow of 700% globally by 2021 and double data every around 20 months. More information that has been created in the last 5 years. And in this scenario, talking about technology, innovation, and digital transformation, and the future of all via social media, for me becomes really, really a serious matter. So we move on. The next question is, I'm a journalist and manager, but journalist, manager, and analyst associate by many years the online reputation with a business process solid re-engineering. But what social media strategy does more contribute today to the growth of our and your innovation model into global market? Joao, what do you think about what the social media strategy does more contribute to the growth of the innovation model?
Enrico, good point. Well, for example, it's all about context and also what you're trying to achieve in the first place. For example, if you are a big brand like Booking.com, you might have a completely different strategy or aims and goals to go to different global markets or acquire more customers in different ways than a startup. So, but in terms of innovation, I strongly believe that innovation is all about people, ideas, sharing, and also challenging the status quo. So I believe that social media can be really used as a catalyst to bring people together, and also, depending, going back to the context or the goals, you can also align your mission, your strategy, your vision to social media. So social media can play a crucial role in innovation, in for example, from stirring conversations on important topics. We've seen social media, for example, with the pandemic now, with COVID, you can follow the developments. I mean, the rate of to the vaccination. You can follow anything and everything with regards to COVID, for example, but you can follow future of work that Franco is very active, and you can follow cybersecurity. You can follow any topic. So in terms of going back to the question, in terms of innovation, it's crucial to keep up with updates, new emerging trends, try to follow other brands, because nobody really invented the wheel. So even innovating, we can not just copy people, but we can share ideas and take ideas from other brands that done things before. So social media has a really a crucial role that we can use in many different ways. So I would say, in terms of innovation, is very powerful because it's very dynamic, and there are many characteristics that you can pull out for what you're trying to achieve, or for the things that you're trying to get involved with. So yeah, I like social media a lot, and I see so much potential in terms of pushing innovation agendas forward too.
Okay, thanks, Nicola. Franco.
Sorry,
yeah?
Enrico, I'm just butting in. We have roughly about another 10 minutes for you to wrap it around, because I have a few questions also, which has come from the audience. So with having another 20 minutes on our panel, so however you wrap, so another 10 to 12 minutes to you. Okay.
Okay, 10 minutes to the end, then answer and question period. So, so the last round table, Franco, at a glance, what's your opinion?
Yeah, going to your question, I agree with Joao. Social media like innovation, and social media users are looking for innovation. So I think that as a social media strategy, it's quite really very important for brands to be always aligned with the latest innovation technologies, and to show to their followers, to the social media users, their capability to innovate. A lot of brands are not used to talk about innovation, or even, as Matteo told before, are very small presence in the social media, and it's a big mistake. If you are innovating and would like to let people know that you are making it, you have to be with a strong presence in the social media, and to spread the word what they are able to innovate. Your products, your services, and whatever linked to innovation. So as a main point of any actual social media strategy, I can really strongly suggest to talk about innovation, your innovation, about your product, your services, and why your product and your services are on the cutting edge of the technology.
Okay, thanks. Franco, I stop you before because before handing, I would like to ask also two questions for you. So, JD at a glance, what do you think about?
When we look at strategy, I have a white paper, a free white paper on my website about agile digital marketing, in which I explain the importance of not trying to do the one big thing that goes on for months, but instead trying to do smaller steps, more informational, share the same thing from different perspectives, help people get used to your information, right? People need to see something a couple of times, but when they always see the same thing, they don't learn from it because they think they've already seen it. So take that one piece of information, innovation, or something that was unexpected, and have a couple of different perspectives and different views on that same thing. And you can see it when Zhao and I are working together on one of our favorite clients. We never post the same thing. We post our personal perspective on what our client has to offer. And with that, we create this very wonderful, natural and organic flow, and our viewers and our followers see that innovation with our personal thoughts on top of that. And I think that works very well. And I recommend that to every brand I work with. Move away from the classical KPIs, where it's just about numbers, right? And look much more at the actual impact. If I want to promote a book, let's say I want to promote your book, Enrico, and 1 million people like that post, but nobody goes to the link for your book, then we have established nothing. And if only 10 people like that post and 3 of them actually go to the link for your book, we've done a fantastic job. And that is what a lot of brands still are learning, and they are evolving and they are improving. This important message that it's not about numbers, it's much more about engagement and relevance. And that's a positive development I'm seeing, and I hope that that will continue.
Absolutely fully agree. Solid part of you. Matteo, at a glance, what do you think about?
Yeah, very briefly. If I look at traditional media and social media, I see innovation mostly in 3 areas. One is about flexibility. So, with social media, you have all the flexibility to just go online and post the content yourself as a person, as a brand, and so on. And with journalism, with TV, it's something that you cannot do like that. No, of course, you have to go through a slightly heavier process. The second part is the empowerment, which is quite connected. So the self-service part is like social media really empowering people to post their message and broadcast in a very more autonomous way. And the third thing for me is about the evolution of communication. So if I look at journalism and TV, the most of the content is about depth and is about in a written form. With social media, maybe you lose a little bit on the depth side in favor of the breadth. At the same time, the communication is becoming much more visual, like videos, like images, and so on, which is a way to be more immediate. Then the point that we mentioned before about integrity, trust of the content and so on is crucial to be successful, because if you start sharing low quality content and your integrity is not there, of course, you will fail, because the audience will recognize that. At the same time, if you manage to get a pretty high standard on quality and integrity, and again, you use different channels and you have a slightly different type of communication, this can help you to succeed through social media.
Okay, 30 seconds for everyone. I have the last question and curiosity. So social media has had a great impact and played a clear role in accelerating digital transformation during the COVID pandemic period. I speak about this from Milan, from FinTech District. So in Milan, COVID has a great impact. But what does social media 10 years look like from now? 30 seconds for everyone. We start, Matteo.
Yeah, if I look at the COVID time, social media helped us, first of all, to keep connected with people. So, prevent isolation. And then looking at some example that we have seen in Amsterdam, but I think it's the same all over the world. Social media gave really the courage to some of the people that lost job to reinvent themselves in a different type of business. So in Amsterdam, it's quite popular, the case of a person that was working in a corporate, lost the job, and thanks to social media during the pandemic, they started selling donuts. And as a result, now they have a cafe and a pretty successful business in Amsterdam. So, without social media, you would have not known if your business would have been successful, how the market would have been responded, how people would have been, advertise or not your business and so on. So I think this has been a very powerful tool to give courage to people on one side, on the other one to prevent isolation and to keep the well-being, especially mental well-being of people quite high during these times.
Okay, João.
Yeah, sure. It's a big question. I'm going to try to keep it short. I see the involvement. I see social media in 10 years' time in two ways. One, multifaceted content that is already happening, video content, blogs, a combination of different things. But also, I see social media in 10 years' time to be really crucial in addressing human topics, such as cancer, HIV, health issues, mental health, depression, because these things only now starting to appear and people, us, finding the courage to talk about them. So I see social media having a really big role in educating people, in bringing these issues to the fruition where people can talk openly about anything. And I think we're just starting to see that.
Okay. Okay, thanks. Franco.
In 10 years is a very, very long time. We have experienced in the last 15 months a strong acceleration of all the processes of digital transformation. Pandemic had a very crucial role in this acceleration. And this is only an example of what we most probably experience 10 years from now. According to me, we will have much more sincerity in our interaction with social media due to emerging technologies such as augmented reality, virtual reality, or haptic interaction, voice activation, something like that. And this brings all the social media users much more involved, engaged in their social virtual life. And the difference, as I mentioned before, the difference between offline and online will going to almost disappear. So this means that everything we are posting in the social media, everything will be posted by everyone, which will be much more relevant and important than now.
Okay, JT, the last but not least.
Thank you, Enrico. What I see, and I hope that will continue, is that we see a bigger diversity at a platform level. So far, social media has been the monopoly of a handful of United States corporations. And we are starting to see that is becoming much more diverse. And that's why I'm celebrating this initiative by the Piktale family to add another platform and more diverse at the platform level. So hopefully social media will become much more a global thing and not something that is controlled only under US legislation. I think that's a very positive development. Congratulations, Piktale.
Thanks, my friend. Yoshivama, we have a question from audience.
Yes, we do have questions. Thank you for quickly wrapping it up for me. And so I go with the first question, which says, how can we decide which social platform is the best for our business growth? And this has been addressed for Mr. Bokas. Yes, this is an audience from, I can't make out from where the person is, but I'm repeating the question again, Mr. Bokas. This is for you. He says, Mr. Bokas, how can we decide which social platform is best for our business growth? It's a very big question, and I'm over to you.
Thank you. I try to be brief. Well, in terms of logically, I would say LinkedIn and Twitter are better for B2B. But what I'm also seeing now, and traditionally Facebook and Instagram for B2C, but also we're seeing brands now being very active on Instagram too. So it all depends, but I think what would work really well, and I'm trying still to figure that out, is to have a main platform that you use more frequent, and then try to have one or two other platforms to support it. So for example, your Twitter and LinkedIn might be for branding and try to get business awareness, and then the others to share more content to tap into other audiences. But what I would say is using one platform only is not an option. You need to use 3 or 4 platforms at the same time, with the thought in mind that 1 or 2 would be the leading ones. So, but traditionally I would say B2B, Twitter and LinkedIn, and the others for B2C, even though they also can be very well considered in these times for B2B. So things are changing. They evaluate those all the time, but make sure you post and create relevant content and use 3 or 4 platforms to get the best results.
Oh, that's interesting. And I think you missed one important one. Even Piktale is going to add there now. Correct, Mr. Bokas?
Yes.
Yeah. With Piktale on, I'm sure we would be doing that there. Okay, quickly moving on to the second question. Okay, this has been addressed to Dr. Jimenez for this question. And the question says, how do you see the traditional marketing channels being overpowered by social media marketing? I repeat, how do you see the traditional marketing channels being overpowered by social media marketing? Also, do you feel it's more convenient? Over to you, Dr. Jimenez.
Thank you very much. That's a very interesting question. I will try to keep it my answer short. We see 2 very interesting developments. One is that marketing through social media is much faster than the traditional marketing, where you had to plan everything and get stuff printed and all kinds of graphical agencies involved and whatnot. On social media, you can move much faster, but you can also respond much faster. You can measure almost the next day how well it has done and if you should continue or should make some changes. A much more agile process. That's the one side. And the other side is that conventional marketing agencies and marketing processes are starting to discover the social media power, and they are bringing in all their skills. And that then leads to high quality social media in a much faster pace. So I don't want to have those separated. I really enjoy how they are slowly coming together again. And you see that high quality marketing in social media, very fast, working with influencers, working with thought leaders. It's a beautiful, beautiful transition. But yes, when conventional marketing is not paying attention and not adjusting, they will soon be the dinosaurs of marketing.
It's an interesting thought, yes. With that, I move on to my next question. Am I audible? Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Okay, to the third question is for Mr. Franco. And the question goes, as you said, social media is a powerful tool, but great responsibility. I repeat, as you said, social media is a powerful tool, but also a great responsibility. So are there any do's and don'ts you follow while using social media? Wow,
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah, really. Thanks for the question. As I mentioned before, I like to post what I believe in, what I have competence in, and what I can trust in. So I don't like to post or share or retweet what I considered not reliable, not transparent, or not aligned with my point of view. I kindly suggest people using social media have to be themselves. So not try to figure out on other people's lives. So social media are really powerful because, as told by almost everyone today, can reach a lot of people very, very quickly, almost everywhere. So it means the audience is potentially all over the world, and it's up to us decide what post. Avoid not reliable sources. Avoid not ethics topics. Avoid deep fakes or fake news, and whatever is not ethic, trustable, and aligned with sustainable development, because it can have a negative impact on the image or what who is posting it. So the brands themselves, if they are posting this information.
Thank you so much. That was really insightful. And would you like to add something to this, Enrico?
I can add in 30 seconds one thing. I really am very satisfied with this section, with my great professional panelists, friend, with a clear global and a solid vision of the future of social media for business and daily life. I hope we have managed to stimulate discussion for an increasingly aware, sustainable, and widespread use of social platform for tech for good, for example, as warrior against COVID. Period. My takeaways in 30 seconds. History has taught us great opportunity and revolutionary ideas always arise from a great crisis. First, after the Black Death of the 15th century came the Renaissance, the invention of modern printing, folding bridges, bicycle, and maps long before Google. From the second post-war period, brilliant ideas, global ideas such Nutella, Lambretta, Vespa, and many ICT company excellence that the whole world invades us today. And then from the economics rich section of 2008, disruptive companies for the sharing economy are born Airbnb, Uber, for example. So my alpha thanks again to Yoshi Varma. I hope I have pronounced your name well. So Ashwin Roy, Ari, and every in Piktale family. For me, Piktale's platform, ideal, a solid weapon, will be increasingly successful, and I'm absolutely honored and proud to be able to contribute to its global success.
No, you're still not done. I have to ask you a question. You can't run away without answering the question for my audience. Okay, so I have one question for you and another question for Matteo. So first, I'll start with you since you're already there. Do you think businesses who don't adapt to changing business, I repeat, do you think businesses who don't adapt to changing business and marketing social channels will fall behind in the long run?
It's for me?
Oh, it's for you. It's for you.
Yeah.
So do you want me to repeat the question?
No problem.
Okay, go ahead.
For me, the biggest challenge today is integrating all media, social, and platform for creating a solid global robot in every business, cross-market and cross-industry. Because we talking about AI, we talk about digital earth. when we talk about blockchain, we talk also about agri-tech. When we talk about the future of fintech, we absolutely must talk about cybersecurity via facial recognition or digital printing and so on. So the challenge today is connecting people between and collecting channel social media strategy. The best social media strategy is me, is Franco, is Joao, is Matteo, is JD, and is you. Because only the human thinking, also the quantum human computing is really able to create the right social media strategy for delivering daily in our posts, in our comment, in our business engagement by social platform to the growth of our businesses, our corporation, our partner administration, or our assembly engagement by a social media influencer or digital through leader.
Okay, thank you. That was insightful. Okay, over to Mr. Matthew now. The question to you is, how can social media platforms, I repeat, Mr. Matthew, this question is for you. How can social media platforms be used for personal branding, and do you think it helps? How can social media platforms be used for personal branding, and do you think it helps? Over to you, Matthew.
Thank you. Yeah, first of all, I think it helps. So
yes,
that's one thing, and very much actually. And how it can be used, I think I would like to connect with to what Franco was saying, which is very much about posting content in which you believe. So do your own research first, be true to yourself. And when you post something that on one side is reliable, on the other side is reflecting your ideas and your thoughts. Of course, you need to make sure that you don't fall into pitfalls, about how the world is going. You're making sure that your ideas are reflecting very much, what the majority of the society, not the majority, I would say, but how your ideas can integrate well with the society without creating conflicts. So there are many, many sensitive topics today. So it's important that you have your point of view in a moderated form, I would say. And yeah, that's a post something that is aligned and consistent with your vision of life, your vision of world, and making sure there is a purpose there. This is helping a lot to build your personal branding. And yeah, as I said, I think it's very helpful. I believe on that.
Thank you. So with that, we come to an end of this session. And I personally would like to thank each one of you for your insights, the knowledge sharing, and a lot of, it made us think about a lot of things, because all of us are, without thinking of posting things, we're forwarding things. But what you said today is not about what you forward, it's also talking about you in person. So with that, I would like to thank Dr. Enrico for the excellent moderation of this session, Dr. Jimenez for participation, Mr. Bocas, Mr. Franco, and Mr. Matthew. Thank you once again. Looking forward to seeing you guys soon in person, hopefully the next time. With this, we've come to an end of another educative session, and we slowly are moving into the award ceremony and continue with our part 3 for the award ceremony. So over to the award.
Rocking section. See you when we are live.
Oh, okay. We are already alive. Okay. Okay, so we have Mr. Okay, my computer is going a little slow. Sorry, guys, internet issue. Okay, now I can see. Mr. Hazra, congratulations on the award.
Thank you.
Mr. Hazra, we would like to hear a few words from you, please.
Good afternoon, very good afternoon to this gala event. We were watching this event from the morning. It's an excellent show, the beginning of a new journey of Piktale social media platform. And we have already heard from a lot of influencers across the globe regarding their views on transformations that is changing the social media and the perspectives that social media brings on the table, and how the social media will evolve in next decades or so. So obviously this is a very educative, insightful event where we have got a lot of insights from a lot of experts and influencers from multiple geographies. So I am enjoying the event. I thought that millions of viewers across worldwide is enjoying this event. And obviously this platform, Piktale, obviously a long way to go, but the journey has already begun, and I would like to be with that journey. So also I will request all the viewers across to be a part of it. And thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks the entire Piktale team to nominate me for the award. I am humbled and overwhelmed to receive the award. So I would like to contribute whatever little bit I can do for Piktale. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Your words are very encouraging, and this shows that we are on the right track. And I'm sure Piktale family is very happy to hear about it. Thank you, and once again, congratulations. Can we move to the next one, please? There we have Dolly Singh. Dolly Singh, congratulations on getting on being one of the recipients of this award. Dolly, if you're logged in, would we appreciate a few lines from you and your reaction to this award, please? Okay, she's not there. Can we move to the next one, please? Dr. Girish Kumar, congratulations on recipient of the Influencers Award from Piktale. Dr. Girish, if you're around, we would love to have a few words from you. I don't think Dr. Girish is logged in. Can we move on to the next one, please? Who do we have here? Mr. Fitze. Mr. Fitze, congratulations once again on the award, receiving on this award and wearing influencer. If you have logged in, we would appreciate if you can add few words to this from your end. I think he's not around. Mr. Fitze, are you able to hear? Okay, let's move to the next one. Sorry, it skipped. You'll have to go. Okay. We have still, okay. Dr. G.K. Desai. Hello, Mr. G.K. Desai, congratulations. And if you're logged in, we would love to hear a few words from you. Mr. Desai? Okay, could we move to the next one, please? So we have on our next one, Ms. Goel, Mr. Garima Goel. Congratulations. Ms. Goel, if you're around, would you like to say a few words to the Piktale and the audience? Can we move to the next one? Mr. Shah, Mr. Jubin Shah, congratulations on being one of the recipients of the Influencer Award. Mr. Shah, if you have logged in, would appreciate to hear a few words from you. Okay. We will move to Mr. Kishore. Congratulations on a recipient of this award from Piktale family. If you have logged in, would appreciate if you can say a few words. Mr. Kishore, are you logged in? I can hear some sound, but not sure. Hello? Okay, can we move to the next one, please? Mr. Kumar, congratulations on recipient of the Influencers Award. If you're around, we would like to have a few lines. If you're logged in, please unmute and you could say. Hello? Okay, can we move to the next one, please? Mr. Kushal Basu, congratulations on recipient of the Influencers Award. Mr. Basu, if you're logged in, we would like to hear a few words from you. Okay, can we move to the next one, please? Ms. Nidhi Mohan Kamal. Okay, Ms. Nidhi, congratulations on the recipient of the award. If you are logged in, would you like to share a few words? Can we move to the next one, please? We have Professor P.C. Lakshmi Narayanan as the next person. And congratulations, Professor, on being an influencer and receiving the award from Piktale family. And if you're logged in, please unmute and share your views on Piktale as well as your journey. Next one, please. We have RJ Praveen here. RJ Praveen, congratulations on being the influencer and being a part of this journey. If you're logged in, we'd appreciate to hear a few words from you. Mr. Rudra Dasgupta, congratulations on receiving and being one of the influencers, top influencers. We're very happy to be extending this. If you've logged in, and please do share your views and a few words. Can we move to the next one? We have Santoshi Shetty here. Hi, Santoshi. Congratulations on the award. Santoshi, are you logged in? We would appreciate to hear a few lines from you if you've logged in. Okay, it's just not available. Could we move on to the next one, please? Mr. Prabhu Desai. Congratulations on recipient of the award. Mr. Prabhu Desai, are you logged in? And if you are, please unmute and do share a few words from your end. Okay, to the next one, please.
Hello, can you hear me? This is Vidyadhar here.
Yes.
This is Vidyadhar here, and I'm co-founder of Lead Cap Ventures and World Economic Forum's Global Shaper, and as well as received World Bank's prize on youth unemployment. Thank you, Piktale, for awarding me as one of the social influencers, along with the other awardees as well. I see all of them are very incredible, and I'm thank of Piktale for picking me in the list. I would like to congratulate Piktale for starting up this incredible platform, which will help influencers like me to create more awareness about issues, about businesses, about technologies, about innovations across the world, as well as influencers. Our role is to amplify the impact that is created through by raising awareness or helping work on the ground. So I think Piktale has done an incredible job in assembling these influencers all together onto a single platform so that they could do the needful. I once again congratulate the organizers for arranging this wonderful global summit, which has more than 5,000 people attending across the globe, and influencers altogether. I was congratulated for them to bringing them onto the platform.
Thank you, Viren, and congratulations once again on the recipient of this award.
Thank you so much.
Okay, before we move on, I think I went a little too fast. So Dr. Girish Kumar, who we've already awarded, I believe you're logged in. So please do add your comments. I'm so sorry, I went a little too fast.
It's okay, thank you. So I'm very happy to be a part of this Piktale award ceremony, which you are influencing so many people in this globally. So as you told that around 5,000 plus people coming in one platform and exchanging their views and want to help mankind. It's a big initiative from everyone. So I personally like to thank Piktale for bringing this platform live, and the future also more things should be happen in this platform so that we can exchange our thoughts and ideas to the mankind. Thank you so much, Jyoti, for this opportunity that you people are giving to us.
The pleasure was all ours. The pleasure was all ours, and we are very, very happy to be there. And Dr. Girish, it was a very encouraging words that what you've said. So we would love for you to be one of our well-wishers. Keep sharing your views individually also with Ashutosh, Abhijit, and Utpal, and Mr. Mavi, so that we can scale ourselves. Everything is a learning curve. Thanking you, and once again, sorry for rushing it out at that time.
No, thank you so much. Take care.
Okay,
bye.
Thank you. So we have one more, if I'm not mistaken. Can we go there? Yes. Youth Against Rape Foundation. A lot of things are said and done, and congratulations for whatever achievements that you've done. We are very happy. Is there somebody from the organization here representing? If there is somebody representing from the organization, please introduce yourself and say a few words for us. Okay, I think there's no one. I don't want to be said I was too fast, so I'll give it another 2-3 seconds. I don't think I can see anyone here. So I think with that comfortably completed on the award ceremony, we can quickly move to the next topic. So what do we have on the next topic today? Okay, the next topic is all about significance of privacy, security, and cyber defenses in the social media ecosystem. And I think I've personally been hearing a lot of this, reading about it. Somebody cheated somebody took away money. Somebody had charged my card for an Apple product. I didn't remember now what it was. Anyway, there was something, and I suddenly said, "Oh, I'm not brought this." So these were things which happened, and I think every one of us would like to know more about it. Before we go to introduce you to the moderator and the thing, I would like to say for the people who have just joined in or people are there who have not done the share, like, share, and move, so that we can get more and more people to get onto this. We come to know what it is, which would help each one of you. It's all about being social, being seen and heard. And also today, I think till 12 o'clock tonight, if I'm not mistaken, India time, we will have the book written by Mr. Shailendra Kumar, Making Money Out of Data, available for a download free of cost at no thing. Otherwise, its average price is at about $40. I think that's a good initiative, and thank you for that, Mr. Shailendra. Plus, you will be getting the Piktale magazine, which covers about the event today and other things. And more than that is the report points you would be doing when you download the app now. So go there and download the app and put your comments on it and get the points which you can later use. And I think all of us love those points. When somebody calls and says, you have so many points left, would you like to shop? Whether I have money or no, I will say, yes, yes, I want to make use of it. I don't want it to let it go. So it's good to be there. So with that, please continue watching us and keep encouraging us. With that, I would like to invite my dear friend, Mr. Utpal Chakravarti, the head of AI, and also a S-Bank and a TED speaker and an author, as a moderator for this session. And with him to join on this panel, we have Mr. Syed Mushir Ahmed, Chairman and Managing Director of FinStep Asia. And then we have Dr. G.V. Rao, who is a Senior Advocate of Supreme Court. And then we have Mr. Arjen Van, and he's a Chief Strategic Wizard at www.cats.com board of this. Then we have Estelle, who would be also an author and digital media advisor and storyteller, and also a global thought leader. Then we have Michael Balo, the Executive Agile Coach, founder of Aquera. So welcome to all. Utpal, I'm handing it over to you to kind of take it further from there.
Thank you, Jyoti. Can you hear me?
Yes, we do hear.
Okay. Thank you so much for introducing that panel. A lot of known faces here. So many of them are already connected to me, or they are my friends. So hello, Alice. Hello, Michelle, Dr. G.V. Rao, Mushir. So yeah, so all of I think I know and Arjun. Yeah. So thank you so much to be part of this panel. So our topic today is a bit I think a very interesting topic, and I have not done any kind of preparation for this. And so I remember those days in 2011 or 12 when I first created my Facebook account. So at that point of time, I never thought of any privacy or security. I think it was only for fun I have created. So I will be able to see some of the faces of my school friends, some colleagues and all those things. And slowly and gradually, it started entering into all areas of my life. So be it my professional life, be it my personal life, or be it my public life where I do public speaking and all other things. So everywhere social media has started entering. And today, if you look at, yes, security, privacy, and data protection or protection of your content is one of the major factor, I think. And definitely we should be concerned about that, whether the social media platform which we are using, whether they are providing those kind of security features to our data and content or not. So this is actually a very serious subject today, but we'll try to make it as light as possible, because I think social media should be discussed lightly. Social media should not be taken lightly, but social media should be discussed very lightly. So that's what I feel. So with that, I think I've got a couple of questions, and I'll start with Alice probably. And probably the same question I'll take it to the other panel, because this is a very fundamental question. So what, in your view, Alice, what do you feel like in your personal experience, how this privacy, security, and the cyber security today is important for you while you are using social media platform? What do you, Alice?
Yes, first of all, hello everybody at Piktale today.
what an amazing day to be launching this platform and to be here. And when it comes to social media, I feel we need to be educated more on what privacy and security are all about, because Utpal is not just about social media. Companies have been collecting data on people way before computers. So I remember reading about Starbucks as an example, and how at the beginning they used to write down every single person's order, and then they would add it to a list, a physical data file, because that way they knew what a customer had before, able to serve them better next time. And data collection has been around since the 80s. And it was in the 90s when consumer internet arrived that companies started to increase the collection of data. But customers never truly voiced their concerns like they're doing now, because we did not have digital access information like we do today. And today, according to a study that I read from the Internet Society and Consumers International, there are currently 69% of consumers which are concerned about privacy. So the data that is being collected now on social media, mobile apps, and the internet in general is extremely important. And this is compared to 0.01 from the 90s. Like, this is a huge leap within the last couple of decades. And the main reason, of course, is that due to social and digital, we are more aware of how companies are using data. Now, we then have huge worldwide stories such as the Cambridge Analytica scandal. 832 million records were exposed, if you all remember, right? And that's the story that kicked off a huge rattle in consumers' minds, and it made them more concerned about what it means for data to be out there. And of course, after that, then we have the governments getting involved. And I'm sure Mr. Rao will have a better understanding of this, because that's when the GDPR, just over 3 years ago, that came into play, especially in Europe. And that was said to be the toughest privacy and security law in the world, Utpal. But still not everybody understands or complies with it. So the fact that now everyone is turning the attention to social media channels and we're hearing more about it due to easier access, for me, is a logical evolutionary step. And it's definitely very important, because it is something that now affects about 4 billion people, which is 50% of the world.
Excellent. I think excellent, at least excellently summarized, actually, coming from the history to today. And you being a kind of like storyteller and the content creator, content advisor kind of thing. I think social media is very, very important for your work also, what I can understand. So with that, I'll quickly want to go to Dr. G.P. Rao. Dr. G.P. Rao, I think social media, I mean, you will talk about government point of view, or you will bring a little bit on the Indian context of social media, or probably your experience using social media, or some of the issues related to social media pertaining to mainly to privacy, security, cyber defense, and all other things. So Dr. Rao, I would request you to enlighten us, because you being part of like government, working with government. So I think you will have better views than all of us in terms of how government is dealing with that, or what is the thought process that is going on in the government arena. Yes, Mr. Rao.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you, Utpal. Congratulations, Piktale, firstly. Congratulations, my fellow panelists. Congratulations, all the awardees for this event. And I must say that you have chosen the opportune moment to launch Piktale, and you are having the right discussions. My experience has been, I want to just give you a little bit of history, because I'm of a different vintage. My esteemed father was a law secretary for the government of India, and he was election commissioner later, and he was the one who brought computers into India on transfer. He negotiated the transfer of technology agreements way back in the 80s with the US, as a result of which computerization started in India. Also, I have a distinguished father-in-law who started IT businesses, one of the pioneers of IT businesses in GIS and GPS into India from Singapore. He represented Hitachi. And I remember in those days, even as early as the 90s, they were using teleprinters. We had fax machines, which started, with thermal paper. With the thermal paper, the print would vanish. I myself had my first brush with internet in 1997 in Hong Kong. And the cell phone, with the advent of cell phone, the whole landscape has transformed. And we are a globalized world. And today, somebody was saying this morning how phone calls were difficult to make, and it would take so much time. I saw Skype. We use Skype very excitedly. And today, we have the video conferencing platforms like Zoom and Google Meet, etc., where we can communicate directly, real time, among all our friends, with Elise, with Arjunam, and with Michael, everybody. And it's a fascinating world we are living in. It's a fascinating to begin with. Now, Government of India, my approach, I started with the Attorney General's office. And as you know, everybody will know that governments want to keep control and keep charge of things, even though we are a democracy, of things that are, the principle being honorable governments, which we've had many, would like to keep track of things that are happening in the media. Earlier, they used to have a reasonable control over print media and electronic media. Now it has gone to social media, because let me tell you, I don't know how many of you have encountered criminal activity in social media. I have numerous, endless criminal cases where the social media is involved, where sexual harassment is there, where fraud is committed, where cyber phishing are there, where defamation is committed. So invariably, what happens is when crime happens, which is natural as it would happen as well, so you will have to register a complaint with the police, and the government will have to swing in. Then the moment it's a criminal case, then when the government comes into the picture, it will want all data and information relating to the crime. Otherwise, where is the evidence? In good democracies, like we are, where rule of law is there, where courts are there, you have to present evidence. Now, if there is a particular victim, either of cyber fraud or cyber crime, sexual harassment, any one of the crimes that we're talking about, financial fraud, it has to be, if the police has to take action, it has to be presented in a court and evidence has to be made. So therefore, the balance, a healthy balance has to be maintained between the privacy issues on social media and police and governmental control, because the citizens' rights are there. Somebody has been robbed, somebody has been murdered, anything, all types of crimes also happen on social media. So therefore, we have a very effective information technology legislation, which is called the India Information Technology Act, where the government is empowered to go and seek from any social media platform, any internet, organization-based organization, relevant data pertaining to the offenses committed. The relevant data can be procured by the police and the government only through a court and only through a certification process where it is where it is established by process of law that a criminal offense is committed. So that, the government doesn't have a free hand of interfering into the lives of netizens, the lovely new word which we have coined, and on those who are on this thing. So we have to have we have a legal framework, a legal mechanism which is fair, which is not like some of the third world countries where they are autocratic, which is governed by rule of law and which is very effective. So therefore, this system has we have a very good information, because let's not forget, we are leaders in information technology, whether it is in Bangalore or in Chennai or in Thiruvananthapuram, anywhere, or even in the United States. The leaders in the IT world come from India, whether it's Microsoft, whether it's Google, and all of you know that. Therefore, India has way ahead in information technology, and so is it in terms of the laws governing in information technology and the social media control and regulation and supervision, which we have put in place. Of course, we have also had in recent judgments of the court where the excessive regulation of the social media by government trying to penalize and punish people who post adverse remarks against the government's functioning, the court has come down heavily. It has struck down provisions. It has taken away the powers that can be misused by the government in supervision of social media, of innocent remarks or chat or any adverse remarks against government, etc. So we have, I would say, we are also leaders in the regulation of the internet and the social media, and we have been proved very effectively. Courts are also defending the freedoms of the citizens, and it is a matter of pride for us to have such a system in place. Now, okay.
Thank you.
We'll talk later. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving such insight about the functioning of the different social security cells within the government. And now coming to, sir, from government to again our personal life. Okay, so now I would like to go to Michelle. Michelle, my friend. Michelle, how do you see this arena? So first of all, my question to you will be a little bit different. So today, if you look at, can we live without social media? Probably yes, we'll be able to live happily without social media. But if we are in a business, or if we are in a corporate world, or probably if you are in a modern kind of a urban setup, I think if you are not using social media today, or the power of social media today, you will be isolated. So what is your view on that? I mean, how do you think? And also definitely the privacy and the security part you can touch upon. Michelle, over to you.
Thank you very much, Utpal. Thank you for having me here. Greetings from Czech Republic. There is early afternoon here, and I wish all the best to everyone.
Thank you.
Well, I will add a little bit to Alice, that she mentioned how the organization collected and started to collect data in early 80s. I have example from 1930, when the company Piktale, when it was founded in Czech Republic, it was collected data about its customers. And when this is the show company, show manufacturer, when you came to the shop, they measured your food, they check for anomalies, and they created a written record, and this record was processed several times per year. So they were able to collect information like how many family members you have, what diseases you have in the family, what size of shoes when you purchased last time. So they were collecting this data and using them for cross-sale and upsale of their services and stuff. So everything done manually at that time. And today, when we have the social media, it's such collection of data about anyone is much easier, and it can be very automated. And many people are not aware how many data are currently collected about them. My perspective from point of view of small consultancy, that you have to communicate toward the multiple social bubbles, and these bubbles are interfering with one another. And what is good for one, it can be harmful for the other one. And in this, you have very difficult to find the right balance if you are aware about it. But if you are not aware about it, that's the problem, because suddenly you are in a situation when you are losing business, you are losing customer, and you actually don't know why it is happening. And it is just because you are on the border between two bubbles that are listening to the same message, but interpreting in different way. And this is still not about doing actual harm. This is still only about you are trying to promote yourself in the environment that is getting more complex and especially getting more international. Because in the past, we were mostly used to that we communicate with people around us, inside the company, inside the city, maybe some very close bubbles. But today, with the presence of social networks like LinkedIn or Facebook, you are suddenly communicating to everyone around the world, across many continents, across many religions. And what is okay in one part of the world is absolutely no-go in another one. And you may not be aware out of this. So this is my just observation about this area.
Perfect, Michel. So I think you have touched us upon very pertinent and very important points. So with that, I would like to go to Mushir. So Mushir is again from FinTech. I'm also from FinTech. So hi, Mushir, you are there on the call?
Hi, Utpal. Thank you for having me. Really excited to be here and really great thoughts. Yeah.
Right. So I mean, coming to the actual the security issues today. So almost everything, like if somebody want to have a phishing attack on you, if somebody want to steal some information of your research from university, or probably somebody want to tamper the election, government election, or even running any kind of critical activities, or actually jeopardize the entire banking ecosystem or a financial ecosystem. Social media, it starts with social media. They will collect your data, they will collect all your information, and then only they will do a lot of study, and then they will land their attack on your ecosystem. So what are your views on that, Mushir, and how do you see it, and how probably we'll be able to overcome this kind of things in future?
It's scary, right? To a certain extent, when we look at the possibilities that can be derived by, and there've been movies 30, 40 years ago in the 80s as well, which talks about, identity hijacking and people using your identity against you, or being this name on the system and you can't prove who you are, right? At times I forget my passwords and I'm asked to prove who I am, and I struggle to do that because it's some information that I've input about 10 years ago, or some password that I was input 10 years ago, and it's very difficult to get back control of certain accounts. Having said that, I feel we're moving into a phase where technology is no longer an enabler, right? Technology is embedded in everything we do, right? Consciously, subconsciously, and everything where we walk around, there's technologies everywhere. It's omnipresent, as it were, today than it was 20, 30 years ago. And that's something that most people are not consciously aware of yet. It's still new. When we look at the number of people who are having access to internet as well, right? It's still there are 3 to 4 billion people who don't have access to internet globally, who are still coming on board and who may not understand the repercussions of password safekeeping, hygiene when it comes to social media. And for them, the very fact that they can connect online to another person in their group or elsewhere is more important. So what is probably needed is for social media companies to find other ways of connecting people without taking so much personal information, that when this is hacked or leaked, that it leads to very damaging circumstances. Right now, we've also seen major banks in the US or other places where they've had massive hacks and data leaked, right? And then you're like, that is data that is needed. So possibility is that there may be technologies that are coming forward. You may have things from physical hardware. Biometrics and facial recognition are some ways of solving that problem without having to worry about passwords. So digital authentication that way. Secondly is you are looking at things like blockchain, right? That has a lot more security. So two-factor authentication on a blockchain is probably the way forward. While when you look at security, I think most institutions now are very much aware about cybersecurity being their #1 threat. It's not just institutions in terms of corporates, but also governments. We saw the discussion earlier last week between President Biden and President Putin, talking about cyber attack as one of the main things in a to and fro that was going on among two of the world's most powerful men, right? For two of the world's top economies. So you can see that it's a major agenda for everybody. So it's a question of what you need to do rather than why you should do it. The other element there is hiring cybersecurity staff is becoming extremely competitive. So there's not enough staff and people are struggling for that. So there needs to be a mechanism where technology providers have to put cybersecurity front and center and at every stage, right? We haven't spoken about one other element about social media, which is less to do with the loss of cyber hacking, but the issue of trolling and multiple other impacts that are happening. So you see, in particular, sportspersons, celebrities are often attacked, death threats, etc. happen when, say, a football match has not gone right? And these, because the social media platforms are not willing to verify, validate that the person at the other end actually has an identity, it leads to a lot of people using social media for their own purposes, and they would not do that in person, but that becomes a very difficult challenge. So you will probably see a bigger push where social media will have to, companies will have to validate identities, right? And provide more information, access to government institutions on demand. So it's not like all throughout, but that's where a blockchain with smart contracts can help, which just gives you the data based on a request on a court law, possibly, right? A court decision or request, so that you can then provide that information of such and such a person, so it can be tracked. And that's the only way it's going to stop, is when people are identified and are showcased as being trolls or being conducting criminal activity online without having to worry about it. That's when we'll start seeing some control. On the other side, for governments and corporates, hiring top technology talent and putting cybersecurity as the foremost and most important element on their agenda ahead of even profitability is what's going to keep them alive.
Perfect. I think perfectly summarized, Mushir. So yeah, I think you have touched upon many of the points. So with that, I want to go to Arjen. Arjen, you are. I hope you are online. So yes, can you? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Great. So so first of all, welcome to this forum, and thank you so much for coming to this forum. So Arjen, what is your personal experience using social media platforms? So are you sometimes being a little bit scared, like me, while posting something in social media, fearing that where exactly my content is going to go, whether it is going to the right audience, or somebody will misuse this content or something like that, or what is your expectation from the social media in terms of privacy and security part of it? Are you happy with the current social media which you are using, or you are looking something more? So yes, over to you, Arjen.
Yeah, that's an excellent bunch of questions. Hi, everybody. I'm Arjen here from the Netherlands. Great day so far, hearing some really good stuff. Let me start that everything with social media starts with your own awareness. You need to be aware of whatever you're doing, you're leaving traces and you're sending out information, and that information can be used in any way it could be used. So for me, using social media is not only thinking about the defensive part, it's also thinking about the offensive part, where we usually don't talk about, but actually what we as influencers do is actually use offensive strategies to get our message spread as far as possible. Now, the key reason is that if you look at yourself, you should always start with, am I willing to share this? Am I willing to tell this? What are the consequences of telling that? So it starts with your own hearts. The second part of your question is, you should always be aware that you are in a world where information is power. So let me give you an example. If I am an investor in companies, sometimes I don't tell where I'm going physically. I turn off my phone, because if people are aware of where I'm going, that might influence decisions made by others that I don't want to influence, or it might even hamper my own personal agenda. So again, it brings me back to being aware. Well, one of the earlier topics mentioned here is that actually this is a lot about education, about educating people, about making people aware of what's happening. And it starts with the easy education, for instance, about sexting. We need to start at the bottom. We need to start by educating our children. And that also means that for me, one of the key reasons in looking at a social platform, where to spread my message, where to put my attention on, has to do with the fact on how they protect minors, how they make sure that actually people that are out there are protected when they are vulnerable. It's about how they are able to destroy information, how they are able to make sure it's not easily available anymore. So for me, spreading out the message and doing things based on security is about the fact that you cannot trust anything that's out there. You need to be able to validate it. And that's one of the key reasons when I am teaching, and I teach in a few universities, I always say that probably understanding how to analyze sources is probably one of the key vital elements we need to teach again, which means that I personally believe that everybody should spend attention on how disinformation is actually created, how it's being spread, how you can identify it, and how you can work from it. And that's why I also believe it's vital that platforms like we're celebrating today actually come into existence, that put a lot of emphasis about the truth, about being traceable, about being connectable. And it's all those kind of stuff that in the end of the day will make sure that you are successful and that the message is spread. So it's all about actually more a philosophical debate for me than actually a technology debate. Although I am a mathematician, I still believe that the important questions are actually the ethical questions and are not the technology questions. We can algorithm anything we want, but it's about our ethics that it's kind of hard to put an algorithm on that. And that's what I would like to bring to this table, to this discussion.
Great. I think fantastic. So you have touched upon many areas, Arjen. And yes, so with that, I think on the similar line, so I would like to go to Elise again. So my question to you, Elise, is essentially, see, social media, when we talk about social media, we talk about billions, not millions, right? Multiple geographies. And I mean, I don't know, humongous amount of data and content been put into that. So in that kind of an ecosystem or that kind of a scenario, do you think it is only the responsibility of the social media platform owner or the company to essentially take care of privacy, security, cyber defense, or it is a shared responsibility between the company, social media company, and the users? Okay, so what is your views on that, Alice?
In this one, and great question, Utpal, definitely shared responsibility 100%. For me, there is a borderline, and it's in the common sense. As users, we have to take responsibility of what we do and what we share. I mean, Arjen was giving great answers. The topic he covered, I was thinking it feels like I'm talking, because those are the things that I would definitely say. Because we understand that nothing is 100% secure. Then we cannot blame a company if and when they are complying with privacy and safety regulations, but then they get a breach. The responsibility of the company for me is to do the best they can to, of course, safeguard our data, to inform us, the customers, of how they're doing that, and to be open and honest when a breach has happened. And I think what they cannot do is to hide something that has gone wrong, because then it's the Cambridge Analytica, Microsoft, and all the credit cards all over again, because trust is something that is earned. And when it's broken, it's hard to get back. So the biggest issue for me with companies is not that they're not having measures in place. I feel They are fearful when a security breach happens because nobody wants to lose a customer. And normally when you do something wrong, you try to hide it because, oh, I'm going to lose them. They're going to go to somebody else. But I always feel that a customer should have a choice. I mean, Arjen covered very well in regards education, children, and this is also something I've always shared with clients, that I'm aiming for people to understand the importance of what we share, because the bottom line is never share anything you don't want everyone to see. Because even when you delete something, within seconds, there is a chance that someone took a screenshot, and you cannot blame a company or a social media platform that picture or video ended somewhere else. A good friend of mine, he's a cybersecurity expert. He's known as the ethical hacker. His real name is Ralph Echemendia. Always says that nothing is ever 100% secure, because there is always a possibility that someone will find a way to breach. And this is why I always say, don't share anything that you don't want everyone to see. So whether you're using social media for personal or business reasons, I feel we are definitely now more aware of the dangers of what people can do with content. And Arjen actually touched on this, because we've heard the stories of photos or videos being maliciously used on websites such as sex explicit websites, content that is being distorted and then taken out of content for #fake news. So it's not about, Utpal, and you said this earlier as well, it's not about having fear of social or what we share and not using them. I feel social and digital are now part of our daily lives, and we cannot keep blaming either the company or the user, hence why it is definitely a 100% shared responsibility. We all just need a basic level of common sense. For me, this is why I keep it simple. It's similar, there is a famous sentence, don't gamble unless you can afford to lose money. Right. So on social, don't post unless you're okay with everyone seeing it, okay? But none of these should ever discourage us from sharing. I have certain values in life, which are trust, honesty, loyalty, and integrity. And I would never willingly use data I have against anybody. But that doesn't mean that I know that others would not. I'm aware of that. I've always said not everything belongs on social, Utpal. Some things are better kept old school, you know, behind the scenes for hours only. Show it in a phone to your friend in real life. And of course, with the pandemic, it is understandable that there has been an increase of sharing personal data on social channels, because people, we have been restricted from seeing each other. So without even thinking, we're more likely to share personal photos, personal videos. So the key takeaway for me would be use common sense, and let's together have common responsibility. Companies, please do the best you can. Be honest. Let us know when something happens so that it's our choice. And us as users, please remember, if you don't want it online, don't post it.
Great, Alice. Great. I think fantastic. So coming to, so you brought about something about kids. Now kids are also using social media extensively, like these teenagers and kids. They have also started using that. So with that, I would like to go to Dr. G.V. Rao. So, sir, in a scenario, like I'll give you a scenario to make it a little bit interesting or interactive kind of a thing. So probably a university researcher or a professor, he's doing a research on a very critical thing or a very unique kind of a thing. And somehow his kids are in the social media. Okay, and they will try to post something within their friend circle, or somebody like, yeah, my father is working on this kind of a project. So it could be of a national interest. Okay, it could be of some kind of a research area where it is a government-funded critical kind of a research kind of a thing. So how you can actually control this kind of a scenario? Because see, here you cannot blame the social media platform, because if you look at our information and data, it is spread across the internet. So probably some portion of the data is there in the social media, some portion of the data is there in some other site. Okay, so and if somebody can intelligently collate and correlate those information, they can know about 80% or 90% of us, right? So how we can actually how to deal with this kind of a scenario, sir?
See, the principle behind ensuring secure information which is just got leaked, whether in let's say in a situation of some sexual misconduct or defamation, or is the same. It is the same for all the issues that might arise. Now, let me tell you a case that we dealt with. One Mr. Avinash Bajaj, he was the CEO of eBay in India. And he was a Harvard educated person, and I'm talking about 15 years ago, 2004. And on the e-commerce platform called Bazi.com, some mischievous children had posted a video clip of some sexual misconduct in a school, which was being bought and sold, and it had become viral. Then the police in those days went on to arrest Mr. Avinash Bajaj, who was the CEO of Bazi.com. Now, the current situation is a social media platform is an independent. It does not have complete responsibility or culpability with respect to the information shared. It may have filters. It may have mechanisms by which all of them can be screened, and any offensive material or confidential material where it comes to it, it can be protected. Sometimes the service provider will not know even what is confidential material unless it is brought to their notice. So therefore, they have a neutral platform. But where every social media organization, like in India, the law says that you shall appoint a nodal officer who will be a contact point with the government of India in case we find there are any offensive material that is transmitting, and that we will be in touch with you with respect to that the moment it comes to our notice. One is the service provider himself has to take necessary precautions of all kind of possibilities, depending upon how skillful they are about it. And the other is when government comes and says that here is something that is there which is offensive or confidential or which is being circulated, then the service provider should be in a position to be instantly be able to remove that material, though he may not be able to himself detect it. Because suppose some missile technology is being circulated on the platform which is being recently developed by the DRDO, Defense Research Organization. So it may not be easily something which the service provider will be able to know whether it is already in public domain or not. But the moment government comes to know that some such leak has occurred, it should be able to tell the service provider, it would tell the service provider, please remove this instantly, because this is confidential information, like the children of some of the scientists or the developer has leaked it. So therefore, it is very important that the social media service provider must be on his toes to have the latest tools, to have the latest methodology by which offensive or confidential material can be removed, can be blocked, can be reviewed. All of this they must do, and you must have seen even Facebook, which is well you are familiar with, and everybody is familiar with and has been using it, have also used these mechanisms. Even Twitter, all of them have been used. So the same methodology must be adopted by them. There is no possibility that you can envisage. Maybe you can do 90% of it, but you will still 5 or 10% will be left there.
Absolutely, absolutely, sir, absolutely. Absolutely, I think bang on. So what do you say? So, so with that, another thing that that is coming in my mind, so Michelle, so we as an influencer, so if we consider ourselves as an influencer, or somehow we have some followers, or in social media people look up to us, kind of thing. So can we play a role in this, wherein at least with our followers, we can tell them how best they can use their content.
Very good question. Very good question. I think you can devise some means by which you can try to disseminate digital hygiene or social media hygiene. Some of them spoke as to what can be posted. You may lose it. It can be copied. Like for instance, if the social media provider does not permit video downloads or video taping. Now we are here in a conversation between us. Somebody gets a hidden camera and records this whole session without directly recording it from the internet. Can we prevent it? We cannot prevent it. So therefore, as a social influencer, you must have video clips or digital information that is to be constantly being supplied to the users. Even just like an ad, it would pop up and it tell you what is the hygiene that you must follow in terms of utilizing the social media, and what is safe for them, what is secure for them, what is appropriate for them. In the morning, we had Colonel, somebody who gave the appropriate
on the cyber security.
Yeah,
yes.
and sexting, as you said, WhatsApp is also a social media platform that way.
Absolutely.
Therefore, these things have to, there is a very big responsibility on the platform itself to educate young people, because like you just said, young people, their young minds, sometimes they go to school, they are very smart, they're very quick. In fact, a lot of parents must have learned how to use the modern
on their
children themselves.
Very true.
So therefore, by the time they're teenagers, they are experts at it. I myself, WhatsApp was introduced by my children to me.
True.
And I started using it. So therefore, you have to have that bit where appropriateness of use of the medium must be there as a responsibility.
Excellent, sir. Excellent. So Michelle, so my question to you is again what Dr. G.B. Rao just touched upon is what role anybody who is probably an influencer or some followers are there, or probably people look up to them, what role they can play to, because this is a huge ecosystem, right? And definitely only the social media platform or they cannot educate so much. So what role this influencers can play here, Michelle?
This is quite a difficult question, I would say, because I am 100% sure that influencers are not the masters of social networks. We are learning like everyone else.
True.
Like Dr. Rao said that he learned a lot from his children and grandchildren. So this applies to all of us. So we are often followers in dealing with the technology and this kind of stuff. So we have to be, maybe we can act as examples that we do not intentionally or unintentionally harm somebody or someone on the media platform, but also we can sometimes open a discussion with our group within our social bubbles that what they think they should be appropriate if we discuss openly, or shall we discuss it online or offline, or what it should be structured, and what content we are still able to publish, and where is the border that we can go. I have had yesterday an interesting conversation when one of my friend published the information about the meeting he was doing with executives in one organization, and he didn't want me to go too much in detail, but he mentioned something that triggered the discussion that completely unexpected way. And suddenly we really had to mention that we have to, the conversation have to stop because we are going to a direction that is not comfortable for somebody in the group. So this is how I see the situation. And I really don't know if we can do much more because it's easier if the bubble around us is close. But if there is a lot of people we have never met in person, we just know their name because they are just followers of us somewhere, it is much more difficult, I believe.
True, Michelle. Yes, correct. I think it is a very genuine kind of answer that you have given. So it is not a very easy task. So what I was thinking, and Mushir, I would like to go to you with that. So sometimes social media could be unnecessarily biased. Okay, so probably some discussions are going on, and everybody is commenting on a particular direction. So probably negatively somewhere. So it could be political, it could be something religious, it could be something on a national thing, anything. It could be on a sports also with some football club or something like that. So my question to you is, as the influencer, probably because as they have some level of confidence on influencers, so they probably can bring that discussion to a right direction. Sometimes it may be possible kind of a thing. So can I play some kind of a role in bringing those kind of elements when it is going probably out of control and where it is within our group or some of our followers are there? Can I do anything on those lines, Mushir?
No, it's a very important element, right? It's almost a catch-22 in some senses. When you're an influencer, you have people following you, but you're not necessarily having the same thought process or values and beliefs that your followers might, right? So when you do post something and that goes wrong or there's an adverse reaction on it, I do think, yes, as an influencer, you have to use the term influence, you have that influence to step in and guide a conversation back to normalcy, right? What's happening in the last few years in particular, based on fake news and, we're now seeing very extreme news, right? The neutral, middle of the path viewpoint is becoming much more harder as it is. People tend to take sides and then they become very aggressive, right? I have noticed, trying to reason with somebody who has very strong beliefs on one end, even if there's a logical reasoning to believe on the other side, you won't see it because they just don't want to believe it. So turning that conversation can be very difficult. It is very challenging as an influencer. So what I tend to do is respectfully disagree and end the conversation, right? A lot of times as an influencer, you may think that, well, let the conversation keep on going. So sometimes if it is within our powers, turn off the comments, right? Turn off sharing, whatever there is, so that there isn't the need for more noise. Well, in the influencer world, for some people, any publicity is good publicity. But if you want to do it right and with the right ethics, especially in the professional world that we all engaged in, I think that's the right way to do, is because a lot of it is about building a brand, right? As an influencer, you are representing yourself and you are your brand. And if you start showing inconsistencies or inability to control your brand and those associated with it, then it harms you longer term. In the short term, you may not see it. Hence, that's why it's important for you to take control of your own accounts and engage with those who are opposed to the view respectfully. But if it's not working out, don't prolong that discussion because people are just too rigid sometimes and there's no point spending too much energy beyond a certain time.
Absolutely.
Sorry, Iqbal, to interrupt you. We're running out of time, so I can give you another 5 to 6 minutes.
Absolutely, Jyoti. So I think what Mushir has said, like it can have a cascading effect also. So I'll quickly go to Arjen, and I will again come back to Elise on the same question, and I will allow them to speak for probably 2 minutes, and I'll request them to speak for 2 minutes. So I think that social media platform, probably people are using 1 or 2 social media platforms now. So do you think it is the ideal platform, or you want some more features? Okay, probably on the security and privacy angle, but you can talk about other angles also. So my question to Arjen first, like, what do you think? Like the social media platform, is it like 80%, 90% okay with you, or it is not matching your expectation? Is still 50% improvement needs to be done? So how is it, Arjen?
Well, I think that the most important feature that's currently lacking is the way others can identify that what you're telling is actually correct. So, for instance, what I would love to see is a different kind of like system, because the like system is kind of like, yeah, I've read it, it's okay. But what's actually lacking is the validation button. And the validation button is not not a button that everybody should have. It's something you should earn. And either that comes from an academic background, I really don't care how you earn it. But the fact that the like of, for instance, Mr. A and Mr. B is actually in the count exactly the same and doesn't give you actually the insight if the information is validated and is correct, is probably the biggest hindrance I expect at this moment in social media. And it has to do with the fact that I truly believe that a big part of social media is not just about creating your own content. It's also about spreading the relevant content of others. And in order to actually do that, it takes me a lot of time to actually validate if what's in there is actually correct. It costs me actually more time than writing something myself, but because I believe it's vital that when you work in social media, you understand that you're in an ecosystem, and that being in an ecosystem means that you don't only share what you create, but you also share what you think others have created that's really good. And that is the part that's actually missing nowadays in social media. It's the validation part. I would love to see more on that.
Great, great. So Alice, I mean, in this question, I will add a little bit more on that. Today, if you look at Facebook, so I'll give you an example. Probably, I don't know whether it is allowed to take name or not, but in Facebook, many times I get friend requests from a lot of people, but I don't have an option to actually validate whether he is a real person or it is a fake profile or what kind of. So there is no authenticity. Okay, I cannot check the authenticity of a person who is sending a friend request to me. So this is one what do you call feature that is in my wish list. Okay, so in my ideal social media platform, I would like to see something called authenticity kind of a thing, score or something like that, wherein I will be able to at least judge that whether I'm talking to a human or something else, or if it's a human also, whether he's a genuine that person or somebody else. So what is your thought on this, Alice?
I guess such a great question, Utpal, and you're absolutely correct. And Arjen touched on it. Michal, everybody here today has made it clear that we cannot be 100% certain on everything that happens. And your example of Facebook applies to all the platforms. We live in a society of fake it until you make it, of farms, troll farms that create profiles, and they are becoming so good, especially with artificial intelligence. And of course, Utpal, you're an expert on this subject. With artificial intelligence, you are getting very realistic avatars. Before it was just a fake picture, a drawing, an animation, but now we're getting literally resemblance of people as pictures. So how can we know? I feel this is more not about a short-term solution, but more about a long-term collaboration. Get the experts, get the users' feedback, ask like you just did, what would you like to see? For me, I would love social media platforms to share a lot more content, like I said earlier, in regards what privacy measures they are using. How can I protect myself? Not everybody is an expert on cybersecurity. Not everybody has cybersecurity friends that you can go to and say, hey, I was breached, what do I do? So I would love to collaborate more with the actual brands, because, and Michal touched on this as well earlier, when you are sharing information and people are grabbing it, we don't have actually control. what they do, where it goes, how they are using it. We need to coexist together. I've always said together we are stronger. Dr. Rao has also mentioned, you put things online and they're being picked on, photos, videos, then you have these lawsuits, but there is such a massive influx of information being loaded on these platforms. Number one, they don't have enough staff. Number two, regardless of the amount of filters that we put on, no amount of automation or artificial intelligence will ever be able to validate like a human being. But as human beings, we make mistakes. So as always, let's be responsible and let's try to together find more solutions.
Absolutely, Alice. I think fantastic. So with the same question, I would like to go to Michelle and then quickly to Dr. GB Rao also. So Michelle, like what are some of the very important features in your wish list, okay, of a social media platform? I know you don't use Facebook, you are only on LinkedIn and probably a little bit on Twitter. So I mean, what are your views? What kind of, because there is no direct mechanism today wherein a social media platform can directly collect what are the wish list of a user that users like to see in the platform, right? Probably there will be some indirect ways, okay? But I would like to see, because it is a user-driven kind of a platform, so there should be a direct communication between the user and the social media platform, and user can say, hey, I want this kind of a feature. So do you have this feature in your future roadmap or not? Okay, so that kind of a communication should be there. So Michelle, what is your view on that?
Well, I very much liked what Arjun said on this, that he would like to validate the content and actual whether the person that is approaching is also true person and not just an artificial profile. This is very interesting, and also Alice mentioned this. And what was not mentioned today is the complete category of companies that are creating the content for social media and the features that enable them to actively participate in ecosystem of these social networks. So this is something that we should maybe discuss more in terms of what kind of new features and functionalities we would like to have, because it's not only about influencers and users, it's also about a lot of people that are making living on behalf of organization to create content, to create information, or to create the groups of people and so on. And this is also quite a big topic that I see, and there are no features for this organization that is easily available on the network. So this is my perspective.
Absolutely, thank you, Michelle. I think that's perfect, kind of. So with that, I'd like to go to Dr. GB Rao, sir. On a probably government point of view or a bureaucrat point of view, what are the features, okay, that you guys are looking for in a social media platform? Then probably we can tell Piktale to incorporate those features also. So what are your views on that? What are like your the key features that is there in your wish list? Dr. GB Rao. Sir, are you there?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I did not unmute that. One of the things that we look, I think we can look at it is from, firstly, personally speaking, I think language, where language now you can create certain vocabulary, which can be blanked out, which are offensive. They have to, it should not be permissible to use language which is foul. Because some of the biggest problems that arise between human beings is use of foul language. So I think regulation of language is a very, very important feature that must be taken by the service provider themselves, because unless we have a civil kind of discourse where the parties are able to talk to each other in a civil manner. I don't know, many people may have, I don't know others, but from my point of view, I think that that's a very, of course, it has become very fashionable these days. Even in films, I'm seeing that, use of foul language seems to be some kind of a, I don't know what attractiveness it has. But I think there should be a consensus on the use of language. Also, offensive images, if any, they should be reviewed. Artificial intelligence is able to do that. Offensive, and also warnings have to be given where certain types of people exceed their appropriateness requirements. So these things are a check, and suspension of accounts when it becomes extreme. You have to do that. You have to suspend people's accounts because if they are going to incite enmity on the basis of caste, creed, etc., and posting of fake messages. That is very important because I was associated with an organization which is dealing with fake news, and they could detect fake news about 80-90% of it. So anybody who originally posts fake news or images, they should be penalized and they should be kept out of the thing. So therefore, there has to be a method by which you regulate it in a civil manner.
Absolutely, sir. Thank you. So I think we are running out of time. So Jyoti, I would request Jyoti. So probably we'll be able to take one question very quickly, that too in 1 minute. Is it correct, Jyoti, or we'll have to skip the questions?
Yes, you actually went way behind my time and you didn't listen to me. Okay, so I'm out now. Anyway, I think, but it was very, very interesting session. Yeah. So even I forgot to mark the time. So I also take a punishment for that. That's okay. I think it was very interesting. So quickly to the questions that we have. I think this question is from the audience where it is for Ellis, and it says, how do you suggest we protect our own privacy on social media individually? You've already spoke about it quite a bit, but I think because this person is so persistent and has put this question on, I think if you can add a few words on it, Ellis, we would appreciate that.
Absolutely. Of course, I can do that. I will try to keep it short because, yes, when we are involved, we go over time.
No, but it was very entertaining. So no offense there. It was very, very, more than entertaining, it was very informative, I would say. So even I forgot to manage the time.
This is what happens live, guys. We go over sometimes. But yes, in regards to this question, a reminder that number one, don't share anything you're not okay with everyone in the world seeing. But if you are going to share things, please use maybe VPNs, virtual networks, so that you can cover your IP address, privacy settings. Go through every setting on social platforms because they tend to have the average with everything is open. And if you're not familiar, go to YouTube, go to Google, whoever asks this question, I'm always happy to answer. So please find me on social networks and I'm happy to give you a few more pointers, but just be aware of your surroundings. Don't post geolocation. Arjen covered this earlier. Just simply use common sense and be aware, because platforms can only do so much, as we said earlier, and it is our duty as customers to just be a little bit more aware. So don't always think that you cannot post, but simply use your common sense if you don't want the world to see.
Thank you. I think that was well said and well repeated again. I hope it's gone into our heads. And before we share or re-forward, we think twice. Okay, Ellis told this. Now I need to work this. That's good. Okay, Utpal, this is for you. Somebody wants to hear you more. And they say, what responsibilities do you feel comes with the reach and fame on social media? Yes, that's an interesting question. Is this being an influencer who people are looking up to is just a fun, or is it tedious too? Interesting.
Okay, so I will try to keep it as short as possible. So definitely, I think this has already been addressed by Mushid. Mushid has told this is so. It is essentially influencers are doing a brand building of themselves or their organization, but at the same time, they also hold some kind of a social responsibility because people look up to them. So definitely, while posting any kind of content or any kind of discussion into social media, we take utmost care, okay, so that it doesn't go in a wrong direction, because the people can make you influencer, and in a day people can actually throw you out. Okay, so that is the reality of the life. So yes, definitely we take utmost care whatever we are posting in our social media channels. Many times we try to avoid our personal things, okay, because when you become an influencer, your personal things goes a little bit away and you become more professional and try to share more professional things. I think that hope that answers the question.
I think yes. So just to recap to the people, I think keep it very professional. Don't be so personal about it that it comes back to bite you at some time. That's what is a recap of this. I think that was a wonderful session. Thank you to each one of them. Utpal, it was really nice, well moderated, well questions. Syed, we have Mr. Syed Mushir here, who also added a lot of value. Dr. G.V. Rao, interesting from the legal point of it. Next time I'm signing a contract, I know what all to look into it before I sign that. And then we have Arjun Vikar, who added us to us. And Elise, of course, one point I take home today: don't share if you don't want people to see. Interesting. And Michelle, thank you so much. And that was really good. Thank you, guys. And personally, thanks to each one of them for the well said, and we take it back from the Piktale family and myself.
Thank you, Jyoti. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, now we quickly move on to the awards. Please stay on and cheer us for our awards also. So we have, okay, oh my God, our team is so fast. They don't even allow me to take a breather before they say, okay, here, this is the next one, go. Okay, that's nice. So we have some awards that we've been doing for the whole day, and it's been interesting to see so many influencers. It was not an easy task to identify them, but we have managed to get, after a lot of thought process. That doesn't mean that these are the only ones. How many we could fit in a day, we have put in there. And with that, we have the first name on our list today for our third batch or fourth batch. This is third batch or fourth batch. Okay. This is Adriana. Hi, Adriana Tica. Hello, I have some people on. Can you guys mute? I don't like competition for my voice. Thank you. Adriana Tica, congratulations on being one of the influencers. Right now. Adriana, if you're logged in and you're on, if you could unmute and say a few words to us. Okay, I think not available. So quickly, can we go on to the other one? Mr. Arjen Van Berkum, congratulations. Once again, congratulations. Arjen, we would appreciate if you can add a few lines.
Yes, thank you very much for giving me this award. I mean, I've looked at the list, and it's a big honor to be among such a privileged society. So thank you very much, and have a great day with all the superior content we have been seeing. Thank you again.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your kind of contribution for this and making this session a success also. Thank you. To the next one, please. Avrohom Gottheil. I hope I've got your name correct. Avrohom Gottheil. Congratulations once again. If you're on, please, we would love you to unmute and say a few words to us. I think not there. Can we move to the next one, please? Mr. Chuck Brooks, congratulations. And thank you.
Just thank you very much for this recognition. It's greatly appreciated. It's great to be among such noted influencers in the world and be part of such a great platform. And I want to also wish everyone a happy Father's Day that's a father out there, and looking forward to some great interaction in the rest of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate all your... To the next one, please. Mr. Dennis Bakabasi. Mr. Dennis Bakabasi, congratulations once again. We would love it if you could add a few words.
Thank you so much for this award. I also looked at the other list of the awardees, and I just applaud your global reach and the inclusivity and diversity in which you apply to the entire list. So just thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate that you've taken the time to be here and added your value. We look forward to continuing to hear from you and your views on how to make the platform reach to the next level. Thank you so much.
Excellent, thank you.
Dr. G.B. Rao. I was so caught up with listening to what you were saying that I forgot to watch my time. Anyway, congratulations, well earned, well deserved.
Sorry if I
Very nice. Please do share your view. How do you feel by receiving this award? And also,
Jyoti Barma, sorry if I exceeded my time, but
no, that's okay. That was very informative.
But I must congratulate Piktale to pick up this exceptional group of people worldwide who are so talented and so who have achieved so much in life. I'm deeply honored to be among them, and I'm deeply honored to address all of you. And I would love to interact more with all of you. And thank you so much. And I wish you all the very best in your endeavor. May you be the best. May you get the may you get all more recognition as a social media platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Really appreciate, and I thank you so much for that. And that is really going to give us a lot more energy and enthusiasm and passion to take it further to the next level. Next one, please. Ellis. Congratulations, Alice Video. It is congratulations. Don't post anything that you don't want to be seen by others. Interesting message, rocked in as such. We would love to hear from you a couple of things. And what's your on receptance of this award? Your reaction to that, please.
First of all, I would like to say thank you to Piktale and the team for the award. As I often say, I don't do what I do for recognition, but to add value to others with what I do. Awards do not make us more or less valuable, but for me, they are a symbol that others recognize what we do and that we do bring value. I remember when I wrote my first book, and I would often say, if all this book does is to inspire one person or bring a smile to one, then my job is done. Then this is a sentiment I've carried on in all my activities. Anything we do, whether it's a social post, a video, an interview, if we can inspire one more person, then our job is done. And John Quincy Adams often said, if our actions inspire others to dream more, then learn more and do more and become more, we are leaders. So thank you, Piktale, for recognizing myself and my fellow leaders today. Truly humbled and honored. And remember, together we are stronger.
Thank you. Thank you for your kind words. Over to the next one, please. Mr. Gary Bizot, congratulations on a recipient of being one of the influencers for the platform and others. We move to the next one, please. Ian Moyes, congratulations. Congratulations, J. McPen is on recipient of the Most Influential Award. would approve. Can you join us in stating your few words on this, please?
Yeah, sure. Thank you so much for the award, and 7:30 in the morning on a Father's Day on a Sunday. Interesting timing as well. So thank you, and congratulations to everyone else, and appreciate the recognition.
Thank you so much. Happy Father's Day to you, and I'm sure you have. It will be an interesting day where people are going to be pampering you. So have fun. Thank you so much for your words.
Thank you.
Jessica Noble, congratulations on the recipient of the Influencers Award. Next one, please. Mr. Jonathan Afuri. Mr. Jonathan, congratulations and on being Mr. Mazid Khan, congratulations on being one of the influencers. Can I invite you to say a few words on this, please?
It's my honor to be part of such a mega event. And I'm thankful to Piktale family. And as a principal, I want to say what the best you have, give it to world. The best will come back to you. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much. That is very encouraging words, and we will try to give our best to all of them.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Mikhail Valo, thank you, first of all, for being on the panel discussion. I don't know at what time zone you're sitting and speaking, but I think your speech and your contributions were really appreciated. Congratulations on receiving this award. So Mikhail Valo, can we have a few words from you?
Yes, thank you very much for this amazing prize, and I am very impressed also with the group of other speakers. And this recognition is not only about myself. This is also about very excellent work of the Piktale family to achieve something like this. And I wish you all the best for the future, for letting this project fly and change the world at least a little. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry. I think Payal had texted that she's going to be a little, so I'm not sure if you're there, but anyway, Ms. Payal Rajpal, congratulations on receiving the award and being one of the influencers. Priyanka, Ms. Priyanka, thank you for congratulations, and once again. Priyanka, are you around? I thought I heard some sound. Okay, to the next one, please. Professor and Dr. Karsten Wendland. Welcome, and again, congratulations on recipient of this award. And we would appreciate if you can share a few words to our viewers and to our family.
Yes, thank you very much, dear colleagues of Piktale, dear viewers all over the world. This is Karsten Wendland from Germany. Thank you so much for this great award. And I would like to congratulate you for your great success in developing your own platform, which is oriented towards the needs of the people and of high ethical values, as we heard from Elias and the colleagues in the session before. And what you do, this is the way of the future of technology, of sustainability, and it's also a smart way for all the people involved, from the old timers to the very youngest. When I was approached to accept this award, I felt very honored and very connected to my Indian friends. And I hope to visit you again in India as soon as the situation allows. In Germany and in Europe, we are discussing innovative technologies, not only in terms of the goals of success, but increasingly also in terms of the unintended effects. And I myself work, as you know, in the field of technology assessment. And this is my honest advice for the future of Piktale. Stay on your conceptual path. Always consider the unintended effects of your platform and take them up. Adjust your system flexibly, always in touch with the people and with their hearts. That's all from my side. All the best and long-term success for the whole Piktale family.
Thank you so much. They were really an insight words and very well. And it's nice to hear someone come out of their heart and wish someone a good, and you feel that Piktale can add value to the society and to the global platform. Thank you so much for those words. And we are looking forward to seeing you in India soon, and welcome.
Thank you.
To the next one, please. Miss Rashmi Mogha, congratulations. Hi, Rashmi, if you've logged in, would you like to add a few words? Okay, I'm not. Okay. Mr. Syed Moshir Ahmed. Sorry. Congratulations. We heard a lot of things that have been shared with us. We also would like it if you can share what is your reaction to these and one of the influencer awards that you've received today. Can we have your thoughts on this, please? And 2 keywords for Piktale family to take back home.
Firstly, very humbled to be among such distinguished influencers and thought leaders. And I just want to say thank you to the Piktale family. It's been very interesting. The whole summit was very interesting as well. I take this role very responsibly, and I think as influencers, our role is to guide people on what our thoughts are and try to build a community. And for me, it's about a community. In terms of 2 words for Piktale to take forward would be responsibly and community. I think that would be the 2 things.
Thank you so much. And thank you for sharing, and thank you for giving your views. We look forward for your suggestions, even in the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Utpal Chakrabarti, the influencer, and yes, he personally, I would like to take 2 seconds to add a few things. So I come from a travel and hospitality, and I have reached out to him with the different, could you do this topic for me? Can you be a speaker for me on this topic? And he has never said no. He has been an influencer for me on the travel side, also on the hospitality side. So thanking you personally, and I think this is a well-earned and well-deserved award. Congratulations from all of us to you. Well, could we have 2 words for the Piktale family from your side?
First of all, thank you, Jyoti. Thank you for your kind words. And yes, so far my journey with the Piktale family as an advisor or a mentor is fantastic. So this is a unique team, and this is actually a unique product. Okay, because I have been interacting with a lot of startups previously also, but what I have seen in Piktale is completely unique. Okay, the dedication of the team, their willingness to go out of the way and do something extra. And I mean, bringing a platform like this, it's not so easy, and it is a 3.5-year journey. So I first of all congratulate the entire Piktale team, thanking them from nominating me for this award, and I would like to continue this association with Piktale on a long-term basis. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that was nice thoughts to go. Ashutosh, I hope you made that note on a long term. So please get that signed in words and seal it off. We have it on record now. Okay, so he can't move away. With that, so quickly, so we come to an end to our awards for that session and that part of it. We have some more to go, which we'll take it a little later. But meanwhile, I just wanted to re-stress again, The time is running out. We have heard a magnanimous offer from Mr. Sailendra Kumar, who has offered to give his free book download free of cost to us, which is Making Money Out of Data, the Art and Science of Analytics. So please go ahead and download it and make the most of it. And also, with once you sign in today for the app download, you would be getting the Piktale reward points and the Piktale magazines on it. So enjoy it and be a part of the journey that we are looking at. With this, we come on to our next topic for the day. So that's the next panel discussion we have. It's all about, okay. It's about social media, opportunities and challenges. Is social media an opportunity or a challenge? That's something which they're going to be talking about, and role of influencers in navigating the followers in the right direction. So I think this is the very important thing right today, because of the way we guys go in and anything that is forwarded, we think, okay, let me forward to 10 other people. Like somebody said in one of the things, I think it was Ms. Mushir who said that you become very personal about it and start justifying those, and you start taking sides, and you become so vocal that you lose friendships, you lose relationships on it. I don't think it's worth it. And this topic is going to tell us how to be objective in the way what we are putting on social media, and look at it how it is opportunities and challenges. With that, I would like to invite Ms. Payal Rajpal as the moderator for this session. So before, Payal, are you on? Have you logged in, Payal?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, so Payal, I will take a minute of it and say congratulations on the recipient of the award. I think at that time you were just still logging in and I was a little too fast. So I'm sorry I missed you there. So I would personally like to congratulate you for being on the list of the influencers. Congratulations on receipt of the award, and looking forward to your contributions to this. So before you wear a moderator hat, would you like to say a few words to our viewers on your recipient of this award?
Well, I'm really eager and excited to see what sort of unfolds with Piktale, but very humbled to receive the accolade. And yes, thank you so much, to have me on the top 100 list, and looking forward to sort of making that change since you've given us the medal of an influencer. So thank you yet again.
Thank you once again. So quickly, I just go on to, so we have Payal Rajgopal, who would be moderating the session. She is the director of Robotics India and also founder of Hack the Crisis. Then we have Mr. Chuck Brooks, who is the president of Brooks Consulting International. Then we also have Mr. Dennis Vakpensee, who is the vice president of CX for R. Donnelly. And then we have Mr. Nat Brown, who is the chief experience officer at Officicum Labs and also a co-founder for CX Accelerator. Then we have Mr. Mr. Gary Basu, who is a serial. Hello, I'm sorry. Did I miss someone?
No, I just arrived.
Okay. Who's this?
Gary Bizzo.
Sorry, who's this?
Gary Bizzo here.
Okay. Okay, I was just going to introduce you. There you've done with a bang with your insurance. So I was just going to introduce. Hi, Gary Bizzo. Welcome to the panel. And we have, he is basically a serial entrepreneur specializing in disruptive and innovative startups. He's also a founder of Siphon Quantum Energy Limited and Biso Management Group. Wow, that's a lot of hats to wear. And then we have Mr. Jay McBain, who is a principal analyst and channels, partnerships and ecosystems, fosters, and he's also a channel influence of the year. Welcome and thank you for being on this. Payal, over to you. I'm going on mute.
Thank you, Jyoti. Good evening, greetings from India. Happy to be moderating this absolutely stellar panel. When my team sent a bit of background and a little bit of R&D on everyone, I said all I see is awards and accolades and Forbes and all the listings there. So I very cleverly also did my setting at the back, and I said, maybe a little sort of speck in the ocean, but that's a good start. So greetings from India, everyone. everyone. Where's everyone joining us from? So Gary, where are you at the moment?
I'm in Vancouver.
Wow, awesome. What's it like? Freezing, hot, spring?
Well, it's going to be 35 today, and it's still dark. It's just 5 o'clock here in the morning.
Oh, where's your cup of coffee?
That's right here.
Well, morning to you then.
Thank you.
Hey, Dennis.
Hey, hi, good morning.
Morning. So where are you joining us from?
I'm joining you from Dallas, Texas in the United States, and it's an honor to be here. Thank you.
Awesome, awesome. And Chuck, do we have Chuck here?
Hi, Chuck Brooks. Hi, I'm joining you all from Washington, D.C. area, where it's going to be 90s today and beautiful, and looking forward to this session.
Likewise, likewise. Hello, Nate.
Hello.
Hey. So
I'm coming from Nashville, Tennessee, Music City, and excited to celebrate this Father's Day with all of you. So we're kicking off over here in the States with this great Sunday, and thrilled to be here. Thank you so much for the invite.
Good morning, Nate.
Good morning. Hey, Dennis. Good to see you.
Love your shirt, man.
Thank you.
And I would say that to the fedora, really. And and happy Father's Day, gentlemen.
Thank you.
And then we have Jay with us.
Hey, good morning. I'm in Southern Florida. I'm a Canadian living in Southern Florida, so it's even better. But yeah, we've got the United States covered pretty well here geographically, and actually I should say North America covered here geographically, from Vancouver to Southern Florida and right across.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. It's like all coasts covered really well. So yes, so good evening from, and greetings from India. Morning to all of you. Absolutely excited to be, hosting this panel and having some great interaction on the only thing that everyone seems to be on these days, social media. So while we know that, the pandemic has sort of increased the usage of the entire digital environment heavily, whether we call it for professional or personal interactions. And there's been an array of social media platforms. I saw a lot of children on TikTok sometime last year before it got banned in India. And it was amazing to see the kind of skills that they displayed on TikTok, but not in their own classroom. So, and then we obviously therefore have the luxury to choose one that sort of best fits all our goals, needs, convenience, and then businesses as well. But what it also brings with it is, various unique characteristics in terms of user privacy, content, interactions, and reach. So coming to our opening comments from everyone here, and what I will do is I will go in the series of what I see on my Zoom screen. So beginning with Dennis, Charles, Gary, Jay, Nate, and then we go in sort of mixed order, if that's all right with you. So, opening comments by Dennis on, what would you be looking for in an ideal social media platform, and perhaps a few challenges from a user perspective on social media platforms as well.
Thank you for asking me that, and happy to kick off here. As I think about social media, one of the top concerns I have is the business models that generate social media platforms typically end up being driven by ad revenue, and I'm not certain that the content creators are always rewarded for the work and time that they put in. I think you pointed out something astutely, that young people have creative minds and they use these social networks as an outlet for creativity. And what I saw happen over the last 5 years is, as social media platforms monetize themselves, they actually penalize the content creators. The algorithms don't work in the favor of the content creators, they work in the favor of the advertisers. So I would hope that going forward, we continue to pioneer platforms that reward content creators and foster creativity around the world and expression.
Great, thank you, Dennis. And I do agree with you that we definitely require a medal for the content creators. And I would say that mainly also because, you know, a few of my team members have also logged in, and at Robotics India, you know, our cool content creation team and mainly one person that handles this has actually changed the face of the entire perspective on social media. So yeah, I do resonate with that thought. Charles.
Yes, well, first of all, I wholeheartedly agree with Dennis that content is king or queen. And it is really, you notice it in the algorithms, particularly in some of the professional LinkedIn sites and other sites where it's not focused so much on the content and the expansion, getting your message out, but more again on the advertisers. And I think that needs to change, and I think it will change with involvement with people, particularly users out there. I think what I want to say that social media, of course, is not monolithic. There's so many different types of professional and social mediums. So I think what needs to happen in the future is first the usability of them has to be bettered. A lot of them are still pretty difficult to actually mass send something out, or the limitations on words. I think you'll see more going eventually towards holographs, where you are more actually the person. There's an issue with deep fakes. And being from the cybersecurity world, I think one of the biggest concerns still is security. The users' names have been stolen several times through Facebook, LinkedIn, others, Twitter. And so I think there's needs to be a comfort level where people's privacy will be protected. And I think this is a general issue with the rest of the world. So I think cybersecurity needs to be paramount in any platform we're going forward.
Yeah, I do agree with you, Charles. So here in India, after 37 years, we had the National Education Policy, popularly known as NEP 2020, that rolled out. And one of the prime things that we sort of, advise the government on, that even if we can have a simple tutorial sort of influxed in the school that talks about security and privacy settings. So when children download game and they just go, yes, 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 location, yes, camera, yes, and microphone, yes, and come rob my house when I'm not there, yes. So I think that's a very integral, point here as well. So yes, thank you, Charles. Gary, over to you, please.
Yeah, it seems to me an ideal platform would lack something or leave someone out. I mean, each platform has a different demographic, and for instance, if we had the community of Facebook, the imagery of Instagram, the fun of Snapchat, the real-time and trending options in Twitter, coupled with the business side of LinkedIn, it'd be perfect for me. So, in other words, I use them all. So, I don't think there's an ideal thing. The really tough thing that I see is that users want to trust a free internet. And, with misinformation, fake news, all this stuff, people are looking for some sort of regulation. But as soon as you say regulation, they jump up and down, which is, where's the balance, I suppose.
Right, agree. There is absolutely no balance, even to something as simple as screen time, and that I don't think particularly should be only for children, but all of us. So every week when we get the screen monitoring report, it never sort of goes down. At least for me, it's just like, 10% up and 15% up. So, yeah, yes. Over to you, Jay.
Yeah, absolutely. And I get to study social media from a business to business perspective as an analyst. So I get to rip through 141 different sites, and I get to rank all of the different social media engines. But the biggest thing we're seeing just recently is after 15 years, this industry is getting more mature. About 3 weeks ago, Apple and Google got privacy religion. And as many of us had our iPhones updated 3 weeks ago to ask us if we wanted tracking and cookies and targeting, 96% of us have said no.
Wow.
So this is kind of a watershed moment. Google has made announcements to do the same in Android. But if you look at those two companies, they have 99% share on mobile and 86% share on desktop browsing, laptop browsing. So most people get on the internet through those two companies, and their ability to regulate or govern, they won't be able to legislate. That's coming later. It always takes another 10 years for governments to follow up, but we're going through some pretty massive changes on privacy, on security, and other things. And this is just the general maturing of the industry. So over the next 5 years, it'll be a much different social media and platforms than what we've had in the past.
Yeah, and I'm glad that it's now turning out to be a global movement. We had the privacy laws updated here in India as well, and the only social media platform that was yet to adhere to or check all the boxes was Twitter, and there was a serious threat for taking that entire platform down the way TikTok was ruled out. So yeah, I completely agree with you there, Nate.
Yeah, interesting comments from Jay. It's exciting and a little bit terrifying, the future of where all this is going. But it's great to be in this era where we get to see so much of these things and watch this dynamic environment unfold in front of us. I feel like for me, and this is probably a little bit more personally reflective than is meant to be in the question, but it's kind of been like historically like a race to followership. You know, let me gain some level of prominence on this social media platform. And I've just not seen a tremendous amount of value from that. So now, like, really what I'm seeking and what a perfect social media platform looks like for me is where it really fosters a more meaningful, more authentic connection with people, where I'm not connecting with 20,000 people. I'm connecting with 10, 20, 30 people, but developing a more meaningful relationship with them, either through myself personally or the brands that I represent. And that's going to be much higher value to me. So I'm looking to go deeper and not necessarily spread so across.
No, and I fully agree with you because, you know, the pandemic more so made the world a much smaller place, because even here in India, when we were, you know, worse, bad, I really don't have the correct adjectives here to say that the second wave was tormenting here. And, you know, it was really how people took on to social media in the last few months, where posts went up quickly from medicine to supplies to food. And then there was aid flown in from everywhere, which was not the larger, you know, a picture that the world saw. But what was also done by all the top influencers in you know, in not just in India, but everywhere around the world, that everyone started sharing, you know, posts about, okay, someone wants this kind of remdesivir, you know, injection in this particular city, in this hospital. And then that went around really quickly as a chain. And someone who did not have access to an oxygen cylinder, thanks to social media, sort of got it within like 10 minutes. That's the fastest that I saw it, you know, sort of take. So that was such an eye opener to all of us, not just, you know, financial medical aid flew in from, you know, around the world, but also individuals tried to make such a large impact. So that was quite an eye opener when you look at it from a community perspective. So yes, coming to the business part of it, I was quite intriguing when I was reading, you know, as of year 2020. Actually, before I come to that, did I miss anyone? No, everyone's here, right? Counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. it's you know, quite a large panel, and I'm like, okay, I don't want to miss out anyone. So yeah, I was, you know, reading how Facebook alone has you know, amassed an audience base of over 2.7 billion users, and you know, when we talk about such large number of users across various social media platforms, it opens the door to varied business opportunities. And in terms of analyzing consumer behavior, brand insights, competitor strategies, the blockchain, cybersecurity, you know, part of it, I would sort of now bring in the next topic that I want to address, and would love to start with you, Chuck. And you know, you've been named as one of the top persons to follow in tech by LinkedIn, and you have quite an amazing following of 70,000 users. So as a thought leader, tech evangelist, could you elaborate about how resourceful social media has been in your various business endeavors, and a couple of takeaway points for the people who are watching it today?
Oh, sure, sure. I mean, it's really almost been a godsend in terms of being able to have outreach and to network. Before I was doing a lot of the conference circuit and speaking. Now we do it virtually, and also you build these relationships, and it has helped in terms of business. People have reached out with needs, particularly with cybersecurity and other topics. Also, other mediums and publications are always looking for content. So they want writers, they want people that can speak. So it's really a great opportunity for someone that's in this world. Also, I think one of the things that's been most interesting about the use of social media is it's been a barometer of what's happening next. As you mentioned, this COVID-19 has led to quite a digital transformation where now we're all glued to our networks and our screens for the latest news, for insights. And social media has magnified that. And I think now if you really want to learn about some issue, whether it be quantum computing or what's going on with space or what's going on in the medical technology world with nanotechnologies, you have resources almost everywhere. And LinkedIn particularly is really good with this, as they have their own groups that I recommend that if you have an interest in a certain topic, you find that group and you join it, and you'll see posts and content that might be valuable to your interest, but also to your business. And I'd say most of those businesses on LinkedIn, which is a platform I primarily use. I use Twitter too and Facebook, but you're able to use it in a professional business sense, and also develop information that can be useful for what you want to do in your career.
No, absolutely. And, what you said about nanotech and space there, it was fascinating to see the rover land in space, and not sort of stay up ridiculous hours with the timing difference everywhere in the world. You could just, open up your Instagram and see what NASA's, been up to. All right, so Dennis, very interesting profile as well. I mean, honestly, coming back to, the amount of, accolades everyone has here, it's going to be a very short 1 hour. So as a customer experience champion for the world's leader in logistics, business communication, integrated marketing, could you tell us about the need for integrating social media marketing for an omni-channel marketing strategy, and sort of how it can be used to enhance the customer experience? And I think I can bring in Nate here as well. So Dennis, Nate, open to both of you. You're on mute, Dennis.
I'll just jump in there. I know I have a ton of respect for Nate and his opinions. I think one of the things I do is I focus on enterprise brands on a global level. And it's so complex, the integrations, that I've boiled them down into just 3 ways that I look at the integrations. Integrations around reputation, reaching new customers, and nurturing relationships. The social conversation interjects itself a lot in the building of a reputation for a brand. We see that brands who can use social media platforms well to build relevant relationships with their audiences, and I mean by relevant, I mean beyond advertising, those who build strong relationships tend to reach and acquire more influence and are consequently able to convert those into long-term relationships. So at the end of the day, I think social media is a catalyst for customer lifetime value. And all of the integrations in between, the touch points, are all relevant depending upon your brand. However, social, I think, is really the keystone or the initial point where a brand has the most opportunity to be successful with customer experience.
No, absolutely. And we've seen that as well, as in, relationships building goes a long way, and looking beyond an agenda of just sort of advertorial. So yeah, Nate, so you've been named among the top 50 customer experience influencers to follow in 2021 by the Awards magazine. That's so cool. Could you tell us about the need for integrating social media and sort of add on to what Dennis said?
I could try it. I am definitely the new guy on the block with a lot of this stuff. I'm always a little befuddled when I wind up on some of these lists, because I'm just like, wow, that's really nice, but I don't quite understand. And I think it's definitely just Same with a business. If we can put ourselves out there in a way that's compelling, that's authentic, then people resonate with that. I think Dennis is nailing it. And in this, I was reading Marketing Rebellion, just an incredible book by Mark Schaefer. And it's helped me to really understand why traditional marketing in many organizations doesn't quite hit the mark. And it's this idea of people believe like 16% of the marketing copy on a website. They don't believe what you say. They believe what one customer says to another. So when we're out there, when we're present, when we're engaging with our customers where they are and listening to them where they are and striking this authentic pose out there of this is who we are as an organization, this is who I am as a person, then people are going to be drawn to that. And it's really difficult for a lot of organizations to get to that point where they're able to represent themselves in that way. There's a vulnerability there. It can be a little bit terrifying. I remember as I was navigating this quest through Officium Labs as the chief experience officer, and I do a lot of the marketing for the organization, one of our executives said, this is a little bit scary, but I think we need to be somewhat irreverent with this brand to really show who we are and how we're being different in the customer experience space. So it's a journey that's been very exciting for us, and I'm still very much learning as we follow it.
No, absolutely. And I think it's more about the brand representing who you are, and what direction or sort of what vision mission you sort of carry on as a company. So thanks, Nate. So Jay, over to you next. And, we know that COVID-19 has brought significant changes to the way businesses operate. And as a principal analyst for global channels at Forrester, one of the most influential global research and advisory firms in the world, that's what the internet told us, could you tell us about the role of social media channels to connect with partners, consumers, in order to, adapt the business in the, let's say, calling it the post-pandemic era?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. And I'll go back to my original comment. There's a lot of difference in social media between a business-to-business brand versus a business-to-consumer brand, and somebody in the middle, business to consumer. So if you look at every industry, if you look at all world GDP, 75% of that goes through other people. So as a consumer, it's very rare that you actually buy something direct from the company that you build a relationship on with social media. So we all think that, Wendy's is very witty, they're very smart, and the Burns are legendary on Twitter. Well, the fact of the matter is they have hundreds of thousands of franchises that are also on social media, and they have to balance all of that in the middle. But when you think of pure business-to-business brands, Microsoft can't be so witty on the internet. And Microsoft has 355,000 partners around the world. And 96% of what Microsoft does is through others. So they're busy building communities. They're building, social media communities, but there's 14 other ways that they're doing that, through events and through media and through associations and other things. So they view social media, which they should be, as a toolkit. And they're also, have to humanize it. So who are the community managers that are out there, during a pandemic, that are purely using these digital tools, representing that brand, working with others, on average, maybe 5 other partners in front of a customer. And it's that, part of social media, that orchestration of social media and influence that, really gets interesting to me in my research.
Great, thank you, Jay. Gary, you've authored a book titled Social Media Rockstar for entrepreneurs and businesses. I haven't read the book, but what the internet says about it is very enlightening, and how practical and a must read that it is for all the social media marketing enthusiasts. So could you tell the audience about the actual need for small businesses to adapt social media marketing globally, and can they create a similar impact as larger corporations without the access to huge funds? Because how Jay rightly said that they're running 14 different things on the toolkit versus just one. So what would a SME, what could an SME do here?
Well, Jay said it really well. You know, humanizing a brand is to me really important. It creates a trust factor and all that stuff. For a small business, you know, the fact that you can monitor your competition in so many different ways that you can compete with them. You know, knowing what the other guy's doing is half the battle. You know, it always has been. With industry news that you get in a heartbeat on a trending topic, to I read a figure the other day that 80% of people who put items in a shopping cart abandon it. I mean, that's crazy. I do it myself. And that's why there's retargeting ads. When you get those really annoying ads that pop up when you're reading the news, that's retargeting. The reputation management, you know, like maintaining your, I had a restaurant who, I went down there to talk to the manager, and they didn't realize that their food sucked and their waiters were being belligerent to customers. They didn't read the Yelp and the other reviews, you know, that were there. I mean, that's something very basic that a small business can manage real easily. Customer support, you know, the whole customer experience, as Nate probably would agree, that it's easy to manage in a small business if you just have the tools.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, like they say, customer is a king. That policy sort of never changes. But yeah, it's easier for them to have eyeballs on the correct kind of review when you're a small business. Okay, again, doing my count, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, covered everyone. Going back to Chuck. So, as an, adjunct faculty at the Georgetown University, you've designed, helped create, and, taught as a faculty the courses which are titled Disruptive Technology and Organization Change. Now, this has also been offered to, this graduate cybersecurity risk management program. And, the course is designed to provide fundamental knowledge. So my question to you is, when we talk about the risks that are associated with social media, data mining, the tools that are, integrated all the time, is there a way to minimize these risks? User, businesses?
Well, the risks are going to continue to grow just because the technology is tools, and usually there's a lag behind. For instance, what you're talking about, 5G, for instance, is one example. The latency is going to be removed now. You could, download War and Peace in half a second, where it would take, minutes or hours before just a few years ago. So the immediacy of getting information is going to be accelerated. Secondly, the analytical capabilities now with machine learning, particularly in later artificial intelligence, be able to know who, what, and where is doing what, and marketing companies are already doing this. Companies are already using it too, so they're going to be able to pinpoint exactly what you're doing and why. And that's why, again, the privacy issues and again what Google and Apple are doing are really important at this point, because this information is so readily available now and so usable and shared in a monetary way among these groups and technologies and corporations. So. I think we're going to be in a situation where we have to prepare for the loss of our individuality. I mean, it's really we're becoming a data point, and I think that's going to continue to happen with the advent of technology. And we have to learn how to manage it, learn to do what we need to do and follow the rules. And I think it'll be an opportunity too. I think going back to the last conversation, I think that social media really does level the playing field for a lot of voices that would never be heard, particularly small businesses that couldn't afford paying for publications or radio, TV ads, now have the ability to do thought leadership and get their brand out. So I think you're going to look now at a whole reorganization of how tactically we do business and how tactically we communicate. And it's going to be enabled by these many technologies that I just mentioned.
Yeah, and I think also more sort of, because we heavily work in the education sector, and we've seen this sort of jump that has happened not just for, graduation, but also for undergrad courses on cybersecurity and blockchain. And I think that is, I think it's about time that some simplified program is also embedded in, the school, making the transition sort of quite easier. So happy to see the number of universities and countries that have taken over courses in cybersecurity, understanding what could be underlying as a, the tip of the iceberg. So yeah, Gary, you have, an international reputation and accolades as agent of change for using social media. And at various times it popped up on the internet that social media initiatives that you've mentioned, including inbound marketing, community engagement, these can change the direction of one's businesses and how the consumer insights, analytics from a social media platforms could be used for efficient inbound marketing strategies. So I think for the listeners, what would be your sort of key takeaways on this?
Sorry to interrupt, guys. Payal, 20 minutes more for your wrap sessions because we have some audience who have asked questions too. So another 20 minutes to 22 minutes to you. Sorry for interrupting. Thank you. Please go ahead.
I just lost my train of thought. Sorry. Can you just run that really fast, the last question?
Yeah, sorry. I was saying that, as you being named agent of change with regards to social media, we wanted a few sort of key takeaways for the user, for the listeners here, in terms of how can consumer insights and analytics from social media platforms be used for an efficient inbound marketing strategy?
Well, if you know what the customer wants, social media tells you that. The analytics are clear on a number of platforms that with all of the situations that are available to you. I mean, brand awareness and engagement is done intuitively once you know the demographics and the analytics that come from it. I mean, this is a question for Jay more so than me. I guess a lot of the stuff I use for to help my clients are more intuitive. I was helping Huawei do the 5G rollout last year, and it was more on a smaller scale, but the fact that I could reach anybody I wanted to, whether it's countries, cities, or individuals, and explain what a product does is monumental.
Thank you, Gary. Rushing through now, making my questions really shorter. Dennis, how can we leverage social media analytics to gain the most out of your CX strategy? And what could be the role of social media in CX processes, let's say the next 5 years or 10 years?
Well, I'll jump in there. I know Gary was taking a pause there, but I'll just build on top of what Gary said. I often use social media listening as a early warning system to let me know if a brand has a potential issue. However, what I thought was even more interesting about Gary's perspective was when we look at, let's say we're representing brand A, and so we look at brands B, C, D, E, and we look at their ratings and reviews, and we think, what are they doing well? And what are they not doing well? And where you see the overlap of the doing wells and not doing wells across your competitive set using social media, it really informs you pretty articulately about what your customers may want in a category or how they should perform. So I think what is important there as a takeaway is listening to audiences and not just your own audience, because your own audience can sometimes be an echo chamber and not the most accurate gauge of what the market wants or what people want. So when we look at reaching more people, being more inclusive, capturing more diversity in our approach to the market, social listening becomes paramount in the kickoff of any conversation online.
Yeah, agreed completely. Jay, so I would like to highlight a quote from one of your, highly educational entitled blogs that says channel marketers need to become community marketers, and something that sort of really caught my attention there. It said that the main inhibitor to effective marketing used to be money, and today it is effective content and delivery, a really sort of startlingly true statement when social media is oversaturated with quality and execution of idea can give you an upper hand. So would like to, hear your views on using social media insights in order to curate some resonating content for marketing.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a great segue from the last question, because there are 8,000 companies today that have tool sets that allow you to listen into social in different ways. Well, given this new change in the last couple of weeks with Google and Apple finding privacy religion, about half these companies have been neutered. So we're going to see a big change in the MarTech and AdTech stacks, and the amount of data that they've hoovered up in the past to provide these listening and these analytics and these insights and things are evaporating quickly. So one of the predictions I made is that brands will have to use community managers and use their partners who are earning, this attention from customers and things like that, and share data with them in obviously a legal, regulatory, as well as a compliant way that understands these early moments, because the tools themselves, social media platforms themselves, will not be providing the level of granularity across their user base and these individual customer profiles that we've been able to build out of social, will shortly be going away, as 96% of us have turned off that ability. So in the end, brands will have to use those around them to, who are generating great content. So back to that original comment, which was great, about content is king. If you write that great ebook, if you record that great podcast, if you are out there delivering unbelievably good content, brands are going to actually value that higher, because the money they've been spending in the last decade on the MarTech stack is going to come your way in terms of understanding those early buyer moments. So I think we're at the start of a real big decade of opportunity here through partnerships and community managers and other things. And it's going to elevate those who generate good content, who are doing good community marketing, and who are leveraging these several, social platforms to the most.
Thank you. Thank you for giving us sort of the faith in the fact that relatable content is the way forward, and not just anything and everything with regards to a brand that has paid the money to do it. Nate, coming to you. So as a Chief Experience Officer at Efficient Labs, could you tell us about the role social media platforms play in helping your employees understand the customer journey?
Oh, I love that you said your employees, because that has been one awesome and fascinating outcome of a lot of this. When we're out there being present on social media and fostering that sense of pride about who we are and what we're doing in our communities, it's our employees who really benefit from a lot of that. And they're like, wow, we're doing something special out here. And I get to be a part of this story. And they too are out there telling that story. And we've equipped them to be very intentional ambassadors for our organization. And if you look at, and I'm sure Jay has seen some of these statistics too, if you look at how much a social media post resonates from a brand handle versus an actual employee advocate, it's amazing how much farther the employee posts penetrate, especially when you look at like lead generation. It's phenomenal how much more often those will convert when it's coming from a person rather than a company brand handle. So we've really tried to embrace this. I'm thrilled about what Jay just said, because I mean, that is us. We are a small business fighting to penetrate into a space that is filled with noise. And it's like, how do we get our content out there? And we've been wrestling with this so much, and we are disadvantaged with a very limited budget. And so we have been focusing on great content and leveraging our employees to be a part of that. You are a part of the story of what we're creating as an organization. We're going to help you to tell that story. And we're going to create some really great content together. We actually take a team approach to our content creation and be able to leverage the momentum that one another is gaining with our customers and other things, and form them into a great narrative. So that this is great news for us.
No, that's awesome. And, great to hear it from someone like you who's received those many, accolades in that sort of genre. Moving on to our, I think, parting sort of comments, because they would want to, I think, take 10 minutes for some questions that have come up. So not taking much of your time here, but if the audience can have some parting comments as top 3 or 5 key takeaways, if they're emerging individual influencers, small businesses, marketing officers, digital media managers who are listening in to you guys today, what could be your top 3 takeaways for them? And I believe one person has dropped out amongst the 5. Okay, Gary, let's go with you.
Wow. Well, the trend is in the last couple of years has been going to micro influencers. And after Jay and Nate sort of commented that it's the employee-centric way of getting the word out, I think that's because 86% of people trust the comments from friends and family. So if employees are there doing the selling for companies, I mean, it's a perfect scenario. And the fact that people are looking for community in their social media is a big, huge step for me. And I'm just amazed, the Hoover effect, Jay. It's, man, I hadn't thought of it that way. I've been, I've updated all my Macs, and I haven't even ticked that thing off. But you're right. As soon as we're off this, that's what I'm going to do. And it's a game changer for sure.
Thank you, Gary. Jay, since I see you next on the list, I believe there's one person that's dropped out. I don't know who that is. So Jay, your key takeaways for the audience, please. Thank you.
Yeah, so social media is an incredibly powerful tool. And obviously it's changing, it's maturing. But as you compare it to other things you can do as a business, you can go and run events, you can go and use associations and distributors, and there's all different kinds of ways that you can go to market. Social media is unique. And as we talked about, it's not just the big 3. We're seeing some really interesting things happening on Clubhouse. We're seeing interesting things happening on Discord. There is some very vibrant things happening and scary things to many brands happening on Reddit. And on and on and on. You mentioned TikTok, and you mentioned there are a lot of different types of social media, and now Piktale and others that all come at it from different angles. And you've got to have a really good understanding and a mature understanding of what all these platforms serve, the audience that's there, and obviously the best way to serve within each of these platforms, because it's not the same. You can't cut and paste the same post across 12 different platforms. You've got to engage differently. And like we've said, whether it's humans or community managers, employees, you've got to have that personal approach that feeds each of these channels, because they are very, very important.
No, absolutely. And, it was good you brought up Clubhouse. I thought it was quite cheeky and wise to be able to say that you need an invite to join a particular social media platform. So, yeah. Okay, Nate, your parting comments, please.
It was cheeky indeed. That little bit of exclusivity was phenomenal in terms of the trajectory of their growth. And we have been using Clubhouse as a brand, and it's been interesting for sure. Okay, so I've written 3. So number 1, mission-driven CX. And Dennis will laugh because I've been a huge evangelist for this for a while. But I mean, it's this idea of if you don't know who you are as an organization and you're not taking a stand out there for something different and something a little bit bold, then you got nothing to tell. I mean, you're not doing anything. If you are not relatable as a person, as a business, then you have no ability to reach out there and collect people towards you. You haven't lit the beacon yet. You need to light the beacon of being bold and being mission driven in a particular area to attract your audience, your tribe to you. Number 2, in my mind, is you're not the hero of this story. And this has been something where there's been some coaching inside of our organization around this, where people just want to talk about how amazing they are and just celebrate all the accomplishments of the business and just continually pump out, we're so smart and we're so good. And there's a time for that, there's a time for that message in a certain way, right? But generally, that's not what we want to communicate. We want to be celebrating the things that other people are doing and edifying other people, and especially our customers. And Donald Miller's story brand is brilliant at this, about thinking about how you are not the hero of the story. You are the guide, and the customer is defining what success looks like. You're just guiding them there. So your social media presence should be celebrating, hey, this customer had this issue. We were able to guide them towards their definition of success. And now their life's a little better. It's a little different. And we just love doing that. We love helping others. We love being that guide. That's going to resonate so much more than you just tooting your own horn all the time as an organization, especially. And then number 3, another one, Dennis might laugh a little bit, but it does all come back to experiences. And I like to say that life is made up of experiences. Maybe this is my bias as a CX professional and as somebody that loves employee experience. But this is you creating something compelling and something special through experience design, where you actually have something to go do on social media. It starts there. You could be the best social media manager in the world, but if the company isn't creating great experiences, then you're going to have to be making stuff up and pulling threads that don't really create a nice tapestry. Enter into an organization that's doing something really good and really special, and that way you can simply amplify the great stories that are already there.
No, absolutely. And, sort of adding on to what you said, the whole move of moving Coke away and replacing it with water at a press conference, not picking any names. It was amazing to see how every company, I mean, be it the smallest sort of meat manufacturing or, an industry which isn't even related to football, had put up memes and that went viral, and I thought, I didn't know that, there was many people in conventional businesses would believe in creating a meme like that, and it went absolutely viral. So yeah. Dennis, apologies, I put you last up, but yes, your key takeaways, please.
First of all, everyone else's points were fantastic. Taking it to that next level, I would say for your audience that let's keep in context. So we've talked about great experiences, Nate. I think we've talked about the future, Jay. Gary, I thought you had some good points. However, let's all keep in mind that every one of these situations are contextually driven by algorithms. So despite our best efforts to be relevant or creative or engaging, we have to deal with the algorithms. And the thing that makes the algorithms work together is all of the people who are doing all these things to recraft their messages to jump from one platform to another. I don't think that algorithms by themselves are inherently designed to promote viral content anymore. However, we as content creators have the ability to jump over these algorithms, connect them together with a true statement or story that's important to a wider conversation. So it's still about us making the right content. I think cadence and frequency of content is important, and being consistent in your message is ultimately what wins out in the long tail. That's my advice.
Thank you, Dennis. And Chuck, once again, apologies. But it is not my doing. The panel is exceptionally large. I mean, like when I saw the picture of 5 people on a panel, and I'm like, oh my good Lord. So yes, Chuck, please give us your parting comments.
Sure. First, I want to echo the rest of the panelists. Great insights, great points. I think I look at this in a macro sense now with social media. I think it's changed the business paradigm. What used to be separate silos of business development, marketing, and sales now are conjoined. And if you look at social media, it's really the glue that's bringing them all together. And I think if you look at all those points brought up by the co-panelists of the tactics, what to do, and how it's creativity and all these aspects, and now it can be shared across those 3 elements of a business model. And so I think that's really where social media is going to impact us the most in the future.
Thank you, Chuck. Thank you very much. I am now going to ditch my parting comments to bring Jyoti here, because I think they've received sort of tons of questions. But yes, before I leave, it was an absolutely stellar panel and an honor to be here and meet all you gentlemen.
Payal, sorry to interrupt you. Please go with your thoughts. We can give you that extra few seconds. Please go ahead.
That's all right. I'm just going to make it quick and say that, that the audience, they actually deserve to get longer answers from, the panelists versus me giving my parting comments. So yes, but very happy to be here today. And I'm sure, our paths will cross in the future, and looking forward to, connecting with all of you on LinkedIn and otherwise. Stay safe, everyone, and thank you.
Payal, thank you so much for the wonderful. So I start off with the first question with you itself. I think there's someone who wants you to answer this. Yes, Payal. Brands and businesses have become more responsible and accountable to the users directly due to the immense power and pressure of social media. Can you please put an insight on the same? I repeat the question. Brands and businesses have become more responsible and accountable to the user directly due to the immense power and pressure of social media. Can you please put an insight on the same, Payal?
Yes, so thank you, Jyoti. And I'm sort of, going to loop in bits and bobs of what, our panelists here have said, from, responsibility in terms of putting out great content, responsibility in terms of privacy, and also the entire cybersecurity aspect here. I would say that the reason why, and I would talk about our brand here, Robotics India, that we feel it's not only a sense of urgency, but we feel it's our responsibility that and the reason I'm taking our example here is because this is what we've sort of directed and channelized our, entire work towards, is that as a social media influencer, as a blogger, as a company, as an individual, people want to hear your story. So if at Robotics India, we have educated 20,000 children, underprivileged children, who don't have electricity, who don't have laptop, computer, they don't even know what Wi-Fi is, it is our moral responsibility to put it out there on social media for everyone to see what these children are doing, how they've used absolutely limited facilities and created a robot, how have they programmed the robot, and how they have used AI into robotics and creating some amazing project on energy conservation or cleaning the beach and segregating the dry waste or the wet waste. Unheard of concepts, to the panelists there, but quite dire sort of need in India at the moment. And that's a story we would want to tell, because that's a story that people would want to hear worldwide and see amazing. With very little facilities, if this is what the underprivileged children can achieve, not only is it inspiring and motivating to everyone else, but I think everyone then comes together as a community to join forces and make this 20,000 to 2 million underprivileged children that need education and future skills, because that's the prime sort of essence of bridging the gap between education to employability. So yeah, that's my experience and that's my answer.
Wow.
Sorry. Thank you. I was on mute. Thank you so much. And that was really an insight. Now, the next question is for Chuck Brooks. We have one which says, can you please put an insight on career opportunities in digital marketing? Oh, wow. I think I'm sure this is one of the students out there who wants to know a little more.
Okay, well, that's a broad area of many opportunities. Anything to do with architecting, coding, and building platforms, websites, applications, unlimited in potential. Recommend that anyone who's a student out there or is interested in that, learn online or take courses, and you could develop a lot of opportunities for architecting. The technology is a tool, and it implements ideas. And so I think the opportunities are great for anyone that goes in those career paths.
Thank you. Thank you. Really appreciate that. So the next question we have here is for Gary. Okay. Gary, how would you suggest small businesses to grow using social media? Oh, this question. Okay, it's a repeated question. So, but again, we would like to have an insight from your end, Gary.
Well, it's a simple answer, and it's been discussed. You have to be genuine, and a small company can tell a story as long as it's a genuine story, and people see through it. The idea of customer service, and Nate's probably better at this than I am, but if you have a bad experience, you get 10 people online telling the world about it. But if you do a great job, nobody says a word. So, I mean, it comes down to me, the fact that we're trying to build a community, and as the world gets larger in terms of adoption of social media, it's getting smaller. It's this idea of a community is a real challenge for me to get my head around, because I'm always thinking like the big picture, but small business can compete with anybody right now.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you so much. I think in a nutshell, you have actually given them the insight on how it works. So the next question we have here is for Dennis. Dennis, there are a lot of questions for you, Gary, but I'm just going to skip all that and give a chance to Dennis. Okay, yes, this is for Dennis. But do you consider brand building on social media to have a short-term or a very long-term effect? Okay, so I repeat the question. Do you consider brand building on social media to have a short-term or a very long-term effect? Dennis, over to you.
Well, thank you for that. I think what we see as a summation of a lot of the input today from the other great speakers is that social is a thing. It's here to stay. Certainly, that makes it more than even long tail. I think social media will be a perpetual investment by brands, and those who are authentic, meaningful, have a purpose-driven mission that supports more than just their audiences will be those brands will be most successful. So I think it's a long-term investment, and I hope that all people we're using social media going forward are socially and ethically responsible. That's my 2 cents.
Interesting, very interesting. Thank you so much. So we have here a question for Nate. Nate, oh, so many. Okay, Nate, I'm going to pick up one. Okay, Inky, Mickey, Pinky, Ponky, and I'm just going to pick up one. Okay, there's so many because we're running short of time. Otherwise, I would have loved to have asked all. Sorry, viewers, so you have a lot of questions here, but the time is running short. Please park it with us. We would write to them individually, and they could reply back, and we could share it back with you. So
Indeed.
With that, yes, thank you so much. And with that, we will move to your question, Nate, which says, how important is the customer experience for the image and growth of businesses?
Customer experience is absolutely where the perspective comes from. I mean, if you look at the definition of CX, it is the feelings and perceptions that people have towards a business. And that includes your employees, that includes your customers, These are feelings and perceptions that are being generated. So it's the experiences that are ultimately going to form those perceptions and those feelings that you have. And social media, as Chuck was and Gary was mentioning, it gives us an opportunity to vocalize those feelings and perceptions because we love to share them. We're very social creatures in this way of when we have a great experience, or sadly, when we have a really negative one, we feel like it's our duty, it's our obligation to inform our fellow human citizens, hey, be aware of this. Look out for this experience. This is not one that you want your family to partake in. We had a really bad thing happen here. Or this was phenomenal. It blew us away. And I would love for everybody else to have the same experience that I had. So, I mean, you have to create something really special to earn the right to get people talking about it.
Yeah, true. I totally agree. Make your own brand, create your own brand and start from there. Okay, so we've come to the last question here. So what I did is I just picked up one for each of the speakers and panelists here so that everyone gets a chance to answer. So we have one. Oh my God, this question is like a long question, Jay, so bear with me. We have been seeing in past and recently that even small gestures by influencers and celebrities against it can cost the brand a fortune. In your view, is it the short-term effect or going the long way? So in general, they're recapping the question. It says that influencers' opinion, and especially if it's a celebrity, crosses a brand a lot of fortune. So is that effect going to be short-term or long-term? Over to you, Jay.
Yeah, absolutely. And we all get caught up on celebrity endorsers and what Kim Kardashian did last, and which sports star is representing what brand and things like that. And that's one element of social strategy, and companies end up choosing that depending on their brand. I go back to the experience, which isn't the celebrity influencer. Once Kim Kardashian finishes that Instagram ad for $1 million for your particular product, I'm not thinking the next week she's thinking a lot about your product or engaging your customers at that same way. So, you think of a celebrity endorser the same way you'd spend $5 million on a Super Bowl ad, if you're in the United States. And it's obviously high visibility. It is a punch, but you're thinking long-term customer. And the way I would answer, the last question is there's a partner experience, PX piece of this as well that is very important. Again, 75% of all world trade goes through others. It's your retailers, your resellers, it's your franchisees, your brokers, your agents, your dealers. The last time you bought a car was from a dealer, not from the manufacturer. The last time you bought a TV was from a retailer. The last time you bought a jar of peanut butter, it was from a grocer. So if you're not thinking about your partners and all of the different supply chain that supports your partners in social media and working together, you're missing a key element as a brand.
Totally agree on that. I think it's the last mile connectivity which drives you. They are the opinion makers for you, along with what is that. That's a very nicely put, Jay. Thank you so much. I think that we've come to end. There are so many questions. Okay, so I just go close this event now. Thank you so much. And really an immense pleasure. Amazing. What energies. I think it was good. For me, it's all about 6:30 in the evening, which is 18:31. But still, and we have been on from 9 o'clock nonstop, and still it is energetic. Thanks to you guys to keep it and not putting us to sleep. Thank you so much. And this is really good session. Personally, would like to thank Payal Rajpal for handling this session amazingly with the right questions and for the right people. And then you had Chuck Brooks adding on to the value, Dennis, Nate Brown, Gary Bizzo, and Jay. Thank you so much. And Ned, I saw some message there. They all want to work with you. Interesting. Wow. Thank you so much. That's really nice. And I really don't have the time to see the comments, all of them. Whatever little I see, I said, wow, that's nice. I see. Okay, that was from Gary. Hey, I want to work with this. I think this was an amazing. Thank you for keeping entertaining as well as informative, and really kept the interest going on. That is what was amazing. Thank you, guys. With this, I would like to move out of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think the next we have is an awards session. So there we go. So we have the next set of awards. These were the influencers for people who have joined in late. We had about approximately 100 awards that were shortlisted with a great, I think the funnel was much higher. By the time you push the funnel and come to the 100 people, there was a lot of things. So if you're there, you've made it, kind of a thing. And thanks for the contribution that you have done, earned, well deserved is what I would put. So we have, who do we have in the first session? We have Mr. Adrian Swinscoe. Congratulations on being recognized as one of the influencers. Adrian, are you there? Would you like to share a few words to the Piktale family? I think we could move to the next one. Alex Jimenez, congratulations on being a part of this award. Alex, are you there? Okay, can we move to the next one, please? Andy Fitze, congratulations, and to be making it to the part of the influencers to the Award. Andy, are you logged in? Okay, could we move to the next one, please? We have Miss Annette Franz. Annette, welcome to Piktale table and congratulations on the award. And if you are on, can you add a few words to the Piktale family and on a recipient of this award? Next one, please. Mr. Arijit Basu, congratulations on your award. And making it to the influencers circle. Congratulations once again. If you've logged in, please do add a couple of words to the Piktale family and your kind of, I'm not getting the right word now, for your feelings exactly on this award and the recipient of this award.
Thank you so much for allowing me this opportunity. I'm honored and humbled to be associated with so many notable personalities around the globe. Thank you, Piktale, for this award and recognition. It is truly a great moment for me. I wish all the success to the Piktale team. Thank you so much yet again.
Once again, congratulations and thank you for your kind words.
Thank you so much.
Next one we have is Ben. Ben, congratulations on the award. Well earned, well deserved. Ben, are you around? Would you, can you unmute and say a few words? Okay, could we move to the next one, please? Bill Genovese, congratulations on your award. Bill, if you're around, we would like to have a few words from you.
Thank you so much for having me. Honored and humbled to be here with everybody, all of these great influencers, and thanks again. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you. Appreciate your contribution here.
Thank you.
Mr. Dilpreet Singh, congratulations and thank you for adding the being an influencer for the industry. Thank you so much. If you're around, would you like to unmute and say a few words to our viewers? Okay, could we move to the next one, please? Dr. Asif Iqbal, congratulations on being on the panel of If you're around, could you add a few words for us, please? Dr. Daksh Agarwal, congratulations for making on the influencers and amazing work. Thank you for your contribution. Over to you, Dr. Daksh. If you're around, could you add a few words for the Piktale family?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, and thank you for this award. It is definitely a humbling experience and an honor. I would like to wish all the best to the Piktale family. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Your words mean a great to us. Gordon Treadgold, congratulations on the recipient of the Influencers Award from the Piktale Summit. Gordon, if you're around, would you like to add a few words to the family, please? Okay, to the next one, please. Kate O'Neill, good. Congratulations and happy to be with you on this panel. Kate, are you around? Would you like to say a few words? Laura Patterson, thank you so much and congratulations for your contribution.
Hello, everybody.
Yes,
hello, everybody.
I saw your comments. I know that you were there, so can you add a few words there, please?
First of all, just thank you for doing this program. I'm really grateful to have been selected to receive this recognition from Piktale. Thank you. It means a lot to be able to be with people this morning and to be among this really prestigious group. I'm really honored that our work was recognized in that Vision Edge Marketing. And I hope that we'll see this community grow. And I hope that all of you that are celebrating Father's Day have a wonderful Father's Day. Thanks for including me.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you so much. And thank you for the wishes of Father's Day. To the next one, Mr. Mahabir Sharma. Congratulations for your contribution and being a co-founder of Piktale. You have added a lot of value. Mr. Sharma, could you add a few words if you're there? Okay, could we move to the next one, please? Mr. Max Caffier, congratulations. And it's great to be on the part of the influencers and Mark, if you're around, would you like to add a few words? I think let's move to the next one. Mr. Matthew Rizzi, congratulations on recipient of the Influencers Award. Mr. Matthew, if you're around, please add a few words to the Piktale family.
Yes, I'm around, guys. Thank you very much. You don't choose to be an influencer, and and this is not what you think about when you do your job. So I simply try to, be as insightful as I can in my domain. And at the same time, as Laura was saying before, I appreciate enormously your work. I know it's been like a long day for you, and it's thanks to people like you that care about putting these names together, names that are maybe not like the Barack Obama or the Al Gore of the industry, of names that everyone sort of recognized, but it's still like hardworking people that try to be as insightful as possible in their own business. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mario. They were the most kind words we've heard. Thank you so much. And a happy Father's Day to you. Oh, next
Thank you.
Welcome. Nate, Nate Brown. Congratulations.
Hey, thank you.
Well deserved. And so a lot of people want to work with you. So I think you've been an influencer by default. So I think this is well earned. So congratulations once again on recipient of this. Please add few words to us and to the viewers there.
Yeah, well, thank you so much. I mean, it's a huge honor. I'm definitely humbled. I definitely don't feel like I'm deserving of these type of recognitions, and this one from Piktale is just such a cherry on top for a cool Father's Day, and it's just most kind. I think you all are doing an amazing job over there, and Matteo nailed it in terms of the approach that you're taking, just fostering the influencers, the people that are out there working hard just to do great work and create these great experiences, and maybe aren't recognized as much as they should be. I think you all are fostering that generation of content creators, and thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you. Your words mean a lot to us. So wishing you a great day, and once again a Father's Day to you. Happy Father's Day. Enjoy your day with your kids.
Thank you.
Welcome. Now, Catamiel. Congratulations on the recipient of the Neil, if you're logged in, I'd like to add a few words. Neville gone. Congratulations on the recipient of the Influencers Award. Neville, if you're around, please do join us and give your comments on. Shep Hyken, congratulations on recipient of the award. Well deserved, well earned. If you logged in, we'd love to hear a couple of words from you. Please join us. Can we move to the next one, please? Wow, Mr. Rajesh Ambodkar, interesting to see you here. Congratulations. Rajesh, if you've logged in, please do join and add a few words.
Good evening, all. Thank you, Jyoti.
My pleasure. This is a real nice surprise.
Yeah. Thank you. I just want to say thank you, Piktale family, for the bestowing me with an award for the recognizing my work. I am really honored to receive the much coveted award, and I express my gratitude to the complete team for the on-screen and behind-the-screen hard work to put together a fantastic event. Kudos to all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rajesh. Your words have really made us all the work worthwhile. I'm sure Ashutosh and the team are really happy to hear this out. Thank you, Rajesh.
Thanks. Thank you, Jyoti. Bye-bye. Yeah.
That comes to the end of the awards for the thing. I think we have another batch, but it's time for the next session. Quickly moving on to the next session that we have. I think we're okay on time. So the next, before we go into the session, I think out there, some of you people have come in and joined in late because of the time difference and other things. So all I would say is there are certain details which are available right now. Mr. Shailendra Kumar, the Vice President at SAP, and who was also one of the panel discussions in the morning, has been magnificent enough to offer his book, Making Money Out of Data, The Art and Science of Analytics, for a free download. So each one, whoever wants to, of course, it's available on the LinkedIn on our pages, but I'll still read out the thing. You just need to put it on /free_MMOOD. I repeat it, free_MM00 as D. So if anyone wants more, we have also posted it on our chat boxes to everyone. Please look at that. If you need, you can ping me. I can send it to you again. So looking forward, please, and this is available only today. Otherwise, if you want to buy it tomorrow, you need to pay for it $40. Yeah, I think it's about $40. So do that right away. Plus, you have the Piktale magazines when you would be sent to you, and also please download the app now so that you can achieve some reward points on it, and also see what we're talking about it. What is it that Piktale has got to offer to you? So with that, we move to the, I think this is the last session for the day, and we've done with the awards. And so the last session is all about importance of social connections in today's business. How do we leverage those business goals and role influencers? I just saw everyone, let's get connected on LinkedIn. Let's be staying here. This is nothing but connections. So today we have a panel which is going to talk to us about it and tell us how important it's to be connected, what are the challenges, what is the opportunities and things. So for this session, we have Mr. Abhijit Chowdhary, who is the moderator, and he is basically an influencer as well as also an advisor and a mentor for a lot of startups. And then we have Matteo Rizzi, who's going to be on the panel along with Abhijit, who is an entrepreneur, investor, innovator, and author. We have Dr. Asif Iqbal, who is the president of Indian Economic Trade Organization. Then we have Mr. Mahavir Pratap Sharma, chairman of PIE India, and also to the Rajasthan. Hello. And we have Bill Girovers, who is from CIO, CTO, and Technology Executive here. So welcome to each one of you. And Abhijit, handing over the mic to you to take it further from there. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jyoti, for the nice introduction and giving a brief. I can see we still have few of the panelists yet to join. But then, thank you so much, Matt, and very warm welcome, Matt, in this panel discussion. I can see Bill joining as well. Very warm welcome, Bill, for this channel.
Abhijit, sorry to interrupt you. You're very dark. We can't see you. So can we have a little light on your face, please?
Sure, just 1 second.
Yeah, because it's very dark. We can't see. It's getting blur. Sorry for interruption. But yeah, this is better. Please go ahead.
Perfect. So looks like a very warm welcome, Matt and Bill, right? And for this panel discussion, I think, Jyoti, we still have few of the panelists to join. I think we are running a bit early.
I think, yeah, the awards got over. So can I run the video, Piktale video, because we had few people who joined us much later. I think that would be interesting for everyone to see because we've had some new logins. So can I ask the backlog team to kind of put the video again? Thank you.
That'd be great. Yes. Thank you.
Introducing, for the first time ever, Piktale, India's first full-fledged privacy-focused social media platform. Now enjoy privacy and freedom with the most secure platform. Piktale values privacy and gives out a totally new experience of sharing emotions just with the desired one. Facing privacy issues on all the existing platforms. Don't worry, Piktale presents you Piktale Profile, an intelligent profile in various ways that is specially designed to leverage privacy. Now onwards, no need to create multiple profiles. Using incredibly smart Piktale Profile, you can manage every space of your life that is close friends, family, work, etc. Getting connected on Piktale is super easy. Piktale lets you enjoy every space of your life. It's just one single click, and it's done. Piktale's first ever platform which values your connected friends lies in which circle of your life. Piktale's highly intelligent as nobody can ever come to know in which space they lie in your life. No need to discard your feelings anymore. Create posts on Piktale. Just simply select the desired spaces with whom you want to share your posts, as not all the memories are meant for everyone. Piktale gives you the privilege to enjoy privacy for every space of your life. Share your amazing holiday trip just with your closed ones, or your family time memories with all your family members. Now your work colleagues are updated just with your achievements, not your personal life. You can also publish your articles or share blogs with our amazing Create Mode editor. Intelligent algorithms always keeps you updated with your friends. Enjoy real-time, super-fast and encrypted Piktale Messenger. Piktale Messenger brings you high user experience as well as simplified clean design. Launching for the first time brand new emoji set with tons of newly untold expressions. Piktale Messenger supports media sharing, GIF, voice notes with built-in with a smooth editor. Nudge your friends just on a single click. Bring them on for never-ending chats. Introducing Chat Boosters that never lets you run out of topics and eases you to continue chatting with your favorite ones.
Thank you for that, Yuganti. Okay, I think we have all our panels. Abhijit, over to you. We could quickly move on to the panel discussion, please.
Thank you, Jyoti, once again. And I know it's a long day for you already.
No, that's okay. Thank you.
I think you must have enjoyed interaction with so many people and from different backgrounds.
Yes.
And I think you are the one who enriched your knowledge the most today. So definitely, I think you'll be the most knowledgeable as the day ends.
Thank you so much.
And definitely, you deserve the most rest as well, Jyoti. Thank you for. Yeah.
Thank you.
So once again, before I start, a very warm welcome and greetings to the panel here. And each one of the panel we have brings immense experience and expertise in their respective fields. And I'm sure it would be really great to hear their thoughts and what they think about the social media and the topic as a whole. I myself have been an active user of social media, and often I think the way it has changed, the way we used to have the connections earlier, the way we had social connections earlier, and how far we have come as of now. And owing to the different multiple platforms that we have, I feel building these connections and networking opportunities that these platforms provide. And that is one of the key aspects of, I feel, of any social media, is to bring in the networking and building connections opportunities. With that thought, I'll start the topic of discussions. And the topic of discussions, as Jyoti mentioned, is the importance of social connection in today's business world. Hi, Matt. We will start the session with you today, and we'll have the first question coming to you. Matt, you bring an immense industry experience, being an entrepreneur, founder of companies. You're a global speaker, an author, and many more. Would be great to hear from you on what you think about the questions that we have on board.
Hey, Abhi, thanks for the question. Do you hear me okay, I suppose?
Yes, Matt, the question I would like to ask is, what do you think, Matt, is social media or the connections that we build on social media help meet our business goals?
Yeah, so it's interesting because I think that, of course, 24 months ago or like 18 months ago, my answer would have been a little bit different, but it's even more relevant in this sort of worldwide leapfrog, digital leapfrog that everyone of us has experienced. And Personally, I use social media for basically two purposes. One is to, as an amplifier for my different activities. And also, as certainly many of the people around this table, as an important. Now, the effectiveness of this working tool, it varies depending on which type of activities you use it for. So in my capacity, for example, of we have this podcast called Breaking Banks Europe, which is the most listened to podcast on earth. And the fact that you're actually offering the opportunity to people to, be part of the show and be part of the podcast, it is actually a social connection to whom you're actually offering something. You're not asking anything, you're offering an opportunity. And in this case, when obviously the balance is in the favor of the recipient, in this case, because you're actually offering a real opportunity to speak online. And by the way, it's a podcast, so there is no travel involved. There is a huge sort of a huge level of acceptance, and the network you build, because it is based on something that you offer first, it becomes valuable. Okay. Now, you're not in a position to offer all the time. You're sometimes in a position to ask, or because you need a co-investor, or you need the contact of a startup, or you are an entrepreneur and you need sponsor or partners or clients for your product. In this case, the approach is slightly different, of course. But my experience so far is that I always sort of give first. That was my very own mantra. And by applying this very same principle into the way you use social media connections, my own experience is that it worked. And actually, it works pretty well. I'm going to give you one example, and I have no idea how many questions there are and how many time I have, but one more minute. Yesterday, I had the opportunity I run a real estate business out of Lisbon, where I'm based, and someone else is in need for to sell a large portion of a land, and again, real estate is not really my business, as you know. I'm into financial services, and all of a sudden, I realized that that real estate guy was a connection of a financial services guy that it is very close to me. So by using this intermediate connection and the fact that that financial services guy is a person that I know for a long time, I gave enough time to look for this connection so that even someone from a business that was, more adjacent to mine, sort of gained the trust, by interposed person. And I ended up having that connection that was actually a very powerful CEO of a global real estate company that could actually, help me close that business. So in long story short, one sentence, if you give first is the most valuable way to use a social connection for business.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you so much. That was really insightful. And thank you for sharing the real-time experience. And that is really helpful. And that will definitely give the users and the viewers of the session a deep insight of what you are actually saying. So thank you so much for Matt, for your time. Dr. Asif, I'll move to you next. And because of the topic is very relevant, and I would like to hear from your perception as well. Dr. Asif, you are president of IETO and have held many esteemed positions and offices in your career. So it would be very interesting to know your perspective of what you think is the social media connections is helping the business and how it can play a key role in taking business on a global platform.
For the passengers traveling. Thank you so much. Abhijit, from what I have understood is the way we have been handling social media and the way IETU has been engaged with social media, there has been a lot of impetus provided we are on the right platform, and we give the message the right way, and the content that is created has to have the right hashtags, and it has to have the right kind of connects through whom we tag people. So therefore it's very important. Even the content has to be very important in the sense that nowadays LinkedIn, we see that it is being used more as a social personal platform, more than a professional platform. So the point in having the social media presence is more to do with telling what you're doing without really soliciting anything, but more to project as to what is happening and what you can show to people, so they can find their own way through this, and then they will approach you. And it's really very important to have the right kind of pictures, right kind of people in the pictures, because the communication that is happening through images is very important. Social media being free, a lot of people get onto the platform thinking that they can do any kind of business, but it's going to be a lot of waste of time. I would suggest that there's a lot of waste of time, and most of the contacts that we get through LinkedIn, some of them really useful, which end up in personal meetings. And I encourage that people who get onto social media have to meet personally as soon as possible to really understand, because there could be a lot of misrepresentation and miscalculation of what people are doing as a part of their business. So we, as soon as possible, try to understand the company's financials, understand the individual's standing and credibility, and if it is worth our time to really engage them, because we deal with the state heads, we deal with diplomatic missions. So it's really important for us to be dealing with credible entities and people whose time is really precious. And we have a membership model which we immediately talk to people, and if they're serious enough to come on board as members of the organization, that is when we engage with them further. Otherwise we don't really engage with them, because then it's a lot of waste of our time. But overall, I would say I would give 8 out of 10 to the social media's presence for companies, platforms like LinkedIn or even Twitter. Most of our engagement, like last week, I was in Russia, and I had tweeted about my meeting with the president of Russia there, and then the Russian ministry, got in touch with our ministry here and responded in a very positive manner, saying that India and Russian relations are a result of one-to-one, people-to-people relations, that like how IETU has built. So the communication among them has happened due to our presence and due to me putting up our, the post there by tagging the right people, the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Indian MEA. So it's really important who we tag and who we, address things to, so that the right kind of communications goes between countries. Since we are working on bilateral relations, we always ensure that it is not between individuals, but between the countries, between the, one country to another. So the spokesperson, official spokesperson of those countries have to be tagged, and they need to know what you're doing, and they need to specifically understand what is your motto and mission in strengthening this particular bilateral relationship. So I think social media has, definitely given the impetus, but we need to focus, and perhaps there must be some structure to model our, presence on the social media. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Asif, Dr. Asif, and I think it was really great to hear the government angle here, and I think your experiences, your thoughts, and giving 8 out of 10 social media was on a very high side, I would say. So that's really good. Thank you, Dr. Asif, for your inputs and thoughts, sharing your thoughts. I'll quickly move to Mahavir, right? Welcome, Mahavir, once again. So Mahavir, I think you are chairman of TIE and Rajasthan Angels as well. And you are a startup advisor, right? Entrepreneur and many more, right? And it would be interesting to hear your perspective as well. So with your entrepreneurial and startup experience and as a startup advisor, you would have definitely good insight on how social media platform can be used for business growth. Would be great to hear your perspective, and it would be great if you can enlighten us with your thoughts as well, Mahavir. Mahavir, you're on mute.
Sorry. Thank you. To put it from my point of view, I think human being is a social animal. The fact that we have to talk to each other, network with each other, have referrals, have buying and selling happening between us as a community is a very, very important tool. I think all organizations anywhere, locally, within a city, within a state, within a country, globally, one of the most important elements that come out of any organization is networking. So now what was happening over the years in person or physically has suddenly gone online. What networking had to happen when I had to be present in an evening, work with each other, and the odds of us being together for those 2 hours and running into each other and talking is now not required real time, because I can put anything that I need to put that could be relevant to you, and you can see it at your own free will. You could be sitting in a different time zone, you could be sitting in a different setting, but you will find, because of hashtags, because of common connections, because of multiple platforms that exist where you and I can be easily accessible. My opinions, my journey, my thoughts, my successes or failures are all available online. And social media has become a tool where we can fine-tune our conversations. We can narrow down to who do we want to work with, how do we want to work with, commercially speaking. So when human people, one-on-one interaction is happening online, influencing each other and each other's opinions. So I'm writing my opinion, you're writing your opinion, so is everyone else. So while we're writing our own opinions, we're influencing our opinions. We're educating each other. We're opening up each other's through blogs, a debate, a discussion. And that is where humanity knowledge is increasing. And social media has become an important tool for people or businesses to showcase how their product or services are better than others, how they can integrate that into your well-being. They don't have to be on television at a primetime show at 8 p.m. and have that 30 seconds of slot and pay huge sums of money. They can be virtually anywhere, and the right audience can see them at the point of time that they want to see it, rather than 8:03 for those 30 seconds. So what is happening is people and convenience, timing, opportunities, matchmaking, everything commercially, business-wise or individual, has gone to a multiple level where the world is becoming one. All these platforms with great AI and ML tools have suddenly become tools for selling, for commerce, and product selling. So I think it's a great medium. I think it's going to go way past many things that are happening real time, because this is for example, OTT vis-a-vis television and so on and so forth. I think news, information, knowledge, everything will be shared through this, and business and commerce cannot stay away from it. So I think it's something that's already happened, will be far more stronger as we go along.
Thank you, Mahavir. Thank you for sharing your thoughts. And I think you summed it really well when you said the world has become one because of this social media, AI, and things like that. So world is definitely become just one. And that's really nicely put, Mahavir. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. And we'll quickly move to Bill. Bill, not last but not the least. Glad to have you on board, Bill. And you have been you have held many senior positions in many companies as a CIO, CTO, board director, and many more. And definitely you bring a lot of rich experience along with you. So I'm sure you would have your perspective as well on how social media can be leveraged for generating business and revenues for any organizations and corporates, and how any business for that matter. So over to you, Bill.
Yeah, thank you for having me once again. I mean, I've been on LinkedIn since 2006, which I think was the second or third year it came out. And I've lived and worked all over the world. And my journey on LinkedIn as an example of social media has kind of followed me. And it's grown my network to well over 22,000 people. That's enhanced my career, but it's also provided kind of a lens into myself and my own personal branding in terms of authenticity. as an individual. And that's of paramount importance as well. Each platform, I think, has its own branding strategy, okay, and its own anchor point in terms of how we interact and connect with people. Now, LinkedIn, for the most part, has been focused on business, okay, but it is starting to move into, you know, providing a little bit of a lens into our personal lives. And that's how I use it a bit too, you know, but not too much. Facebook, as another example, is more probably personal oriented, as is Instagram. And I don't really use either of those platforms because I'm kind of looking for an optimal blend, which has worked well for me in terms of the right level of content, showing who I am as a person, as a business person, to connect to people on, you know, the businesses that I'm involved in and how I want to grow them in my penetration in various industries. So, but that's a hard thing to nail down, okay? And not every platform in social media can do that. I think the best example has been LinkedIn, okay? And the challenge I think that we fall into as users of social media is we try to, you know, kind of peg a platform into a hole, okay, and say, I'm going to use this for this only, or this for this only, and so on and so forth. But as social media further evolves, I think it's going to become more of a hybrid, but it has to be balanced, okay, to be most effective, okay? And you know, that's kind of the message, you know, that I'd kind of leave in terms of my experience with it so far.
Thanks, Bill. And I completely agree with your thought when you say that social media has to be balanced. So that's the exact thought. And thanks for sharing your experience and your thoughts, Bill. My thought on how we have come across, I mean, how the way the business was been done earlier versus now. I think there's a paradigm shift in the way we did business earlier and the way that we do the business now. So I think we have come quite far, right? So I would like to come to Matt. Matt, over to you once again, and I would like to know your thought. How social media is changing the business dynamics in the coming years. The way business is done now versus the business we do in future.
So the question, if we're talking about any business, is difficult to answer, obviously, right? But let me like talk a little bit about what I know. As you probably figure, if you Google me 2 seconds, my experience is really in financial services, and I'm an investor, and particularly now I'm investing in Africa, where the goal of the investments is more around the financial inclusion and impact investing. So if I take that particular market as an example, so digital financial services, because there are so many more smartphones and phones in general than bank accounts to start with, and is the case for many places on earth. The fact that the virality of social media in propagating financial literacy, for example, it is something that has a real trend into the type of companies that we are investing, that we are seeing. Okay, so is it something that is going to be emphasized in the coming years? Yes, for sure. Also because now there is a good proportion of what we call dumb phones, so not smartphones. So USSD has to be like a sort of an integral part of anyone dealing with digital financial services or digital services in general. But the moment that USSD interfaces are going to go down, because you will be able to get a super cheap yet sort of I want to say social media enabled or digital wallet enabled device. That will be the audience that everyone will go after. Okay. Now the challenge then is how do we make social media channel sort of accessible as well, right? Because the way you consume social media in emerging markets, it is not yet very much business oriented, especially with the exception of the micro businesses, the micro selling businesses, right? If we are talking about using social media to interact, for example, with financial services or bank or insurances, this is still to grow a lot. So I don't know if at which pace, but I clearly see that. And again, apologies for not talking about the global business in general, but I don't want to give bullshit bingo answers. I prefer to sort of give a stream of a market that I deal with every day. And actually, it is not only true in a different sort of paradigm. It is also true for more developed countries, right, or areas of the world. But then, and then I will stop. The angle there is social media are going to be used as the main way. It is already the case today, but very few companies understand it well, and certainly banks and insurances, they don't understand it fully just yet, that these are the best platforms to interact with the clients. And I think that in a lot of these spaces, large institutions are still improvising a bit. So I think that the investments and the trend will be, how do we leverage these platforms even more, because ultimately it's the fastest way to reach the client.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Matt, for sharing your thoughts. And that was quite detailed, actually. I really appreciate that. In fact, I would like to move the same question to Bill as well. Bill, I think with your experience working in very senior positions as CIO, CTO, and board directors, right? What is your perspective? What do you think? How the social media would change the business dynamics in the future, and how the way it's being done now and in the future? Bill, we'd like to hear from your thoughts as well.
Well, it's a number of ways. So it's definitely in terms of creating content to share your perspective, your strategies that you're evoking and developing, either for your companies or for an industry vertical overall. And it's not one or the other. Once again, it gets back to a balanced usage of the platform. So it's who you're connecting with, who you're commenting on in terms of what they're sharing. But, my approach has been a blend of writing content, okay, speaking at events, and I post and share a lot of content. Now, how I go about sharing content is indicative of my viewpoints and perspective on a lot of different facets of industry, specifically financial services and the enabling emerging technologies in that space, artificial intelligence, blockchain, quantum computing as an example. And I try to steer clear of political overlays within that context. Okay, so I try to keep it as agnostic as possible in terms of an industry direction, and use social media to kind of influence that by sharing content that reiterates or reinforces my viewpoint. Okay, so people kind of get an understanding of where I'm coming from by the content that I'm sharing or commenting on. But when it starts to go down the path of macro political economics, okay, tied into that, I don't participate, and I'm not going to participate. Okay, so it's you've got to be careful once again in terms of using the platform, I think, effectively. Okay, but also knowing when to kind of back off. Okay, and disengaging. And I think that's important as well. And there's I think examples and cases both ways of that. So
very fair point, Bill. Effectively use of social media and knowing when to back off. That's a very key takeaway, Bill, I would say, from your discussion, from your thoughts that you shared. And we'll quickly move to a few more questions that we have. And this time, Mahavir, I'd like to move to you, right? And you are entrepreneur, and you are advisors for multiple startup companies as well. So in what ways you think can startup companies, young entrepreneurs, leverage social media and the information available on various social media platforms to meet the growth targets? Over to you, Mahavir.
Thanks.
Amit, sorry, just before your thoughts. 20 minutes, guys. 20 to 25 minutes is what we are there. So over to you back.
Sure. So I'll try and keep it brief, Abhijit, and let you cover more questions. So basically, startups across the globe reaching out to their customers, reaching out to their to investors, reaching out to their supply chain people. I think social media is the most easiest and the fastest way to do that. I don't think there's any two ways about the fact that there are tools and ways and means where they can reach out to the right clientele. That the entire data analytics of a platform that they use, and if they are using it optimally, they can reach out to the right audience. And when someone is bootstrapped, when someone is starting off at an early stage, idea stage, or when someone is struggling to grow despite odds with tough competition and cost of customer acquisition being very high, I think social media impact of the influencer on the people who could use their startup or the idea. Social media is a no-brainer, and I think that is where it's very critical that platforms converge, platforms work together, and create a model where without having to spend a lot of money, rather than spending on social media and paying them, there should be a barter system where there should be something, a win-win for everyone, where traction also happens, monetization also happens, and yet a startup does not have to pay upfront, and it's very easy for them to use a platform. So I think platforms will evolve where just pure payment would not be the only medium. I think it will be added with a barter kind of a deal, where sometimes startups will grow or need to grow with platforms that are converging or are working for their model. That's the only change that might happen. Otherwise, startups are using and will continue to use what they're using.
Thank you so much, Mahavir, for sharing your thoughts. I'm sure all those young entrepreneurs and startup companies who are listening to you now will definitely gain from the insights that you have given here. We'll quickly move on to the next question. And Dr. Asif, we'll come back to you once again. Given the current pandemic situations worldwide, what do you think is the impact of social media on the business? Either it's the growth of the business or the decline of the business? Because there'll be, my thought, during this pandemic, there were a lot of business that has seen downtrends, and there are upticks as well for many businesses as well. So what is your thought, Dr. Asif, and the impact that pandemic situation has created on the social media platform for the growth of the business, or the decline for that matter? Dr. Asif, over to you. I think Dr. Asif, I think he has dropped, looks like. So I would like to move that question to Matt. Matt, will you be able to share some insights, some thoughts, your thoughts, and how during this current pandemic situation, what is the impact of social media on the business, the growth or the decline?
So it's a bit of like a crystal ball question. What I can refer to in my own experience, that social media and pandemic were part of a much bigger sort of digital leapfrog trend that we have seen, at least in the financial services space, right? Where, for example, before the pandemic, I thought it would not have been possible to close an investment deal without actually meeting the person or meeting the startup, especially if you're talking about a post-seed or like a Series A, couple of $1 million deal, right? And actually I've been proven wrong. The venture capitalist space, in financial services and fintech specifically has never been stronger, even if traveling was really complicated. And actually, I believe that some of the, I want to say, inefficiencies or sort of sloppy attitudes, that I've seen before, where, a startup didn't have a decent social media presence, or like didn't sort of take care of enhancing the profile of their founders, or, for example, they didn't have a proper way to simply reach out to the content that they were producing. Some of these sort of trends have been now, the lack of it, you don't see it anymore. At least, because people realize that, at least that channel has to be sort of very well thought through, with an investment in terms of time and money that, has been sort of, more than before. And I can see actually the same sort of trends in my own business. I speak professionally around the world, probably more than 30 countries in person. I spoke to, attending the events physically. And right now, we realized two things. One, that it was a phase where people were not able to pay because the fact that you were sitting on a couch, it was a synonymous of not working, so you could provide the content for. But after a while, they realized that that became the new normal. And by this becoming a new normal, and thanks God, some of the speakers sort of not letting it go, and sort of being comprehensive, being understanding, only to a certain extent, but sort of sticking to their principle of if I provide you quality content, I should be rewarded for it. Then also the whole sort of speaking and content providing industry sort of shifted a lot, right? And also the way people amplifies the content, as being more thoughtful, simply, even for speakers that before they were more, I want to say, sort of counting on the live footprint that they were having. So these are like a couple of reflections. So I think is there to like stay and grow, and the effect of the post-pandemic, where you don't see. I mean, personally, we do organize a couple of large events. One of them is like we call it the FinTech Festival in Italy. Is a week-long event. We don't call it festival anymore. We always systematically add the hybrid side of it, and hybrid means social amplification, and I see this as a trend for the global events industry, because it is so much in the mindset of the people that people will accept completely the fact to pay a little bit less and connect on streaming, whilst before the only way was, hey, if you're not there in person, don't even bother. You can buy the content later on, but there is no way to access the event. So I really see it as a driver for growth.
Thank you so much, Matt, once again for the insights and sharing your thoughts on this topic. We'll quickly move to next question, and I'll come back to Mahavir, to you once again. There are many businesses that is being run on the social media platform, and online for that matter as well. So it's interesting to know, is there something called as ethical or unethical business when it comes to business doing online or on social media platform? And if there is something called as unethical, what role can social media play to curtail that? Over to you, Mahavir.
Thank you. I was actually listening to Matt, and I was going to request if I could add to what he just said, and post-pandemic or during pandemic. The two things that I wanted to add, one was the ethics and the moral side of it. And I think it has become a part of a due diligence process, where as an investor, we have to look at the social media posts and impact and growth and outreach and followers of a company that we invest in. That's part of a research process that we do. And that is where the ethics and morals of a company, how do you behave during a pandemic? Are you just there to sell your products, or are you there morally for the society at large? Are you part of a larger group? Has become so very critical. And I'll come back to the ethics and morals more. The other thing that I wanted to add was the pandemic has really worked in a very wrong manner at the mental health of each and every human being. No matter what part of the world you are, no matter what status in the society, financially or otherwise, the social media has been the only tool that has kept people talking to each other, making conversation, reaching out, helping, supporting, and of course, buying and selling. And that is very, very critical. And I think that's a strong role that they have. Social media has embedded itself into the society at large, and it has become one more medium to communicate rather than a telephone or a letter or an email. This is something that has become a very, very important tool. And I think this has kind of helped us stabilize many people at many times. Now, on the question of ethics and morals, I think, companies who use unethical means to have followers, companies who use unethical means to influence people for products or services that are not true, and they're paying tons of money to do that, is not something new. I mean, we've always heard of stories where pharmaceutical companies or drug companies paid for researches, the cigarette companies and nicotine, it's always been the case. And as an audience, it's for people to judge. There will be the fact that tons and tons of money was paid to influence people back then is still going to happen on social media. And people, it's for audience, it's for buyers, it's for consumers to see what is right and what is not right. Of course, there are tools where social media platforms can now, Twitter can throw out something that's not right, or and there will be more such tools, and that's going to help and aid everyone. Even WhatsApp, you all know that if something has been forwarded too many times, you can't forward it more times if it's going to create. So basically, there are tools that are coming into being, but it's at the end of the day, it's up to the consumer. It's up to the audience to decide what they want to buy, whether ethical or unethical, whether moral or immoral. So I think the onus will still be with the audience, but they will be aided with tools that all these social media platforms can provide.
Thanks, Mahavir. And I think the point that I'll take away with this discussion is the onus is on the audience as well. So that's a very fair point, Mahavir, and thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and experience on this one. Because this is such an important question, right? And definitely, I would like to hear from Bill as well and what he thinks on ethical and unethical business that we have on social media. Bill?
Yeah, once again, it comes back to, echoing what my fellow panelists have said, especially Mahavir recently now, and then back to some points I made earlier in terms of choosing when to kind of engage and how you engage and react. Okay. And a lot of companies, have been subject to controversy. Every company is not, 100% clear, okay, of being dragged, through some tough times. Okay. And really, an effective social media campaign at the corporate level, or even smaller companies, is depending upon how you're going to react and engage on negative publicity, okay, and still stay true to your core values, okay, and your presence and your branding using the platform. So you almost have to take, ethically the moral high road, regardless of the situation. Okay, and it's how you kind of react to that or disengage, okay, and show that you're staying true to your core mission, okay, and a lot of it can be media noise, and you're not going to get caught up in that. So that's of critical consequence, okay, and using platforms effectively, I believe. So.
Thank you, Bill, for sharing your thoughts on this topic. And I think the key takeaway, I would say, from this discussion, that the thought that you shared is to take care of your core values when you are in social media. That's very important. And thanks for sharing this valuable input, Bill.
Sure.
Abhijit, 7 minutes, max 5 to 7 minutes to wrap up, because I have some questions for the, there are quite a few questions, but I've selected few to ask for the panelists. Sorry about it.
Sure. I think there are a couple of questions that we still have, and interesting questions. And I think the question is linked to the ethical and unethical business that we have on social media platform and on that topic. And I think I would like some quick inputs from all the panels here. What do you think? I mean, is there something called as bad influencer on social media? And if there is a bad influence in social media, if there are bad influencers, what role can social media play to prevent that bad influencing effect that it has on the common people? So I would start with Mahavir, if you can share your thoughts and on how we can, if there is a bad influencer in social media, if yes, how we can prevent that.
So I'll become a little philosophical here. I don't think there's anything that's good or bad. I think it's one opinion against the other. It's how circumstances play your role. I think I honestly feel that it's up to people. Social media's role or platform's role should be very, very democratic and very, very process oriented, where they put both points of views and not let one be influenced by the other. Especially the hacking bit of it, we've seen allegations by the U.S. At large on election, hacking and things that were being done by other countries to influence, elections. I mean, all these things, whether it's good or bad, we don't know. But because it's being done by a mechanized manner, it does take away from what social media was created for or is created for. And that is where a platform needs to really have checks and measures in place, where they don't get led by technology and don't have AI or ML working at the back end, where what shows up is only what I want to see rather than what the world at large needs to see. I think it's a very, very technology driven thing. I don't personally feel anything is wrong or anything can be a bad influence. If I'm sorted up here in my mind, I don't think anyone can influence me. So and neither can social media. And that's where I said the onus is on the audience. But I strongly feel that the technology and the hacking bit of it, or bombarding information on a platform to make sure that the AI tools at the back end are get warped, is something that worries me, and that's where the platform's role should be very critical.
Thanks, Mahavir, for sharing your thoughts. I think that's really insightful as well. So I think we'll move on to the next question. I think Matt, feel free to drop. I think you have some urgency and engagement, so feel free to drop. We would love to have you here, but I think we would love to hear the last comments from you on how you think on if there is anything called bad influencer, and then that will enlighten you with your thoughts. Please, Matt.
So, I have to admit the fact that, as I was saying earlier on, right? So I don't consider myself an influencer, nor like a social media sort of superstar at all, right? And maybe the what we classify as a bad influencer is more in the consumer space, right? In the B2B space where I am, it is less of a this sort of battle or theme. You clearly see it less. I think is at the end of the day, is a matter to be true to yourself, and even like the closest example that I can think of is that think of a couple of like neobanks, one of these the multi-unicorns neobanks that you see in Europe, for example. Of course, because they grew exponentially, they acquired so many more clients than any other sort of established financial institutions. The challenge for them is, and they are like a fully digital, branchless, mobile first, and so on, and data driven. Of course, their challenge is to keep all this hundreds of thousands of clients per year happy and with a high level of interaction. And sometimes they're struggling, and sometimes because these are basically fintech banks at the end of the day, they have people that have an enormous influence that sort of challenge them. They challenge them on the HR policy, they challenge them on the UX UI, they challenge them on the quality of their customer support and so on. Is it a bad influence? Well, yes and no, because usually it is actually the truth, right? So because nobody likes to spend time just for sake of, throwing bad reputation if it's not worth it, right? But at the same time, acknowledging it and also betting on their strengths is the way they answer, and they end up growing as well, no matter how many attempts, at challenge, their weaknesses, because they do have weaknesses. They're not the same of the traditional bank weaknesses, where you might get someone on the phone after 2 minutes, but you pay the service 5 times more expensive and it's 5 times lower. So at the end of the day, if you stay authentic to your client, the way you sort of contrast these bad influencers is pretty straightforward. And indeed, apologize, guys. I actually was writing to the other speakers. I have another commitment. I have to go. I have a family commitment. But thank you so much for being with me. And if there are compelling questions, reach out to me on social media. I promise I will try to answer.
Thank you,
Matt. Thank you so much for extending your stay. Really appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Bye.
Jyoti will do a quick check in case we have any questions from the audience.
Okay, so I do have a question. Give me a minute. So let me quickly check what questions, because there are about 22 questions and we don't have time for 22 questions. So I'll quickly select one. Okay, we have this one question for Mr. Mahavir Sharma. Am I audible, Abhijit?
Yes, you're very clear.
Okay. Sorry. How social media can be helpful for creation of a concept to a market research, reach out to the potential customer segments, and finally do conversion in terms of selling my product. So basically the question in short is how to create a product, create a concept, the market research, and reach out to potential customers, and also handle conversion on the same platform. This has been addressed to Mr. Mahavir Sharma. I'm sure it is from one of your friends, I can say that.
See, I think, as I said earlier, startups and selling products on social media or through social media is an inherent process that they have to follow. Obviously, reaching out to the right customers, reaching out through analytics and understanding, and which is research and analytics. I mean, research would come up with analytics, and analytics would give you insights on the kind of usage that an individual has. All these things are very, very critical. And I've seen many startups do, what I'll tell you what not to do rather than what to do. I've seen many of them spend enormous amounts of money to pay-per-click, pay-per-view on social media so that people can see what they're selling or what they're offering, and they end up paying tons and tons of money without actual conversion. It would be very, very, very interesting if you were to target your sales, if you would target your audience, if you'd create and rather than selling directly and saying click and buy, it would be better if you created opinion, if you created a long-term relationship with your consumer or your customer through social media, through stories. And unlike the mainline media marketing where you have to spend tons of money and the user sees it only once in a while, here you can have series of communications which can lead up to making a strong relationship between you and the right consumer. So I think social media has such an important place. Most of it is free. You don't have to pay until you have to eventually. You have to you have to broad base your product or services that you're offering, create awareness, talk positive, talk about other things. And that's where startups can make use of social media. It should just not be spending money. It should just not be acquiring people because you want to be there. It's not advisable, absolutely, unless you have a strong base, unless you have a brand, unless people know your name, what you are good for. I don't advise people to spend money on social media to acquire customer, just to put your logo there, or just to say that something that costs you $100 is available for $10. It does not work. It's very short-lived. It's not the right thing to do.
That was an interesting insight. So I'm just going to take the liberty, though this is not one from the question, this is from me personally. Can you just give us a small example for this from your experience, or you think this could have been handled better by somebody? You don't have to mention name of a company, but a situation where it would be interesting for our viewers to know, as we have some young entrepreneurs who are here. Sorry.
No, I think
there
are multiple examples, and I've seen people, startups die and lose money and end up spending so much of money. And I'll give you a very simple example. A company that I've recently invested in, and I wish Matt was here. It's a fintech company. There are 100 companies in India that are using payment methodologies, UPIs, QR codes, etc., point of sales, and they're all trying to acquire, from Paytm to PayU to Google Pay to Phone Pay, everyone, and down the line, everyone is trying to acquire you and me as consumers to use their QR code or UPI to make payments. They're spending huge amounts of money, full page ads in newspapers or social media, spending money to acquire. They're spending money on acquiring retail consumers to have their QR code ad display at the point of sales. They're spending tons and tons of money so that a retail outlet would have their QR code and not their competitors. So we just invested in a company which is doing exactly the same thing. But the reason why we invested in that company is that that company is not going to you and me as consumers to download their QR code. They're not going to retailers also. They're just partnering with banks and telling the banks that you have an existing relationship with the retailer. We don't need the money. We really feel that you should be the one who should be giving them the QR code and UPI code. They're white labeling a UPI code for the retailer with the bank, and the money stays with the bank. And with that UPI white labeled code, they can have all 100 options. They can pay through Paytm or whatever the names I've just said, and the money comes to the bank. It does not go through a Paytm or a Phone Pay or a Google Pay or a Cred. It comes to the bank. It stays with the bank for the night, and they already have loans. They already have a relationship. They're just digitally enabling them, and their go-to-market strategy is not to go to the consumer, not to go to the retailer, but to partner with bank, who has hundreds of thousands of retail outlets as their partners, and they're growing 20% month on month. And if they've been in operation for 1 year, their gross revenue has crossed 110 crores every month. So their monthly revenue is now 110 crores when they were 10 crores the very first month. And they have ICICI Bank, they have cooperative banks, they have Bank of Baroda, they have multiple banks. So the idea is not to spend money, but to spend money wisely. And spending on social media, I mean, they could have easily done what others were doing, but I don't agree with that. And that's a bad thing to do. I hope that example helps.
Oh, that was a very interesting representative now, because I use HDFC extensively. And I've been hearing, oh, you don't worry, you can use this to make the payment. It'll go through your HDFC. Interesting one. And I think what you said made a lot of relevance, and out there, a lot of them have ticked, at least I've made tick points into that. So thank you so much for sharing that example. So I do have another question, a few more. Okay, this question is for Bill. Bill, can you kind of give us an insight on, can social media be useful for spreading a positive vibe of a product or a service to the global market?
Absolutely. Once again, I think, communicating a bit of my approach, okay, and it's kind of blending your own personal interests in your life in with products or solutions or services, okay, and how those products, solutions, or services impact your life and how they're beneficial to your life. So it's, once again, back to earlier comments I made about being balanced in your approach. So it's not only so much of touting a product or pushing a product or service for the sake of that because it's your employer, okay, but it's something that you really personally believe in, and it's part of your sphere of how you're living your life. So by all means, absolutely, there's no question about it. Now, when you have those intersection points, okay, where you can communicate and influence based on a product or service and how it's benefiting you in terms of your personal story, that's where it becomes powerful. Now, those don't come up every day, those examples, okay, but when they do come up and you share that and you're willing to be vulnerable and open up and share that and how a product, service, or solution helped you personally in your life, that's where it really becomes beneficial, I believe.
Thank you so much. That was perfect. So Abhijit, over to you to wrap it. I kind of end of the questions. So Abhijit, if you can wrap, and I will take it from there. And while doing, since this is the last topic, if any of the panelists wants to add a sentence or a topic that you just thought of while others were talking, please feel to add that.
Thank you, Jyoti, and thank you, Bill, once again. So I know we are in the last moment of this session, right? But I would like to end the session with the final thoughts from both you, Mahavir and Bill. And quickly, maybe you can just give a quick response in terms of what you think is the effective use of social media in today's world.
Bill, you can go first. Bill, you can go first.
Sure, Bill. Over to you, Bill.
Yeah, sure. So once again, I would say, kind of echoing some earlier thoughts I had is trying not to so much, peg a platform in terms of, defining what it should be. Okay. But taking kind of a positive perspective on that. Okay. I mean, we've all seen comments on LinkedIn. This isn't Facebook. This is a business platform only. Okay, as an example, please don't put this content on here. And to some of that, I agree. Okay, but to some of that, I don't agree either. And once again, we're all human beings, and social is social and it's society. Okay, so it's all about connectivity. Okay, if we can't connect to each other, we're not going to connect our businesses. Okay, and that all comes down to perspectives, but we need to kind of play in that middle area. Okay, that's quote unquote safe to play. Okay, where we're not taking an opinion that's inflammatory necessarily, or creating, to what you said earlier, bad influence. Okay, so we've got to kind of play in the safe ground, but at the same time recognize and realize that it is social media, okay, and it's kind of broad by definition, and it shouldn't be pegged necessarily into a specific box that says you can only do these things on this platform. If you don't do it on this platform, go look at this platform, as an example. So,
thank you, Bill. Thank you, Bill. And I think it makes really sense when you say that building connectivity is the key aspects of any social media. And I think that's a great thought, and that's a great input. Over to you, Mahavir, and what your thoughts are on the effective use of social media.
So I think social media is just an extension of the society at large. Communication has always been an important tool. I think one-on-one communication between people through various mediums earlier on still continues to happen on Messenger and one-on-one chats. It's group discussions and group conversations are also happening. But I think what social media has done is it's empowered people who did not get opportunities to address audiences at large. I think people can now are uninhibited to share their thoughts, their ideas at free will. I think whether people like it or not, whether people agree or not, whether it's good or bad is all subjective. But I personally feel that it has become a very, very important tool, even for all the time that we are trying to see how to acquire customers or how to make the right kind of friends, or how to sell products. We do understand that post-sales, as a consumer, I can put on social media, appreciate the product, or complain to the company and tag the company, and you will see it's far more effective than a customer service. So I think it's just become a tool where communication has become from one to many to many to many, and it's at free will, it's free choice. It's absolutely the future of the world. It's absolutely something that companies or individuals cannot stay away from. And I think it is going to empower, strengthen, and when we average everything out, everything has to become ethical and right, because you can't fool someone forever in a group of people, because collective wisdom is always going to be seen on social media, because everyone is communicating, everyone has the right to comment, and everyone has the right to use or be part of the social media because it's virtually free. So I think it's a great medium. It's a great tool. It should be used with care. I totally agree with Bill. You have to be responsible in how you use it, and you should be able to use it effectively, both in personal capacity or as a company if you own. And those are my parting thoughts. Thank you.
Thanks, Mahavir. And very, very well said that social media is a platform which empowers and gives a lot of power in terms of communication as well. It's a great thought, Mahavir, on that one. So with that thought, I think it's been a very good session so far. Great thoughts, insights from each one of the panel, Mahavir, Bill, Dr. Asif, Matt. Thank you so much for being part of the discussion and sharing your useful thoughts and your experiences. I'm sure all the viewers and all the listeners of this session would definitely get enlightened. Thank you so much for being part of the panel. Over to you, Jyoti.
Thank you, Abhijit. That was, I think, a very interesting and a very engaging discussion, because you had some panelists dropping off in between because of previous commitment or lack of the connections, and they were traveling. But however, with the others, I think we really covered it. It was very, very insightful. Thank you so much. So personally, thank you to Abhijit Chowdhary from the Piktale family, and Matthew, Asif Iqbal, Mahavir Sharma, and Bill. Thank you once again for taking a busy day. I understand on a Father's Day, each one of you had some commitment, but giving it to us to make this program successful. Thank you so much. And so before to move on for the summary of the event, I just got a personal message from one of the awardees who has just kind of logged in. So I would like to use this opportunity to kind of congratulate her on that. So we have with us Rashim Mogha, correct?
That's right. You got it right.
Okay, Rashim Mogha, correct. So because on my message, it's only showing as Rashim. So I was not sure for the full name. So Rashim Mogha, I did remember announcing. I know it's a good morning to you. I think this is more like you're just waking up. So,
I am indeed just waking up. It's 7:30 a.m. in California. So apologies.
Let me make it a good day by announcing that you've been awarded as one of the influencer for the social media and the whole influencer for our different walks of the work. And that's from the Piktale family. And we are proud to have you there. So claps to you. I'm just going to do this because I don't have the screen to say where there's a lot. And I think I'm loud enough. I can whistle, but I'm trying to behave myself. Okay. Thank you. Congratulations. And I would like you to add few words on your thoughts on receiving this award.
Well, thank you so much. It's indeed an honor. And this took me by surprise because unlike other awards where people nominate you, this was different because you really did your research in terms of who are the social media influencers and came up with this. So I'm excited about it. I'm looking at the platform and I'm very excited to see what it brings. So thank you for the honor, and I hope Piktale becomes a social media influencer platform as well.
Thank you so much for those kind words, and requesting you to keep adding us and mentioning us on the thing. Do share these information on your social handles for us so that more and more people are aware of Piktale. And we would love to have you as one of the discussion component in the near future. So thank you so much for reaching out. And it was an honor to kind of congratulate you personally. Thank you. Okay, we have come to an end of a long day. I think it's almost 12 hours that we've been on the call. I think this is the longest I have done, but it is interesting, learned a lot of stuff. So I think I would go ahead and recap the event quickly on that. Is that okay for the backend team? Can I just move on to the recapping of the events? Okay. So quickly for the day, what an amazing day it was. A lot of thoughts, lot of discussions, lot of points, though there were some of those topics overlapped with others, but individual views, and what an enriched panelist. I personally would like to thank you so much for a Piktale family for giving me an opportunity to be part of this important day of yours. It was almost a 12-hour session, I think, without a break. We went on, and I think this is the longest that I have done in any of them without a break. And I really enjoyed each and every moment of it. There was not even a single moment where I said, oh my God, this is too long, or I felt bored, nothing like that. It was amazing. So just wanted to take a quick wrap. We had about almost, I think, 7 topics to be discussed on, and quickly navigate industry 4.0 revolution with the cutting edge with the first. So some of the key takes were they're making a world a better place with AI, data in a new oil, while machine learning analytics is the engine behind it. Pandemic is giving the trigger to the corporation to the digital and mobile first. Industry 4.4 is a major contribution to an agriculture sector other than medicine and other areas. Then industry 4.0 is not an evolution, but it's a revolution. Then we had the second topic of the day, which was digital revolution 2.0 post-pandemic. Some of the key takeaways from there were revolution always challenges and disrupts existing systems and creates new ecosystems. Blending finance and investment is a pillar of innovation. Whenever world faces a big problem, technology comes into the rescue for us. Life is an ever-learning process. There would always be a new ways to do business. Social media is the best way for connecting and building on network. What thoughts, what amazing. They may sound very simple. When you look at it, what deep thoughts. Then we go into the future of social media, the ideal one. Bring the social media to forefront of the main business stream. That was a very hot topic, and I would say heated topic, sorry, not hot topic, heated topic. The need of the hour is not the competition, but it's collaboration. Totally agree. Social media is influencing concepts like integrated customer care and command center operations. Creating content in the local language on social media platform is need of the hour. Social media gives power to our business content and communicate, but addiction to platform data security and privacy is a concern, very much. A lot of us are addicted to WhatsApp. At times I would say, I want to kind of decentralize myself. The power of internet is that you can communicate with several thousand globally in a short span. Okay, the fourth topic was about the power, far-reaching features of social media for the growth of your business into a global market. Social media is highly flexible and it empowers people to control and post information. The communication is more visible with videos and images. Social media is like an amplifier of information. It keeps announcing it more loud. Key strategy is the word of social media is innovations. Be innovative, be there first. Social media is about connecting people around the world. Social media is all about quantity numbers or it's not about the quantity numbers and the likes that you find, but also quality of the content and how relevant is your post. Be yourself on social media. If you're not a social media person, you're losing a big opportunity. Then we moved on to our fifth topic, which was significance of privacy, security, and cyber defense in social media ecosystem. Here we had the panelist and the moderator taking us through the privacy and security is a key of any social media platform. Social media platforms should have sufficient tools, technologies, and resources to block and stop spreading of any offensive content posted on their platforms. We also needed to start educating our children on how to properly use the social media platform and create overall awareness on the ground level, which is very important because they are coming into a place where social media and e-commerce is going to be their next call. Gone are the days where we had our luxury time. Today is social media. You connect with multiple social bubbles. Information on one bubble might not be appropriate or relevant for unintentionally sharing of certain data. On any social media, never share anything which you do not want to share to everyone, which is so important. We are moving into a stage where technology is not an enable, but it is also unconsciously everywhere. So true and scary. And we have movies to prove this today. Then we have the next topic, which was on social media, opportunities and challenges. Role of influencers in navigating the followers in the right direction. What an amazing, and it was such an insightful discussion. So COVID-19 has brought a significant changes in way of business is done, and it's also created opportunities. Social media is a magnifying the digital transformation. The primary business model on social media revolves around advertisements, but content creators behind these are not rewarded. How true? The humanizing a brand is very important as it creates a trust factor with their customer. A human touch. Without that, nothing works. Crazy to consider the downstream impact that social personality can have on thousands of partners who are trying to juggle so many inputs. So these were a few of the key TKs of this session. Then the last but the least was importance of social connection in today's business world. How to leverage those for business goals, role of influencers. Again, what an insightful, amazing, with example, with relevance was given, and we covered on that. You got to be careful while using social media and know well when to back off. How important is that? The paradigmic shift in the way business were done earlier and the way it is done now has changed. Social media has become an important tool for business people to showcase how their product services are better than others. Oh, with that, we came to an end of that, but not but the least, we had a huge awardee ceremony that we did throughout the day. We had awarded almost about 100 influencers, which were from the eminent personalities on the social media influencers to the different walks of life. They could be an educator, entrepreneur, a brand, a leader, a media house, a foundation, a lot of stuff were there, but they were all in their own an influencer, making a difference today to the market, to the society, and to the world as such. And these awards were who were well deserved and well earned. Like the last person today said, there was a lot of research which went in. There was a huge shortlisted people. Out of that, to pull out just about 100 guys, it was amazing and also well deserved and well earned for the people who had received or the recipients of this. With that, I would like to say last but finally, thank you to the Piktale family for giving me this opportunity to be of an important day and showing your confidence in me to handle the session. I personally learned a lot and refreshed a lot of thoughts that were somewhere back in my mind and reassured my values and beliefs. Not but the least, please do download the Piktale app for the Play Store. And also today, the last, I think till the midnight today, I don't know which time zone, you have the book available for you to download and for free of cost. And that's an amazing book. I have done mine already. So please go that. I think that's the in short, Natal. So congratulations, Piktale family. I think this was a very successful event from where I see. So right now I'm handing it over to Ashutosh to kind of do an end speech and kind of wrap the session. I've just done the recap. Ashutosh, over to you.
Hello.
Yeah, Ashutosh.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jyoti. We are very delighted to have you, and we run this show very successfully. It was a pleasure meeting all the influencers, had an amazing session with all these lovely panels. It was great, and we're looking forward to release the application worldwide, and we'll be doing it amazing in terms of social media experience.
So Ashutosh is the founder of this, for whoever doesn't know, and I think that was short and sweet, very nice. So do we kind of, is there anything else that anyone wants to add? Abhijit, Utpal, Bhavi Sharma?
I think the last word from me would be to just thank everyone involved and everyone who participated in this session. And just to thank the word of gratitude, and that's all. Thank you so much, everyone.
Oh, while saying not but least the team back there, I think you were amazing. The way you supported me at times, and when it was a little confusing because it's a virtual background and all of us have our own challenges. Amazing. Thank you, guys. Fantastic. I think you earned this. So let me go 3 cheers to Piktale. Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! Hip hip hooray! I think I'll have to do it only with my voice in the virtual. If it was in a pic, I would have just asked everyone to cheer for you. So please pat your own backs. I think you're well earned and well done. With this, I would like to kind of sign off. Over to a few words if you want to say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Jyoti. Thank you so much for coordinating the entire event so nicely. And I would like to thank the entire Piktale family, as well as the influencers from across the globe, and also our eminent panelists and speakers who have joined into our panels. So thank you so much. And I'm pretty sure, like somebody was telling me already, this event was live into or broadcasted into multiple YouTube channels, then Facebook channels and Twitter handles. And somebody was saying some million people were watching us from across the globe. So I was so delighted, like to be part of this Piktale as an advisor and mentor. And I would like to thank Ashutosh, Abhijit, Jyoti, Mahavir, and everyone behind the scene, and the entire Piktale team who have been doing all the technical things from the background. Thank you so much, and have a good night. Thank you.
Good night. I think I've well earned. My voice needs rest now. Guys, thank you so much. It was amazing. Okay. Logging out. Signing off. With the best of luck and congratulations to everyone.